Welcome, sleepy soul. I'm your storyteller tonight, here to help you drift into deep, peaceful sleep. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more bedtime stories. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. And if there's a story you'd like to hear next, I'd love to know that too. I had always been the type of person who loved traveling, even if it meant doing it alone. Ever since I was in college, I had this unshakable pull towards seeing new cities, walking unfamiliar streets, eating in restaurants where no one knew my name. Some people found that kind of solitude unnerving, but to me it felt liberating. My friends often joked that I was like a ghost passing through airports, appearing suddenly, drifting away quietly, leaving no trace. Most of them couldn't keep up with the lifestyle. They either couldn't afford the trips or were too tied down with jobs and relationships. I was different. My job in digital marketing was remote, my relationship life non-existent, and my savings, while not impressive, were reserved for one thing: seeing places I'd never been. By 27, I had been to nearly every major city in my state, except one. That's what led me to Riverside City. It wasn't exactly a vacation hotspot the way Los Angeles or San Francisco might be, but it had history, architecture, and a riverside night scene that people swore was underrated. More importantly, it was one of the last unchecked boxes on my California travel list. I decided it was time. When I got off the plane, I felt that familiar rush, half excitement, half nervous energy. The airport was smaller than I expected, and within 30 minutes I was in a cab headed downtown. I had booked a 3-night stay at a modest but decent hotel called the Grandview Inn. It wasn't a luxury resort, but the photos showed clean rooms, friendly staff, and a convenient location near the main square. The lobby was warmer than I imagined, with yellow lights reflecting off marble tile floors. A water fountain bubbled near the far wall, and the receptionist behind the counter greeted me with a smile. "Checking in?" she asked. "Yes, under Walker, Ethan Walker." She tapped at her keyboard, nodded, and handed me a key card. "Room 214, second floor. Elevators around the corner." I thanked her and stepped aside to grab my bags, and that's when I noticed him. He was leaning casually against one of the lobby pillars, maybe mid-30s, wearing a baseball cap low over his forehead. He gave me a friendly grin as our eyes met. "First time here?" he asked. "Yeah," I replied, adjusting my backpack strap. "Same here, or actually second time. Came through last year for work." His voice was calm, easygoing. "Where you from?" "Bay Area," I said. "Just here for a few days." He nodded. "Nice. I'm Mark. You?" "Ethan." Mark glanced at my rolling suitcase. "You need a hand with that? I'm heading upstairs anyway." Normally, I might have declined, but his offer felt casual enough, not pushy. "Sure, thanks. Appreciate it." We walked together to the elevator. He carried one of my smaller bags, talking lightly about how Riverside had great food spots by the river, how the old courthouse downtown was worth a visit. He seemed like the type of guy who struck up conversations with strangers easily. On the second floor, I unlocked my door, and he set my bag down just outside. "Well, Ethan, enjoy your stay," he said, giving a small wave before heading down the hall. "Thanks again, Mark." I didn't think much of it at the time. Just a fellow traveler, maybe a little too friendly, but nothing out of the ordinary. After settling in, I decided to nap for a bit. Traveling always drained me. By the time I got up, it was late afternoon, and I figured I'd explore before dinner. As I walked through the lobby, the receptionist from earlier called me over. "Excuse me, Mr. Walker," she said, lowering her voice. "That man who helped you earlier, do you know him?" "Mark?" I shrugged. "Not really. Met him when I checked in." Her expression tightened. "I don't believe he's a guest here. I didn't see his name on any of our lists. I just want you to be careful. He's been outside near the entrance for a while before you came in. I thought he was waiting for someone, but..." She hesitated. "If you see him again, please keep your distance." A ripple of unease went through me. "You're sure he's not staying here?" "I can't say for certain," she admitted, "but I'm fairly confident." "Thanks for telling me," I said, forcing a smile. The unease lingered as I stepped outside into the city. I tried not to dwell on it. I walked the Riverside Trail, checked out a few shops, grabbed a burger at a small diner, and let the city distract me. By the time I returned to the hotel, a new staff member was at the front desk. I showered, changed clothes, and decided to take a quick nap before dinner. That's when I heard the knock. "Housekeeping," a quiet male voice said. My brow furrowed. Housekeeping? At 6 p.m.? And it was my first night. I hadn't even requested anything. I went to the peephole. The hallway was empty. A chill prickled my arms. "Hello?" I called through the door. No answer. I backed away slowly, my heartbeat starting to rise. The first thought that hit me was Mark. I grabbed my phone and called the front desk. "Did you guys send housekeeping to my room, Irunutra Padananga?" "No, sir," the woman replied. "Housekeeping is done for the day." There was someone at my door claiming to be housekeeping. Her tone shifted. "Stay inside, I'll send someone up immediately." 5 minutes later, a real maid knocked, and when I cracked the door, she smiled nervously. "Everything okay?" I explained, and she nodded quickly. "I'll tell management." Shaken, I left soon after for dinner. That night, after dinner and a city lights tour, I got back around 10. The woman at the desk, different again, listened carefully as I explained the situation. She even checked the surveillance feed of my hallway. "Nobody's been up there for the last hour," she said. It calmed me a little, but not enough. I went upstairs, double-checked the lock, and turned the TV on for background noise. Sleep eventually pulled me under. And then, I felt the mattress shift. At first, my brain half dreamed it was part of my show. But then I turned my head and froze. A man in a black mask and cap was crawling onto the bed, reaching for me. My scream caught in my throat as his hand clamped over my mouth. Panic surged. I thrashed wildly, my muffled cries escaping just enough to echo through the room. "Shh," he hissed. I bit down hard, tasting cloth, and screamed as loud as I could. The knocking at the door came seconds later. "Sir, is everything okay?" The man cursed, shoved me down, and bolted for the door. He threw it open, knocking over the woman outside. She yelped as he sprinted down the hall. Neighbors came out. Staff rushed upstairs. My body shook so violently I could barely stand. Police arrived. The staff explained how the intruder must have acquired a master key, something that chilled me to my core. Surveillance showed him leaving the stairwell, but his face was obscured by the mask and cap. Deep down, I knew. It was Mark. He had carried my bag upstairs not out of kindness, but to learn my room number. The hotel refunded my stay, moved me to another floor, and gave all footage to the police. But as weeks turned into months, I never got a call. No arrest, no ID, nothing. I still wonder if he succeeded with someone else. And though I keep traveling, every time I check into a hotel, I hear that faint knock in my memory. Housekeeping. And my blood runs cold. I never used to be afraid of flying. When I was younger, I actually looked forward to airports more than the actual destinations. I liked the way terminals smelled faintly of coffee and disinfectant, the way people clutched passports like they were the most important thing in the world, the nervous energy in the air when boarding was announced. It all felt like possibility. Like maybe the next flight would take me to a version of myself I hadn't met yet. But that was before the winter of 2014. At the time, I was 19, a sophomore at a university in Boston, and it was the first time I would be spending Christmas away from my family in Sofia, Bulgaria. I had convinced myself I could handle it. I told myself staying on campus during the break would mean more independence, more time to study, less money wasted on tickets I could barely afford. My parents pretended to understand, though I could hear the disappointment in my mother's voice every time she asked, "Are you sure you don't want to come home, Mila?" By December 20th, the loneliness had begun to gnaw at me. The dorms were nearly empty. The dining hall had limited hours, and Boston in winter is brutal. Snowbanks taller than me, icy sidewalks, winds that made my bones ache. One night, bundled under 3 blankets, I sat scrolling through cheap flight websites, the pale blue glow of my laptop illuminating my tiny dorm room. That's when the impulse hit me. Go home. Surprise them. It was insane. I had less than 3 days before Christmas Eve. But the thought of my father's grin when I walked through the front door, the way my younger brother Daniel would drop his video game controller and scream my name, the warmth of my mother's cooking, that was enough to push logic aside. The next morning, after hours of searching, I managed to snag a last-minute ticket with a layover in Warsaw. The plan was simple: Boston to Warsaw to Sofia. The price nearly drained my savings, but I didn't care. I packed quickly, shoving sweaters and jeans into my duffel bag, my heart racing with the thrill of it. I told only one friend, my roommate Jenna, who raised her eyebrows and said, "You're crazy. Those last-minute flights are always nightmares." She wasn't wrong. Logan International was chaos. Families with screaming kids, business people talking into phones, security lines that moved slower than glaciers. I remember clutching my passport like it was fragile glass, praying I wouldn't misplace it. By the time I finally made it to my gate, I was exhausted, sweaty, and ready to collapse into any seat available. The flight from Boston to Warsaw was nearly 9 hours, and I ended up sandwiched in the middle of a 3-seat row. On my right was a woman in her 50s with a fur-lined coat, who smiled politely before slipping on an eye mask and falling asleep. On my left was a tall man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, with cropped blonde hair and a narrow face. He wore a plain gray hoodie, and his hands fidgeted constantly, tapping his knee, pulling at his sleeves, cracking his knuckles one after another. I gave him a polite nod, then busied myself with my headphones and notebook. At first, he didn't seem unusual. Quiet, restless, but harmless. But an hour into the flight, I started to feel it. The weight of his eyes. Every time I glanced up, he was staring at me. Not casually, not in the absent-minded way strangers do on planes. No, this was direct, unblinking, almost studying me. I shifted uncomfortably, pretending not to notice. I focused on writing postcards I planned to give my family when I landed, just to keep my hands busy. Then, out of nowhere, his voice broke the silence. "You look young to be traveling alone." His accent was hard to place. European, maybe German or Polish. His English was sharp, deliberate. "I'm fine," I replied, forcing a polite smile. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice. "No one waits for you in Warsaw, right?" My stomach dropped. "Actually, my family is meeting me in Sofia." I lied quickly. "Lots of people waiting." He chuckled softly like he knew I was bluffing. "Smart girl. Always say someone is waiting. Makes people think twice." I laughed awkwardly, trying to brush it off, but my hands were trembling beneath the fold-down tray. For the next few hours, he kept starting conversations. "What do you study? Do you trust doctors? Do you ever think about what makes people evil?" His questions came out of nowhere, each one stranger than the last. I answered in short, clipped sentences, hoping he'd get bored. At one point, I put on an episode of Breaking Bad just to drown him out. He leaned over and muttered, "People love watching killers on TV. Makes them feel safe, because they think killers are only in shows." I froze. "Excuse me?" He smiled faintly. "But real killers, they sit on planes. They sit right next to you." My throat went dry. I turned up the volume on my headphones and stared straight ahead, heart pounding. I must have dozed off eventually because when I woke up, the cabin lights were dim and the flight attendants were rolling carts of drinks down the aisle. As I stretched, I noticed a folded piece of paper tucked under my notebook. My first thought was that it had slipped accidentally from the woman beside me. But when I opened it, my blood ran cold. It read, "I wonder what you look like without your skin." I dropped it instantly, shoving it deep into the seat pocket in front of me as if burying it would erase it from existence. My entire body buzzed with adrenaline. I wanted to scream, but the plane was dark and quiet, people asleep all around me. What could I do? Tell a flight attendant? What if he denied it? For the rest of the flight, I sat stiff as a statue, eyes fixed on the seatback screen, pretending to watch a movie I couldn't comprehend. When we landed in Warsaw, I bolted off the plane, pushing past rows of passengers still grabbing their bags. My duffel bag dug into my shoulder, but I didn't care. I just needed distance. I didn't look back once. At the transfer gate, I scanned the crowd nervously, terrified I'd see him again. For an hour, I hid in a cafe, sipping bitter coffee and pretending to read. He never appeared. By the time I boarded my connection to Sofia, I convinced myself I was safe. That maybe he was just some deranged man who'd vanish from my memory in time. My family's reaction was everything I'd hoped for. My mother cried. My father hugged me so tightly I could barely breathe. And Daniel wouldn't stop showing me his new video games. For a while, the warmth of home dulled the memory of that flight. But then came January. When I unpacked my bag back in Boston, I found another slip of paper buried in the side pocket. Crumpled, the same handwriting. It said, "I'll see you again." Don't pretend you're not curious. I dropped it like it was poison. My hands shook so violently I had to sit down. 2 months later, in February, my mother called from Sofia. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Mila, did you see the news?" She sent me a link to a Bulgarian article. I translated it quickly, my stomach twisting with every word. A man had been arrested in Warsaw, charged with multiple counts of rape, attempted kidnapping, and 2 murders. His photo stared back at me from the screen. The same blonde hair, the same narrow face, the same man who had sat beside me for 9 hours, asking if anyone was waiting for me in Warsaw. Even now, years later, I avoid long flights if I can help it. I don't sit in middle seats anymore. And sometimes when I can't sleep, I think about his words on that plane. Real killers sit right next to you. And I wonder how many times we've all sat inches away from something we'll never fully understand. I never thought a vacation could change the way I look at traveling altogether. Before this trip, I was the kind of person who believed that stepping out of your comfort zone, chasing experiences, and seeing the world was the ultimate form of freedom. I worked hard, I saved carefully, and I promised myself that at least once a year, I would leave the routines of my life behind and explore somewhere new. Back in the winter of 2018, when the cold air in Chicago seemed to bite harder than usual, I convinced my girlfriend, Emily, that we needed to escape for a week. We were both exhausted. She was working long hours as a nurse, pulling night shifts back to back, and I was drowning in my accounting firm's year-end chaos. We were young, still in our 20s, and honestly desperate to feel like life wasn't just work, bills, and collapsing into bed. Emily hesitated at first. She had this responsible streak that always made her think about what-if scenarios. But eventually I wore her down with a simple pitch. Sun, ocean, all-you-can-eat food, all-you-can-drink margaritas. 1 week of just us. We booked a small resort in the Yucatan Peninsula. Not one of the flashy big-name ones in Cancun, but a slightly cheaper all-inclusive that I found online with glowing reviews. The photos looked like paradise. Turquoise water, white sand, palm trees bending toward the ocean, hammocks strung between them. 7 nights for a price that seemed like stealing. I even remember saying out loud, half-jokingly, "Emily, this place is such a bargain that if it's real, we might never come home." She laughed and kissed me, and for the first time in months, I felt like maybe everything was going to be okay. When we landed in Mexico, the warm air hit us like opening an oven door, but in the best way possible. My hoodie and jeans felt ridiculous, and Emily immediately tied her hair back, muttering, "God, I miss this weather." The shuttle from the airport to the resort was bumpy, weaving along long stretches of road that cut through endless walls of jungle. The driver was friendly enough but didn't speak much English. Every so often he'd gesture out the window at some roadside fruit stands or tiny towns. murmuring words we didn't catch. The resort itself was exactly as advertised. Bright stucco buildings painted pastel yellow and coral, 3 pools scattered across the grounds, the ocean just beyond. It wasn't the Ritz, but it was beautiful, and the staff greeted us with those frozen welcome drinks that melt into sugary water too quickly, but still feel like heaven after a long trip. The first 2 days were bliss. We woke late, lounged by the pool, got far too drunk by dinner, and stumbled back to our room with the sound of waves in the distance. I remember lying in bed with Emily, her cheeks pink from the sun, and thinking, this is exactly what I needed. But by the 3rd day, I got restless. I've never been the kind of person who can sit still in one place for too long. The resort wall started to feel like a cage, even if it was a beautiful one. I wanted to explore. That's when the idea of renting a car came up. The next morning, after a buffet breakfast heavy on fruit and coffee, we took the resort's private shuttle into a nearby town to pick up a rental. The man driving us was older, probably in his 50s, with deep lines etched into his face and sharp, tired eyes. He asked us where we were from, and when we said Chicago, he chuckled softly and said, "Frio allá, muy frio." On the way, his tone shifted. In broken English, he cautioned, "Stay, near coast. Okay? Safe there. Jungle, small towns, not safe. Bad people, you understand?" Emily nodded quickly. "We understand." I brushed it off at first, thinking he was exaggerating, but there was something in his voice. Not just casual advice, but almost pleading. The rental place was modest, more like a small garage than an agency. The cars weren't flashy, mostly compact, economy models. We ended up with a white Nissan Versa that looked like it had seen better days. I remember Emily whispering, "Well, at least it has air conditioning," as we climbed inside. At first, driving felt like freedom. The long road stretched endlessly along the coast, with occasional glimpses of ocean through the trees. We passed through the town of Eldora, a cluster of brightly painted houses, fruit stalls, and stray dogs wandering lazily along the street. Life moved slower there. "See?" I said, grinning at Emily. "This is the real Mexico, not just some resort bubble." She smiled faintly, but I could tell she was still uneasy. By afternoon, we reached the outskirts of another town. Just beyond it, curiosity got the better of me. A wide dirt road cut into the jungle, looking rugged but drivable. Something about it called to me, like the start of an adventure. "Let's check it out," I said. Emily frowned. "In a rental car? Come on, Alex. We're going to wreck it." "It's fine. We'll just go a little way, see where it leads." She sighed but didn't argue. I turned the wheel and the car jolted as we bumped onto the dirt road. The jungle swallowed us almost immediately. Thick trees rose on either side, their shadows cutting across the dusty path. There was no sound except the crunch of tires on gravel and the occasional bird call echoing through the canopy. It was beautiful, untamed, wild. But after maybe 15 minutes, Emily's nervousness got to me. She kept glancing out the window like something might leap from the trees. Okay, I said, laughing it off. "We'll turn around." I began maneuvering the car for a 3-point turn when it happened. 3 men emerged from the jungle ahead. They weren't hikers, they weren't workers. Something about the way they carried themselves, shoulders forward, expressions hard, froze my blood. Emily's hand shot to my arm. "Alex." I slowed to a stop. One of them approached the driver's side window, speaking rapidly in Spanish. I rolled the glass down slightly, forcing a smile. "No hablo español," I said carefully. The man's eyes narrowed. His tone grew sharper. He repeated one word several times, and I finally understood. Money. Money. Another man tapped hard on Emily's window. She flinched, clutching her seatbelt strap. "Don't roll it down," I hissed. When the third man stepped forward, my stomach dropped. He pulled a knife from his pocket. Long, rusted, unmistakable. "Alex," Emily whispered, her voice breaking. Something primal took over. My foot slammed the gas. The car jerked forward, the men shouting, pounding their fists on the doors as we lurched past them. In the rearview mirror, I saw them running, but within seconds, they were shrinking dots behind us. Neither of us spoke until we hit the paved road again. Emily was shaking, tears streaking her face. "What the hell was that?" she cried. "We could have been... Alex, we could have been killed." My hands were locked tight on the wheel, knuckles white. I wanted to tell her it was fine, that we were safe, but my throat was dry. All I could manage was, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The next day, we swore we'd stay at the resort. No more adventures, no more dirt roads. But when one of the resort workers mentioned a hidden cenote just a few miles away, a crystal-clear natural pool tucked into the jungle, it sounded too perfect to resist. "They're beautiful," the worker said. "Safe. Very close. You must see." Emily hesitated, but I could see in her eyes that she wanted to believe him. After all, wasn't this why we came here? To see beauty, not just sip watered-down cocktails at the bar? So against our better judgment, we took the Nissan out again. The directions led us down another dirt road, narrower this time, but marked with wooden signs pointing toward the cenote. The deeper we went, the quieter it grew. No cars, no voices, just the steady hum of insects. We parked where the signs ended and started down a winding footpath. The air smelled of earth and damp leaves. At first it was peaceful, almost enchanting. But then, faintly, we heard footsteps. Not ours. Emily froze. "Alex, do you hear that?" Before I could answer, a man appeared from the trees. His clothes were worn, his face unreadable. He spoke in Spanish, gesturing for us to follow. No, I said, shaking my head. "We're fine, thank you." But he switched to broken English. "I take you. Cenote. This way." Something felt wrong. He wasn't leading us toward the signs. His hand brushed against his back pocket as he walked. That's when Emily tugged my arm, whispering so faintly I barely caught it. "Knife. He has a knife." I glanced down. The handle of a blade jutted from his pocket. Adrenaline surged. I squeezed her hand, muttering, "Run." We bolted. The man shouted, crashing after us, but he was slow. Branches whipped at our arms as we sprinted back down the trail. Emily stumbled once and I yanked her up, screaming, "Don't stop!" When the car finally came into view, relief nearly blinded me. But as we reached it, 3 more figures stepped out from the path behind us, rushing toward the doors. They yanked the handles, pounded the glass, their faces twisted with anger. Emily was screaming, fumbling for the lock. I jammed the keys into the ignition, the engine roaring to life just as one man slammed a fist against my window hard enough to spiderweb the glass. I floored it. The car jolted forward, gravel spraying, and in the rearview mirror I saw them shrinking into shadows. Emily sobbed uncontrollably, her voice hoarse. "I want to go home. Alex, I want to go home right now." And for the first time in my life, I agreed. I wanted nothing more than to be thousands of miles away. We returned the car that afternoon. I half expected the windshield to give us away, but by some miracle it hadn't shattered. Just dirt, just scratches, just ghosts of fists. Back at the resort, we locked ourselves in the room. We didn't leave except for meals, and even then Emily kept looking over her shoulder. When we finally flew home days later, the cold air of Chicago felt like salvation. To this day, I can't walk through a quiet wooded area without hearing phantom footsteps. Emily refuses to travel outside the country anymore. Sometimes I wonder if I ruined that part of life for her. If my stubborn curiosity stole something from both of us. All I know is this: paradise isn't always what it seems. And sometimes, when you leave the safety of the known, you don't just find adventure. You find the kind of fear that follows you home. I had never been much of a flyer. Even as a kid, my palms would sweat when we drove past an airport, the sight of planes taxiing across the runway making my chest feel tight. My mother used to tease me, saying, "Ethan, you'll never leave Illinois if you can't get on a plane." She wasn't wrong, but as I got older, I figured out a workaround: long drives. I told myself I didn't need to sit in a pressurized metal tube 30,000 feet in the air when I could just keep my hands on the wheel, my music playing and the world rolling by at my own pace. That was why, when my cousin Hannah told me she'd finally been accepted to run in the Albany Marathon, I made the choice to drive from Chicago to upstate New York instead of flying. Hannah had been training for years and I couldn't miss it. We'd grown up more like siblings than cousins, especially after her dad passed away when we were teenagers. Supporting her was important. "Ethan, you know that's like, what, 14 hours of driving?" my friend Marcus asked when I told him. "Closer to 15 if you drive like a grandma. 14 for me," I said. Marcus shook his head. "Man, you're insane. Just fly. $70, 2 hours done." I grinned. "And miss out on the freedom of the open road? Come on, this is my thing. You know me." And it was true. I liked long drives, the quiet stretches of road, the way the highway hypnotized you when the world went dark and the only light came from the glow of the dashboard. But as much as I liked it, I also knew there was something about those hours in the middle of the night that could get strange. I left around 3 in the afternoon on a Thursday, figuring I'd arrive in Albany between 5 and 6 in the morning if I kept stops to a minimum. I'd taken Route 20 before, and I remembered long stretches of farmland, dead little towns, and quiet roads where you felt like the last person alive. I packed snacks, water, and 2 thermoses of coffee in the passenger seat. My phone sat mounted to the dash, my GPS estimating a 15-hour trip. The first hours passed quickly. The late afternoon sun stretched shadows across the fields, and by the time I hit Ohio, the sky was bruising into a deep navy. I stopped once around 8 to top off the tank and grab a bathroom break. I called Hannah while I stood next to the pump. "You really left after work? You're crazy," she laughed. Yeah, but I'll be there in the morning. I want to see you at the starting line." Her voice softened. "Thanks, Ethan. It means a lot." That kept me going for the next few hours. By the time midnight rolled around, I'd been on the road for 9 hours. The world outside was empty. My headlights caught nothing but the broken white lines of the highway. I had the music loud enough to keep my mind alert, drumming my fingers against the wheel. That was when I noticed headlights behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cars come and go. But the thing was, I hadn't seen another vehicle in over 20 minutes. No taillights ahead of me, no headlights behind me, just me and the road. And then, all at once, there they were. Bright, too close, filling my mirror. "All right, buddy," I muttered, sliding into the right lane to let them pass. The vehicle sped up, pulling alongside me. It was an older pickup truck, maybe late 90s, the kind that had seen too many winters. Rust around the wheel wells, paint dull beneath the highway lights. But instead of passing, the truck slowed just enough to keep pace with me. My front bumper aligned with their back one. I frowned. "What are you doing?" I tapped the gas, pulling forward to get ahead. The second I did, the truck shifted into my lane behind me. Close. Too close. Their headlights filled my rear view, blinding me. My chest tightened. This wasn't normal. I pressed the gas a little more. So did they. "Come on, man, just go around," I said under my breath, hands tightening on the wheel. I switched lanes again. They followed. My pulse thudded in my ears. This wasn't road rage. This wasn't random. Whoever was behind me, they were toying with me. The truck's headlights began flashing, high beams cutting through my mirrors. Then the engine roared as they pulled alongside again, this time swerving toward me, forcing me closer to the shoulder. "Jesus Christ," I yelped, jerking the wheel. The truck surged ahead, cutting into my lane. The brake lights flared. I slammed my own brakes, tires squealing, the seatbelt locking across my chest. My horn blared into the night. The truck slowed, hazard lights clicking on. A hand shot out the driver's side window, waving me toward the shoulder. No chance, I muttered. My hands trembled against the wheel. The truck eased onto the shoulder, slowing as though to stop. I took my chance. I swerved into the left lane and floored it. My sedan roared, climbing past 80, 90, 100. The pickup fell behind me, at first. Then its headlights surged back, the engine howling as it kept pace. "Come on, come on, come on," I whispered. I spotted an exit sign, green and glowing, a mile ahead. I cut across the empty lanes and flew down the ramp, tires screeching as I came to the red light at the bottom. My chest heaved, my breath shallow. For a second, I thought I'd lost them. Then the headlights appeared behind me. My stomach dropped. The truck pulled up beside me, window rolling down. 3 figures sat inside. All wore masks, not ski masks, not bandanas, plastic. White faces with mustaches curled at the ends. V for vendetta masks. They turned their heads in unison, looking at me. No words, just silence. A chill rolled through me, my skin prickling. My mouth went dry. The light was still red. I didn't care. I slammed the gas, blowing through the intersection. Horns blared from cross traffic, but I didn't stop. I weaved down the main road, finally finding other cars around me, their presence like lifelines. In my mirror, the pickup hesitated at the light, then turned in the opposite direction. I didn't slow down until I pulled into a Walmart parking lot 20 minutes later. The lot was half empty, just a few RVs parked along the edges. I killed the engine, slumped back in my seat, and tried to steady my breathing. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I don't remember falling asleep. Just the heavy weight of exhaustion, the adrenaline crash. When I woke up, it was daylight, 8 a.m. The parking lot was busy now, shoppers coming and going. For a moment, I wondered if I'd dreamed the whole thing. But my heart still carried the echo of fear, and I knew it had been real. I finished the drive to Albany in silence. When I told Hannah later, she covered her mouth with her hands. "Ethan, that's terrifying. Did you get their plates?" I shook my head. I didn't see one. Maybe it was missing, or maybe I was just too focused on not getting killed. After the marathon, when things had calmed down, I thought about filing a police report. But what would I say? 3 masked guys in an old truck tried to scare me? Run me off the road? Without a plate, without proof, it would go nowhere. Still, I can't shake the image of those masks, turned toward me in the night. Silent. Patient. Like they'd done it before. And maybe, just maybe, they'll do it again. I've never really liked driving at night, but sometimes life just lines up in a way where you don't have much of a choice. It was early March, still cold enough that the air cut at your skin, and I was making the drive home from my friend Marcus's apartment in downtown Springfield. He'd invited a few of us over that Tuesday evening, just a small get-together, nothing wild, mostly sitting around, eating takeout, catching up, talking about how much our lives had already changed since college. Marcus was one of those people who always tried to pull everyone back together, even when the world kept pulling us apart with jobs, responsibilities, and the 1,000 excuses adults make when they realize friendship takes work. By the time I left, it was close to midnight. I had debated staying over, but Marcus lived in a cramped 1-bedroom, and the couch was already claimed by another friend. Besides, I figured the drive wouldn't be so bad. It was only about an hour to my place in Riverton, a smaller town tucked away beyond the stretches of farmland and long, lonely highway. But the weather decided otherwise. The fog rolled in hard as I left the city. At first, it was just a light haze curling under the street lamps, but once I reached the outer roads, it became thick and impenetrable. The kind of fog that made the high beams worse, not better. The kind where the road felt endless, every turn swallowed into gray, where even the reflective lane markers seemed to vanish beneath the weight of it. I rolled the window down just enough to let the sharp air hit my face, hoping it would keep me alert. I was already tired. Long day at work, then hours sitting around eating too much greasy food, laughing too loud, pretending I wasn't exhausted. My eyelids felt heavy. To stay focused, I played an old playlist on low volume. Songs from back when I first got my license. Nostalgic, comforting. It felt grounding in the emptiness of that road. Out there, the only other vehicles I saw were the occasional semis, their plates showing unfamiliar states, some from as far as Wyoming or Tennessee. I caught myself wondering where those drivers were heading and how they managed to stay awake through nights like this. At around 1 a.m. it happened. Up ahead, through the soup of fog, I suddenly caught the faint glow of taillights. They were angled strangely, half on the road and half on the shoulder. My heart jumped, and instinct made me slam the brakes. The tires squealed against the damp asphalt as I swerved, narrowly missing the bumper of the car. I came to a shaky stop just behind it, adrenaline surging so hard I could feel my pulse in my throat. For a few seconds, I just sat there, gripping the wheel with white knuckles, trying to catch my breath. The vehicle in front of me was a black sedan. After a moment, it rolled itself fully onto the shoulder, almost as though it wanted to make room for me. The car idled there. Then, the driver's side window creaked down. An arm came out. It made a simple waving motion, beckoning me to pull off. I hesitated. Everything in me screamed not to, but my brain was still tangled from the near miss. Maybe the driver just wanted to apologize. Maybe they needed help. It wasn't unusual to see breakdowns on this stretch of highway. I eased onto the shoulder, giving myself plenty of space, and put the car in park. The sedan ahead crept forward again, slowly, then veered onto a side road just off the highway. After a short distance, it came to a full stop. The driver's door opened. Through the fog and my headlights, I could make out a tall, lean figure. A man, maybe early 30s, wearing a dark winter jacket and jeans. His face came into view as he stepped closer, a smile that looked friendly on the surface but somehow too eager. I rolled my window down just an inch or two, enough to hear him, but not enough for him to reach in. "Hey," he said, his voice casual but strangely firm. "Rough night for driving, huh?" "Yeah," I answered shortly. My voice sounded stiff even to me. "You heading far?" he asked. "Home," I replied, avoiding details. He nodded. "Fog like this isn't safe. Visibility's garbage. You should probably pull over for a while, wait it out." "I'll be fine," I said. His smile twitched, almost like he was suppressing irritation. "Then why'd you stop?" I scrambled for an answer. "Phone call," I lied. "Had to check it real quick." The way his eyes narrowed told me he didn't buy it. His smirk returned, but it wasn't pleasant. It was knowing. "I live just down the road," he said after a moment. "Wife and kid. 5 minutes tops. You could come wait it out. Safer than pushing through, you know?" My stomach knotted. I shook my head. "Appreciate it, but I'll keep going." "You sure?" His voice hardened. "Fog like this? Accidents happen. 10 times more likely to die in conditions like this. You look tired too. You should really think about your family before getting back on the road." That last line sent a chill down my spine. I hadn't mentioned family. I forced a polite smile, gripping the wheel tighter. "Thanks. I'll be fine." The man stared at me for a long moment, his expression curdling from friendly into something darker. His eyes flicked back toward his car. That's when I noticed movement. Someone else was inside. A shadow shifted in the passenger seat. Before I could process it, the man at my window lunged at my door handle, yanking it violently. The locks held, but panic shot through me. The passenger door of the sedan flung open. Another man, bulkier, wearing a hood, came rushing out. In his hand was a baseball bat. "Get out of the car!" the first man shouted. I threw the gear into reverse, tires screeching as I shot backward. The second man swung the bat, but it whiffed through air just short of my fender. Hard hammering, I jerked the wheel, praying I wouldn't spin into a ditch. Somehow I found the highway again, flooring it, headlights carving narrow tunnels in the fog. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Every nerve screamed to just keep going. The rest of that drive is a blur. My chest was tight, my hands trembling so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. Every pair of headlights behind me sent a spike of fear down my spine. I half expected that black sedan to appear in my mirror, chasing me through the fog. It never did. When I finally reached Riverton, I pulled into a gas station that was still open. I parked under the bright lights and sat there, shaking, trying to steady my breathing. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? That two strangers tried to lure me off the road in the middle of the night? That one had a bat. They'd probably be gone before anyone got there. Still, I filed a report the next morning. The officer I spoke to listened quietly, then said there had been a few similar calls from drivers along that highway in recent months. People being waved down by parked cars in the fog, strange encounters on side roads, stories that ended with the victims driving off before things escalated. No arrests had been made. Now every time I take that stretch of highway, especially in bad weather, I think about that night, about the smile that didn't reach his eyes, about the other figure waiting in the passenger seat, about what would have happened if I'd rolled my window down further. I don't know if those men ever stopped anyone else, or if someone else wasn't as lucky as me. But I do know one thing: I'll never ever stop for a stranger on the side of the road again. I've never been a morning person. Anyone who knows me well would tell you I'm usually groggy, irritated, and barely functional before coffee. But in the winter of 2019, I didn't have the luxury of sleeping in. At the time, I was living in Columbus, Ohio, and working as a regional technician for a logistics company. Most Saturdays, my shift started at 5 a.m. in sharp, which meant I was usually on the road by 4. I used to tell myself the job was temporary, just something to keep me afloat until I found something better. But months turned into years. The one thing I liked about it, though, was the drive. There was something strangely peaceful about being on the interstate before sunrise, just me, the hum of my engine, and a stretch of dark highway that seemed to go on forever. That particular Saturday morning, it was brutally cold. The thermometer in my car read 19 degrees, and my windshield had been coated in frost so thick I had to let the defroster run for almost 10 minutes before leaving. My apartment was quiet, my roommate still asleep, and the world outside felt frozen in time. I remember thinking, as I merged onto I-71, that it was one of those mornings where nothing unusual ever happened. The highway was practically empty, just a handful of cars spread out across 3 lanes. My playlist was low, some old indie songs I hadn't touched in years, and I was already dreading the 8-hour shift ahead of me. Little did I know, within the hour, I'd be caught in one of the most terrifying situations of my life. I was in the middle lane, cruising around 75, maybe a little more. I was already running late. That's when I noticed headlights gaining on me fast in the left lane. At first, I thought nothing of it. People sped all the time. But the speed this car was going, it had to be pushing 90, maybe 100. I glanced over as it flew past me. It was a gray Honda Accord coupe, late model, the kind of car you barely notice in a crowded parking lot. But I noticed it. Or more specifically, I noticed the driver. He looked right at me as he passed. Not a glance, not an accidental meeting of eyes, but a long, deliberate stare. Even in the dim light, I could make out his sharp jawline, messy dark hair, and the cold intensity in his gaze. Something about it made my chest tighten, and then I saw the back seat. There was a young woman there, her face pale in the passing glow of the highway lights. She was pounding on the window with both fists, her mouth open like she was screaming, but the glass muted everything. For a split second, my brain refused to process it. I thought, is she playing around? A prank? Some weird road joke? But then the driver jerked his arm backward, swinging at her. The car swerved slightly as he did. She flailed, her arms shooting up in a desperate shield, and that's when it clicked. This wasn't a prank. This was real. My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. I muttered aloud, almost to myself, "Oh my God, he's hitting her." For a moment, I just froze, my car steady at 75 as the reality sank in. I was watching a kidnapping happen in real time. I sped up instinctively, pulling behind them, my heart pounding in my chest. I could still see her, her arms, her frantic movements, the unmistakable panic in her eyes. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, fumbling for my phone. I pressed the screen, thumb shaking, and hit 911. The line rang once before a calm voice answered. "911. What's your emergency?" There's a kidnapping happening right in front of me." My words tumbled out too fast. "I'm on I-71 southbound, just outside of Columbus, near exit 108. A gray Honda Accord coupe. The driver, he's got a woman in the back. She's trying to get out. He's hitting her. Sir, I need you to stay calm." "Can you confirm the make and model again?" "Yes, Honda Accord gray coupe, early 2002 maybe. He's doing about 90. I'm behind him right now." "Are you in a safe position?" I glanced up. The brake lights of the Accord suddenly flared red. He was slowing down. Way too quickly. "Oh shit," I muttered into the phone. "He knows I'm behind him. Sir, do not engage directly. Just keep your distance." But it was too late. The Accord had almost come to a full stop in the middle lane. My tires screeched as I braked hard. The driver's door flung open, and the man stepped out. He had something in his hand, dark, metallic. I couldn't tell if it was a weapon. "Sir, what's happening?" the dispatcher asked. He's coming at me." My voice cracked with panic. The man sprinted toward my car, arm raised. My instincts took over. I slammed the gear into reverse and floored it, the engine roaring as I shot backward down the empty stretch of highway. My chest felt like it would explode. He stopped running, standing there in the road, watching me. I didn't think. I threw it back into drive, swerved around him, and tore past the Accord, my hands trembling so hard I could barely keep the wheel straight. "Keep going, sir," the dispatcher urged. "State troopers are being dispatched to your location now. Can you confirm your direction of travel?" "I'm still southbound. I just passed him. Oh God, he's following me now." Because he was. The Accord was back on my tail within seconds, headlights blinding in my rearview mirror. I was pushing 95, maybe more, but he matched me, swerving side to side, trying to intimidate me. "Stay calm," the dispatcher repeated. "There's a unit less than 2 miles ahead. Keep your speed, keep your distance, and do not stop." The next 5 minutes were the longest of my life. My chest was tight, my palms slick with sweat. Every muscle in my body locked in fear. I kept expecting the Accord to ram me from behind, or for the driver to lean out with a gun. Every second, I glanced between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, where those headlights loomed like predators. "Sir, we've got a trooper staged just past mile marker 96. Can you confirm when you see him?" And I swallowed hard, eyes scanning the shoulder. Then finally I saw it. The faint flash of red and blue cutting through the dark. "There, he's there." I nearly screamed. The trooper pulled onto the road just as I sped past. The Accord tried to swerve, but there was nowhere to go. Within seconds, the cruiser was on his bumper, lights flashing, siren wailing. I pulled into the right lane, heart still hammering, watching in disbelief as the chase shifted from me to him. The Accord jerked toward the shoulder, finally grinding to a stop on the grassy median. The driver jumped out, but the trooper was faster. Gun drawn, commands shouted. The man dropped to the ground, hands behind his head. I pulled to a stop a safe distance ahead, chest heaving, my breath fogging up the windshield. My body felt numb. Another cruiser arrived within minutes. One officer approached me while the other moved toward the Honda. "Sir, you the caller?" the officer asked, shining a flashlight into my window. Yeah, I was behind him the whole time." "You did good, just sit tight." I watched as the second officer opened the rear door of the Honda. The woman stumbled out, tears streaming down her bruised face. Her wrists were red from being restrained, her clothes torn at the shoulder. She collapsed against the officer, sobbing uncontrollably. My chest tightened. She looked no older than 22. Later, after statements and paperwork, I learned the full story. Her name was Rachel Dawson, a junior at Ohio State. The man Kyle Bennett was her ex-boyfriend. He had shown up at her apartment unannounced. When she refused to let him in, he forced his way through the door, assaulted her, and dragged her into his car. The child locks were on. She had no way out. She told police she thought he was going to kill her. The thought still makes me sick to this day that if I hadn't been running late, if I hadn't happened to glance into that back seat, if I decided it wasn't my business, she might never have made it out alive. When the officers finally let me go, Rachel tried to thank me through her tears. You saved my life," she whispered. Her voice cracked with raw relief. I didn't know what to say. I just nodded, because the weight of what had almost happened was too much to put into words. It's been years since that morning, but the memory hasn't dulled. Sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I catch myself glancing into the cars around me, just in case. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still see her pounding on that glass, desperate for anyone to notice. The scariest part isn't that it happened, it's how easily it could have been missed. I've always considered myself a night person. For most of my 20s, I worked shifts that had me driving home at hours when most people were deep asleep. Back then, I thought of it as peaceful, empty highways, dim streetlights, the low hum of the engine keeping me company. But after what happened to me in 2020, I don't think I'll ever find nighttime driving comforting again. When the pandemic hit, I was working as a respiratory therapist at St. Mary's Medical Center in upstate New York. The hours were brutal, sometimes 12, 14, even 16-hour shifts depending on how short-staffed we were. My coworkers and I joked that we couldn't tell where one day ended and the next began, but it wasn't really a joke. The virus had turned our lives into one long blur of exhaustion and fear. I lived in a small town called Riverbend, about a 30-minute drive north of the hospital. The fastest way home was to take the Adirondack Parkway, a long, winding stretch of road that cut through miles of dark, wooded nothingness. During the day, it wasn't too bad, quiet, scenic even. But at night, it was a different story. Empty, silent. Sometimes I'd drive 10, 15 minutes without seeing another pair of headlights. My parents had been worried about me working so much. My dad especially. He was the type to worry quietly, never saying much until it boiled over. "Don't push yourself too hard, Danny," he told me one evening over the phone. "You've always had this thing where you think you're invincible, but you're not." "I'm fine, Dad," I said, leaning back in the break room chair at the hospital. "I'm tired, sure, but everyone's tired right now. That's just the job. Promise me something," he said. "When you're driving home after those long shifts, don't stop for anyone on the road. Not even for a second. You hear me?" I laughed. "What are the odds of that even happening? You make it sound like I'm driving through a horror movie." He didn't laugh back. It was a Tuesday night in late April of 2020, right around 2:30 the morning. When I finished my shift, my eyes were burning from the fluorescent lights, and the mask had left marks across my face. I felt like a ghost walking out into the hospital parking lot. The air outside was chilly, damp with spring rain. I got into my old silver Camry, tossed my backpack in the passenger seat, and sat there for a second, just breathing in the quiet. The roads had been emptier than ever since the lockdown started. No one went out unless they had to. The drive started off the way it always did, long stretches of empty road. My headlights cutting through the fog, the sound of tires humming over asphalt. I was maybe 10 minutes into the parkway when I saw it. A red flashing light on the side of the road. At first I thought it was a police car, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't POR. It was one of those portable SOS lights people keep for emergencies, the kind that blink like a flare. Next to it was a dark SUV with its hazard lights off, parked awkwardly on the shoulder. I slowed down. "Don't stop for anyone." My dad's voice rang in my head, but I could see a figure in front of the SUV waving his arms. Something in me, maybe guilt, maybe just exhaustion, made me pull over anyway. I parked a few feet ahead of the SUV, turned on my hazards, and stepped out. "Hey, you okay?" I called out. The man walked quickly toward me. He looked maybe early 30s, light brown skin, wearing jeans and a black hoodie. His face was half covered with a surgical mask, which made it hard to read his expression. "Thank God, man," he said, his voice tinged with an accent I couldn't place. "My battery died. I've been stuck here almost an hour. No one stopped." "Do you have jumper cables?" I asked. He shook his head. No. And my phone dead too. Can I borrow yours? Just to call my brother. He's in Albany." I hesitated. Handing over my phone to a stranger on a dark, empty highway didn't sit right. But what was I supposed to do? Leave him stranded? I unlocked my phone, opened the dialer, and handed it to him. "Here, just make it quick." "Gracias, man. Thank you." He took it, nodding, and started walking back toward his car as he held it to his ear. That's when I noticed something strange. The SUV's driver's side door was open. I glanced at the car. Curiosity got the better of me. "Mind if I take a look?" I called to him. Yeah, go ahead," he said, distracted, turning slightly away from me as if focusing on his call. I walked over and leaned into the SUV. The keys were still in the ignition. That struck me as odd. Who leaves their keys in when the battery's dead? On impulse, I twisted them slightly. The dashboard lit up instantly. "What the hell?" I muttered. I tried the radio. It worked. The hazard lights too. The battery wasn't dead. The realization hit me like ice water. This was a setup. Before I could pull away, I felt arms wrap around my neck from behind the seat. A young voice, cracking, snarled in my ear. "Don't move." Adrenaline surged through me. I thrashed hard, elbowing backward until the grip loosened. "Hey!" the man outside shouted, running toward us. His voice wasn't panicked, it was angry. I bolted. I tore myself out of the SUV and sprinted for my Camry. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I could hear footsteps chasing me. I dove into my car, slammed the door, and jammed the key in the ignition. As I sped off, I heard it. Pop. Glass shattered behind me. I didn't stop driving until I was in my driveway, shaking uncontrollably. My rear windshield had a hole in it, cracks spider webbing out across the glass. I couldn't call the cops right away. They still had my phone, all my contacts, my banking apps, everything. My whole life was on that phone. I ran inside, grabbed the house phone, and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. 2 officers showed up half an hour later. I explained everything, how the guy lured me in, how someone was hiding in the back seat, how they shot at me when I escaped. "Did you get a good look at them?" one officer asked. "Not enough. Just the guy outside, early 30s maybe. Hispanic, hoodie, mask." The younger officer shook his head. "Classic setup. We've had a few of these roadside scams before, but not with gunfire. You're lucky you got away." But it wasn't over. By morning, my bank apps had already been drained. Thousands of dollars from my savings and all the Bitcoin I'd been holding were gone. Sent to untraceable wallets. AT&T couldn't track the last call because there hadn't been one. The man never dialed anyone. He'd just pretended while his accomplice waited. A week later, things got worse. I woke up to my mom calling my name, panicked. My dad was already at the back door with a flashlight. "Someone's in the yard," he whispered. We all stood there, listening. I swear I heard movement in the dark, just past the tree line. But when the cops came again, they found nothing. My stomach sank with the thought that whoever had my phone might have pulled up my address before I locked it. It's been years since then. No arrests, no phone recovered, no money returned. But sometimes, when I'm driving home late, I swear I still see that red flashing SOS light in the distance, and I don't stop anymore. Not for anyone, because I know what waits in the dark. I've always been the kind of person who got stuck with responsibility. Even back in high school, when my group of friends would go out, I was the one who ended up holding everyone's keys, making sure nobody left their wallet behind, and driving us home when the night ran too long. That trait didn't disappear when I got older, it just became heavier. At 24, living out in rural Pennsylvania, I'd learned to balance a job at a local auto shop with a life that felt like it moved slower than the rest of the world. Nights out were rare. We lived far enough from any real town that bars, concerts, or parties were always at least a 30-minute drive away. That distance was the price of fun. and someone always had to pay it by staying sober. That someone usually ended up being me. That night, God, I'll never forget it. I was driving my 3 closest friends. Aaron, who was loud and impulsive. Leah, who wore her emotions on her sleeve. And Tyler, the mellow one, who had a way of zoning out so hard when drunk you weren't sure if he was meditating or dying. The plan had been simple. Drive into Millerton, a small college town with a handful of bars and music venues, stay until closing, and drive back along Route 68, a stretch of unlit 2-lane highway that cut through farmland and forest. I'd taken that road more times than I could count. But that night, something about it felt different. The clock in my car blinked 2:47 a.m. when we pulled onto Route 68. The bars had just closed, and my passengers were a mess. Aaron and Tyler were half singing, half yelling the words to some old rock song, while Leah was curled up in the back seat, mumbling about how much she regretted her last shot. "Hey, driver," Aaron slurred, tapping the side of my face with his cold hand. "You're the hero tonight. Sober night of the countryside. Shut up and let me focus," I muttered, swatting his hand away. Leah suddenly groaned. "I need to pee," she whined, her voice cracking into a drunken sob. "You'll have to wait," I said. "We're like 20 minutes from home." No." She drew out the word like a child. "I can't. Seriously, I'm gonna explode." Aaron laughed so hard he choked on his own spit. Tyler just stared out the window, silent. I clenched the wheel. "Leah, I'm not pulling over in the middle of nowhere. Hold it." But then, as if the thought had infected me, I felt it too, the uncomfortable pressure in my own bladder. Add to that Leah's shrill complaining, which was now escalating into actual tears, and I finally sighed in defeat. "Fine," I muttered. "I'll pull over. But quick, just the woods. In and out." Aaron clapped. "Adventure time." I eased the car onto the gravel shoulder where a thin gap in the tree line opened to darkness. The only light came from my dim headlights, cutting a pale path into the brush. Leah stumbled out first, clutching her phone like it was a lifeline. "Don't you dare leave me," she said, glaring at Aaron. "I'm not babysitting," Aaron chuckled, already unbuckling. I rolled my eyes. "Go behind the trees. Don't wander." 2 minutes. "I'm staying here," Tyler mumbled, slumping further into his seat. I decided to head to the opposite side of the road for privacy. I didn't like people nearby when I relieved myself. It was just how I was wired. I moved into the tree line, unzipping quickly, listening to Aaron and Leah's muffled laughter somewhere behind me. When I was done, I zipped up, brushed some leaves off my shoes, and walked back toward the car. Aaron was still singing off-key in the distance. The car's radio blared low, Tyler swaying in the front seat like he was seconds from passing out. But Leah wasn't back yet. At first I figured she was just taking longer, but after 5 minutes passed I grew restless. "Leah?" I called out, stepping away from the car. My voice barely carried beyond the line of trees. Aaron was howling laughter somewhere in the brush. "Leah, hurry up before the boogeyman gets ya." "Shut up," I snapped. My voice sounded tight, nervous. I waited another minute. Nothing. Just the faint whisper of wind through the trees. Something was wrong. I grabbed the flashlight from my glove compartment and marched into the brush. "Aaron, come with me. Now." He groaned but followed, stumbling on uneven ground. "You're such a dad sometimes, man." "She's fine." "She's not answering," I said flatly. "That's not fine." The woods gave way to a strange stretch of overgrown crops, tall stalks rising around us, rustling with each movement. My flashlight carved a narrow path forward, illuminating dirt between the rows. "Leah!" I shouted. My voice cracked louder than I intended. Aaron, still laughing, added, "Leah, you're gonna get eaten by children of the corn." "Aaron," I wanted to strangle him. Then, over his laughter and the sound of crunching stalks, I heard it footsteps. Not ours. Not Leah's soft shuffle. Heavier. Slow. I froze, one arm instinctively shooting out across Aaron's chest. "Shh. What?" he whispered. "Listen." The steps stopped. Dead silence pressed in. broken only by the wind rattling dry stalks. "Leah?" I tried again, my throat tight. No answer. We pushed deeper, following instinct more than logic. Then, suddenly, the rows opened into a narrow clearing path just wide enough for two people to walk shoulder to shoulder. My light swept left, revealing endless stalks. Then right, something moved. 3 deliberate steps, crops parting, and then he stepped into view. Not Leah, not Aaron, not anyone I knew. A man, mid-40s maybe, face half hidden in shadow, but his eyes glinted in the beam like an animal's. His clothes were dark, dirt-stained. He stood unnaturally still, head tilted slightly, watching us. Aaron sobered up instantly, his laughter cutting off like a switch. My heart lurched. Every instinct screamed to run. I bolted, tearing back through the stalks, branches snapping against my arms. Aaron's heavy footsteps pounded behind me. It couldn't have been more than 10 seconds before the car came into view, headlights glowing like salvation. Tyler was slumped against the window, half asleep. He barely stirred when I yanked open the door. "Start the car," Aaron shouted, breathless. But then I froze because Aaron wasn't dragging just himself. He had Leah. Her body was limp, one arm dangling. A thin, bloody gash cut across her forehead. "What the hell happened?" I cried, rushing to help lift her into the back seat. Aaron's voice shook, all humor gone. He had her. I saw him. That guy, we weren't imagining it. He was dragging her. Dragging her. "I don't know if she was passed out or worse," I yelled. He looked up and he ran. Dropped her and ran. I felt bile rise in my throat. My hands shook as I started the engine. The next 10 minutes were chaos. Aaron shouting, me yelling back. Tyler groaning awake as Leah stirred faintly, whispering nonsense. Blood soaked the side of her hair, sticky on my hands. "Nearest hospital?" Aaron demanded. "I know," I screamed. My voice cracked with panic. The road stretched endlessly, headlights cutting through emptiness. My eyes flicked constantly to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights or worse, a figure following us. Leah whimpered, then went still again. "Stay with us, Leah," Aaron begged, his voice breaking. We burst into the ER just past 3:15 a.m. Nurses rushed her onto a stretcher, voices overlapping in urgency. They didn't let us follow at first. I stood there in the sterile hallway, shaking, my hands still smeared with her blood. It wasn't until later, when they said she was stable concussion, stitches, no memory of the night, that I finally let myself breathe. But Aaron, pale and hollow-eyed, leaned close and whispered what he hadn't told me in the car. I saw his face, man. Not all of it, but enough. He wasn't surprised, he wasn't panicking. He was smiling, like this wasn't the first time. Leah never remembered what happened. Not the party, not the crops, not the man. She brushed it off as too much alcohol, a bad fall, nothing more. But Aaron and I knew. And every time I drive down Route 68 now, I feel it. That pressing weight in the dark. That certainty that someone's out there, waiting in the fields. Because people don't just vanish for 5 minutes and come back broken. Not without help. Not without someone else being there. I've always hated long drives at night. But sometimes you don't have a choice. I was 27 then, working as an assistant manager at a small hardware store in Massachusetts. The hours weren't bad, but I never had much time off. And when my uncle in upstate Pennsylvania invited me for a family get-together one summer, I jumped at the chance. He was the kind of uncle who practically raised me when my father wasn't around. And even though life had gotten in the way over the years, I couldn't pass up the chance to reconnect. The plan was simple. Leave straight after my shift, drive the 6 or 7 hours, and crash at his place for the week. My cousin Matt was already there with his family, and I hadn't seen him in almost a decade. The idea of sitting at a backyard table with beers and laughter sounded like heaven compared to my quiet, predictable nights back home. I clocked out around 5:30 p.m., still in my dusty work jeans, and grabbed a burger at a drive-thru before hitting the road. My Jeep Cherokee wasn't the most reliable car, but it was mine, And for all its quirks, like the driver's side window that sometimes refused to roll back up, I trusted it. I had music queued up, a cooler with sodas in the back, and a full tank according to the gauge. The late August sun dipped lower as I crossed into New Hampshire, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. By the time I hit the interstate, the temperature was still warm enough that I rolled the windows down. I actually remember thinking, this isn't so bad. This is peaceful. Driving long distances gives your brain way too much room to wander. 1 minute you're tapping the steering wheel to music, the next you're replaying old arguments in your head or thinking about how lonely your apartment feels when you unlock the door at night. I called Matt around 9 just to stay awake. "Dude," he said through the crackle of bad reception, "you better get here tonight. Uncle Dave's been on the grill since 6. He'll probably be passed out by midnight, but everyone's been asking about you." "I'll make it," I told him. "GPS says 1 a.m., but knowing me, I'll get there by 12:30. Save me a burger." Safe driving, man, these roads get dark as hell. I remember last year almost hitting a deer out near the border. Keep your high beams ready. We hung up, and I cranked the radio louder. The interstate gave way to state highways, then to 2-lane stretches of road bordered by nothing but trees and the occasional farmhouse. The kind of roads where the darkness feels thicker somehow, swallowing everything your headlights don't touch. By midnight, my eyelids felt heavier, and I had that weird buzz in my head you get from too much caffeine and not enough sleep. That was when the low fuel light on the dash flicked on with its annoying chime. "Seriously?" I muttered. I'd filled the tank 2 days ago and barely driven since. Either the gauge was lying again or there was a leak I hadn't noticed. I told myself not to panic. A blue service sign appeared just a mile later, showing a gas station at the next exit. Relief flooded through me. The ramp twisted off the highway into a road that felt immediately different. No streetlights, no traffic, just endless woods on either side, the trees forming walls of shadow. "All right," I whispered to myself, more to hear a voice than anything. "Gas station's just a couple miles, no big deal." Except my Jeep started sputtering before I even reached the 2nd-mile marker. The steering wheel shook, the engine coughed, and then it died completely, leaving me coasting to a helpless stop at the side of the road. I sat there gripping the wheel, listening to the silence press in around me. The forest made its own noises, crickets, frogs, the occasional rustle of leaves, but there were no distant cars, no hum of civilization, just me, stranded past midnight on some nameless road. I pulled out my phone and dialed AAA, thankful I at least had service. The dispatcher told me they could send someone in about 30 minutes. "Please hurry," I muttered, giving them my approximate location. "I'm on Route 214, about 2 miles past the highway exit. Car ran out of gas." "No problem, sir. A driver will be dispatched. Stay with your vehicle." Easier said than done. At first, I tried to distract myself by scrolling through my phone, but my signal kept dropping in and out. Texts failed to send. The battery was already under 40%. I cursed under my breath and leaned against the hood, listening. That was when I heard it, a sound from the trees. Not a small rustle like a rabbit or a breeze. Heavy, measured, like footsteps. I froze. My brain leapt to rational explanations, deer. Maybe a moose, maybe even a bear. This was wilderness country after all. But then came a sharp, deliberate noise. Clap. I blinked. It was too precise. Too human. "Hello?" I called into the dark, instantly regretting it. My voice sounded fragile in the silence, swallowed by the trees. Nothing answered. I backed up toward the Jeep, heart hammering, and climbed inside. I locked the doors even though the soft top wouldn't stop anyone determined enough. My hands shook as I rolled the driver's side window up. I sat low in the seat, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. But then the footsteps came again, slower this time, closer. I dared a glance over the dash. That was when I saw it. Just beyond the tree line, maybe 20 feet ahead, something was peeking out. A head. It leaned slightly, watching, or at least facing. The eyes, or what I could see of them, looked dull, lifeless, like marbles sunk into shadow. Its skin was pale, stretched, and I couldn't tell if the mouth was open or just misshapen. I couldn't breathe. My mind scrambled for explanations. Someone lost, some prank, but no part of it looked right. It didn't move the way a person would. I ducked down behind the steering wheel, every nerve screaming at me to stay silent. Then came the sound of a hand testing the Jeep's passenger side handle. A soft rattle, then a harder tug. My stomach turned to ice. I gripped the seatbelt so hard my knuckles went white, waiting for glass to shatter or for the soft top to rip open. Instead, I felt it, fingers grabbing the back of my shirt. I screamed before I even thought about it, thrashing against the seat. And then light. Headlights flooded the road, bright and sudden. A diesel engine roared as a pickup truck pulled up behind me. The grip on my back vanished instantly. I whipped around. Nothing. Just the AAA truck idling, beams cutting through the trees. Whoever or whatever had been there was gone. The driver, a broad-shouldered man in his 40s with a reflective vest, climbed out. "You the one who called about gas?" he asked, casual as if I hadn't just aged 10 years in fear. Yes, oh my God," I stammered, nearly stumbling out of the Jeep. I must have looked insane, panting, eyes wide, pointing at the woods. There was something in there. It grabbed me, I swear. He raised his hands calmly. Easy. You're all right. Let's just get you fueled up, okay?" His voice was steady, reassuring in a way that cut through my panic. I hovered close while he pulled out a gas can and started pouring into the tank. My heart still pounded, but his calm presence anchored me. "Been a long night, huh?" he said, glancing at me. "You don't understand," I whispered. There was something out here, pale, watching me. "I'm not crazy." He didn't laugh, didn't scoff. He just nodded once. "Lot of strange things in these woods. Best to keep moving." Best. When he finished, I thanked him at least a dozen times. He gave me a firm nod, climbed back into his truck, and drove off. The roar of his engine faded until I was alone again. I stood there shaking, staring at the place in the trees where that head had been. No trace of it remained. No footprints, no broken branches, just darkness. I got back in the Jeep, locked the doors again, and drove until the highway felt like safety. I made it to my uncle's house just before 2 in the morning. Everyone was asleep except Matt, who opened the door groggy and confused. "Dude, you look like hell." "What happened?" I almost told him, but the words caught in my throat. What could I say? That something non-human had tried to climb into my car? That the forest itself had eyes? Instead, I just muttered, "Ran out of gas. Long story." Even now, years later, I can't drive that late without glancing at the tree lines, half expecting to see that pale head leaning out again. Because the worst part wasn't what I saw. It was how close it had gotten without me ever hearing it. I was exhausted when I left work that night, but that wasn't unusual. Working the closing shift at Hollister's Pharmacy in the small town of Grafton, Pennsylvania, meant my nights ended later than most. My coworkers always joked that I was basically nocturnal, but the truth was, I never really got used to it. That particular Friday night in late October had been busier than usual. Cold season meant shelves were constantly empty, customers were irritable, and my manager, Martin, always left me behind to clean up the chaos after he clocked out. By the time I finally grabbed my coat and keys, the digital clock above the pharmacy counter read 11:54 p.m. It was a 45-minute drive back to my place in Millbrook, mostly highway, and I always took it slow. The road between towns had no streetlights, only long stretches of black asphalt broken up by the occasional reflective sign or the ghostly glow of a deer's eyes staring from the woods. I'd had a close call once, a buck darting across at the last second. Ever since, I drove no more than 50 miles per hour at night, no matter how empty the road was. I remember glancing at the green glow of my Jeep's dashboard clock when I pulled onto the highway. It read 12:17 a.m. I don't know why that number is burned into my brain. But it is. Maybe because of what came after. The road curved gently left, lined with skeletal trees stripped of leaves. A low fog hovered near the ground, thick enough to make the beam of my headlights feel short and swallowed. My radio was off, the only sound the steady hum of tires and the occasional rattle of a bottle rolling in the back seat from work. That was when I noticed the lights ahead. At first, I thought it was construction, bright pinpoints reflecting back in neat rows. As I drew closer, I realized they were traffic cones, each banded with reflective tape, forming a narrow lane. Beyond them, a faint blue light pulsed in the dark. "What the hell?" I muttered under my breath, easing off the gas. We didn't have checkpoints out here. There were barely enough cops to handle DUIs on weekends in town, let alone set up a late-night operation on a deserted highway. Still, I slowed, bringing the Jeep to a crawl as I noticed movement ahead. A man wearing a reflective vest stepped into the lane, his arm raised in a slow wave. I stopped maybe 10 feet from him. He walked over with a deliberate pace, the kind where each step felt a little too controlled. Up close, I could see what looked like a police uniform under the vest. He tapped on my window with the knuckle of his finger. I rolled it down halfway. "Yes, officer?" I asked, trying to keep my voice polite but firm. The man leaned in slightly. He was black, maybe 25, tall and lean. A thin stubble lined his jaw, and a small silver earring caught the glow of my dashboard light. His eyes didn't meet mine right away. "License and registration, please," he said. His voice was low, almost too soft. I frowned. Was I speeding? He paused, glanced off to the side, then back at me. "Sir, this is a sobriety checkpoint." My chest tightened a little. Something about his delivery felt wrong. Officers usually had an air of command, clipped words, no hesitation. This man's tone was casual. "Okay," I said slowly. "But why do you need my registration if you're just checking sobriety?" He blinked at me, then straightened. "Step out of the vehicle, sir. We'll begin the test." Every instinct in me told me not to, but refusing an officer could escalate quickly, and out here, no one would see it. Against my better judgment, I unbuckled my seatbelt and stepped out. The air was sharp with cold. Gravel crunched under my boots. The man was taller than I realized easily, 6'2", and he loomed over me. His presence uncomfortable. He pulled a roll of tape from his vest pocket and bent down, stretching it across the asphalt in a straight line, maybe 15 feet long. "Walk the line," he said flatly. "Arms out." I did as he asked, my arms spread, taking careful steps down the strip of tape. His footsteps followed directly behind mine, close, too close, his shadow overlapping mine under the Jeep's headlights. At the end of the line, I turned. And that's when I noticed it. The flashing blue light wasn't on top of a squad car. It was balanced on the hood of a small, beat-up sedan parked off to the side. Its paint was dull. One headlight cracked. Not a single police marking. A chill ran through me. I looked back at him. "Can I see your badge?" He stopped walking. His face was blank. Expression drained of anything human for a long, stretching moment. My pulse spiked. "Badge," I repeated, louder this time. His lips parted slightly, but no words came. He just stared, his eyes dark hollows in the flashing blue glow. Then, without warning, he said quietly, "1 second. I'll grab it." Welcome, sleepy soul. I'm your storyteller tonight, here to help you drift into deep, peaceful sleep. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more bedtime stories. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. And if there's a story you'd like to hear next, I'd love to know that too. I still remember that summer like it was yesterday. It was June of 2016, and I just wrapped up my junior year at the University of Tennessee. My friends and I had been planning a trip for months, a road trip down to Clearwater, Florida, for Solar Wave Fest, a massive EDM festival that drew people from all over the country. It was our We Survived Another Year of College celebration, a weekend to just lose ourselves, no deadlines, no responsibilities, just music and the by. Ocean breeze. There were 4 of us, me, Reed, Lila, Chloe, and Devin. We'd known each other since freshman year. Reed was the loud one, always the driver and the guy who'd start singing halfway through any song. Lila and Chloe were inseparable, roommates since freshman year, total opposites but somehow perfectly balanced. Devin was my best friend, quiet, level-headed, the kind of guy who could calm everyone down when things got tense. Instead of getting a hotel, we decided on an Airbnb. It was cheaper, had its own little backyard, and was just a 10-minute drive from the festival grounds. The host, a man named Richard, seemed nice enough through messages. His profile photo showed him in a baseball cap, smiling with his dog. He had great reviews. He did mention one rule, though: no extra guests, no parties. We laughed at that, figuring it was just a typical host thing. We left Tennessee on a Thursday morning, packed into Reed's old black Ford Escape, blasting the chain smokers and grabbing gas station snacks at every stop. I still remember how Lila leaned out the window somewhere near Valdosta yelling, "We're coming for you, Clearwater!" And we all cracked up. By the time we arrived, it was late afternoon. The Airbnb sat in a quiet residential neighborhood, a modest one-story house painted light blue with white shutters and a small porch. Inside, it smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, clean, tidy, and simple. There were 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a back patio with a few lawn chairs. We unpacked, claimed our spots. Lila and Chloe took the larger bedroom, and Devin and I shared the smaller one. Reed ended up on the couch in the living room. It wasn't fancy, but it felt cozy enough for the weekend. That night we got pizza, watched some random Netflix movie, and talked about what the festival would be like. Lila had been the most excited. She'd been talking about it for months. "I swear if I see Kygo live, I might actually cry," she said, sipping a hard seltzer. "Cry? You'll probably end up on someone's shoulders screaming," Reed teased, tossing a crust at her. Everyone laughed, and for a moment it felt like that kind of summer, the kind where nothing bad could possibly happen. The first day of the festival was unreal. Thousands of people, lights flashing, bass vibrating through the ground. It was humid. Everyone was drenched in sweat, but no one cared. We danced until our feet hurt. At one point, I noticed a man near the edge of the crowd staring in our direction. He was tall, mid-30s maybe, wearing a plain black t-shirt and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. At first, I thought nothing of it. People stared all the time, especially at festivals. But something about the way he was watching Lila felt wrong. He wasn't dancing, wasn't even holding a drink. He was just standing there, eyes locked on her like he was studying her. I leaned toward Devin and muttered, "Hey dude, you see that guy over there?" Devin looked. "Yeah, weird. Maybe he's just zoned out." "Maybe," I said, but I kept glancing back every now and then. Each time I did, he was still there. Same spot, same stare. When Lila finally noticed him, she laughed it off. "Please, I've had creeps stare at me since high school. He's probably just high." She brushed it off, and eventually so did we. After all, it was a massive event. What were the odds we'd see the same guy again? By the time we got back to the Airbnb, it was around 1:30 a.m. The streets were quiet, the air thick with Florida humidity. We were exhausted. Reed immediately passed out on the couch, Devin went straight to the shower, and the girls went to their room to change. I'd always had trouble sleeping, even as a kid. I don't know why. Maybe it's that irrational fear of the dark that never really leaves some of us. There's something about being awake while everyone else sleeps that just feels wrong. Like the world shifts a little at night and you're not supposed to notice it. It must have been close to 2:30 when I finally started drifting off. That's when I felt someone shaking my shoulder. It was Chloe. Her face was pale, eyes wide. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I rubbed my eyes. "What?" "Outside. Footsteps." At first I didn't hear anything, just the faint hum of the ceiling fan. But then, there it was. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the patio out back. My bed was right beside the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. I froze, every hair on my body standing on end. Reed's voice came muffled from the couch in the next room. "Y'all hear something?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "Stay up for a sec." I got out of bed, trying not to make noise. The porch, light was off, and the only illumination came from a dim street light filtering through the blinds. I pulled one slat down just enough to peek through. At first, nothing. The yard looked empty. Then, just as I was about to move away, a shadow darted past the fence. Someone was out there, "Holy shit," I whispered. Devin came out of the bathroom still toweling his hair, looking confused. "What's going on?" "Someone's outside," I said, keeping my voice low. Then, a sound that made my stomach drop. A window creaked open. Not fully, just a slow, careful sound from the other bedroom. And then came the scream. "Lila!" We all bolted toward her room. I threw the door open. And there he was, the man from the festival. He was halfway through the window, one leg still outside. His face twisted in surprise when he saw us. "Hey!" Reed shouted, rushing toward him. But the man jumped out before we could grab him. The window slammed shut behind him as he hit the grass running. Devin and Reed took off through the back door, chasing him down the alleyway. I stayed with Lila and Chloe, who were both shaking uncontrollably. He was inside," Lila stammered, tears streaming down her face. "He was in the room. I woke up and he was just standing there." She broke down crying and I pulled her into a hug, trying to keep myself from trembling. 5 minutes later, Devin and Reed came back out of breath. They hadn't found him. He was gone. The police came about half an hour later. 2 officers took statements, but there wasn't much they could do. "You're not the first group we've heard this kind of thing from," one of them said grimly. "Some of these guys track people they meet at big events. It's rare, but it happens." That made my skin crawl. The officer checked the window and said it looked like the lock had been tampered with, maybe earlier in the day before we even got home. The Airbnb host, Richard, showed up the next morning after we called him. He looked horrified when we told him what happened. He refunded our entire stay and even offered to pay for a hotel if we wanted to stick around. But we didn't. We packed up and left that afternoon, driving the full 8 hours back to Tennessee in silence. Nobody talked much during the ride. The only sound was the hum of the highway and the occasional sniffle from Lila. When I finally dropped everyone off and got home, I sat in my car for a long time before going inside. I couldn't shake the image of that man, standing there in the dark watching her sleep. It's been years since that trip. Lila went to therapy afterward and she's doing better now, but she still can't sleep with windows open. None of us ever booked an Airbnb again. I still think about that night sometimes, how close it came to being something so much worse. How someone we saw once in a crowd of thousands somehow found us again. And every time I start to fall asleep in a strange place, that fear creeps back. That maybe, just maybe, someone out there remembers me too. I still don't really know how to explain what happened that weekend. Even now, years later, when the night gets quiet enough and the wind brushes through the trees just right, I swear I can still hear that sound. My name's Ian, and back in the summer of 2019, a few of my close friends and I decided to rent an Airbnb out by Maple Creek Lake, a quiet spot in northern Arkansas. We wanted a break from city life. No traffic, no phones buzzing every 2 minutes, no deadlines. Just a few days on the water, barbecues, music, and drinking until the world felt lighter. It was me, my girlfriend Amber, my buddy Nick, his girlfriend Jess, my childhood friend Ray, and 2 others, Tessa and Colby. We were all between 23 and 26, still figuring life out, trying to hang on to that last breath of freedom before adulthood fully set in. The Airbnb looked perfect online. 2-story cabin, lake access, huge back porch, hot tub, fire pit, the works. The listing said it was secluded, which we thought meant peaceful. Turns out that word can mean something else entirely. We pulled in around 6 p.m. The road that led to the cabin wound through miles of pine forest, with thick branches clawing at the truck as we drove. It felt isolated in a way that was both beautiful and unsettling. The nearest neighbor was about a mile away, according to the map. When we stepped out of the truck, that familiar summer air hit. Warm, heavy, humming with crickets. The cabin stood tall against a background of trees so dense it looked like they swallowed the sun early. "Damn, dude," Ray said, tossing his backpack on the porch. "This is straight out of a lake movie. I'm calling dibs on the upstairs bedroom." Amber laughed. "You can have it, Jason Voorhees." Everyone was in good spirits. We unloaded beer, coolers, snacks, fishing rods, and Bluetooth speakers. Inside, the cabin was clean but had this strange smell. Like damp wood and something faintly metallic. I brushed it off. Older cabins always smelled like that. That first night was everything we hoped for. Music blasting, grill sizzling, everyone laughing. We stayed up past 2 a.m., lying out by the fire pit, staring at the stars, trading stupid college stories. I remember thinking how perfect it all felt. We woke up late, made pancakes, and spent the afternoon down by the lake. It was one of those hot, sticky afternoons where the sun feels like it's sitting right on your shoulders. The water was cold, clean, and empty. No boats, no noise, nothing. I remember floating out there, staring up at the tree line and realizing how quiet it was. No engines, no people, just birds and the occasional ripple of fish beneath us. "Yo, you guys notice how still it is here?" I asked. Jess glanced up from her floaty. "You mean peaceful?" "Yeah, peaceful," I said, but that wasn't quite the right word. Peaceful feels safe. This didn't. Still, the day passed without a hitch. By evening, we were all beat. We'd gone so hard Friday night that none of us wanted to drink again. We decided to just chill, maybe smoke a little, listen to music, and watch the lake from the upper porch. It was around 9:15 when everything changed. Nick and I were sitting at this old wooden picnic table near the tree line, maybe 30 yards from the cabin. The others were up on the deck. The night was warm and the forest was buzzing with life. Cicadas, frogs, the occasional splash of a fish hitting the water. We were talking about work when the air changed. I don't know how else to describe it. The noise of the forest went quiet all at once, like someone hit mute on the world. Nick paused mid-sentence. "You hear that?" I nodded slowly. The silence felt thick. It pressed against you. Then, from somewhere deep in the woods below, we heard it, a low rhythmic chanting. At first I thought it might have been an echo, but then it grew louder. Voices, at least a dozen of them, all male. Low, guttural, perfectly in sync. The sound wasn't English, not any language I'd ever heard. It had this harsh, rolling rhythm to it, like old Latin or something older. Nick looked at me, his eyes wide. "What the hell is that, man?" My stomach dropped. I don't know. We just sat there frozen, listening. The chanting rose and fell in waves, echoing up through the trees and across the lake. It was so loud it didn't make sense. It wasn't just people talking, it was organized. I stood up. "We gotta get inside." Nick didn't move until the voices suddenly stopped. Dead silence. Then came this metallic clang, like something heavy hitting steel. And then, the scream. It started deep and raw, building into a full wail of pain. Not like someone joking or yelling drunk. This was real, desperate agony that ripped through the woods and hit us like a shockwave. Nick jumped to his feet, pale as a ghost. Holy shit, Ian, what the..." We ran. By the time we made it upstairs, Amber and the others were already outside on the deck, faces pale. "You guys heard that too, right?" I shouted. "Yeah," Amber said. "What the hell is that?" Before I could answer, the chanting started again. Only this time, it was closer. All 5 of us froze, gripping the railing, peering into the forest. I could see faint movement between the trees, shadows flickering where no flashlight shone. Jess whispered, "It's coming from the trail. Oh my God." Ray tried to act tough. "It's probably some dudes messing around, locals or something." "Locals don't chant like that," Tessa snapped. "That sounded like a damn ritual." The voices rose again, faster this time. I could feel the bass of it in my chest like drums that weren't there. And then another clang rang out, echoing up through the trees. Then, silence. The night just held its breath. No crickets, no wind, no movement. I swear even the air felt heavier. "Should we call the cops?" Jess whispered. Nick shook his head. "Tell them what?" "Hey, we heard some chanting in the woods." "They'll think we're high." We stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for it to start again. And just when I started to think it was over, the wailing came back, Only this time, it wasn't one person. It was several, screams overlapping, ragged and human mixed with the same inhuman chant. It was chaos. Amber clutched my arm so hard her nails dug in. "Ian, we have to go, now." Ray whispered, No, we can't go out there. We don't know where it's coming from." And just like that, everything stopped. The forest went back to stillness, like it had never happened. We locked the doors, shut the blinds, turned off all the lights. Nobody spoke much after that. Even Ray stopped, trying to joke around. I kept staring out the window, watching the tree line. Every time the wind rustled, I thought I saw movement. Shapes between the trunks, shifting in and out of view. At one point, maybe around 11:30, there was a knock. Just one. Slow. On the side door downstairs, Amber gasped. "Did you hear that?" Nick grabbed a fireplace poker. Nobody opened that door. We waited, barely breathing. After a minute, another knock. 3 slow, deliberate taps. Then silence. We stayed up until sunrise, none of us sleeping. When we finally went outside, the world looked normal again. The air smelled of pine and lake water, the kind of scent that should have felt comforting but didn't. Down by the woods, we noticed something new. A circle of disturbed dirt, just visible through the trees. Footprints. Lots of them. Ray crouched near the trail. "Looks like a campfire was here," he said. "Like last night." Nick pointed at something half buried under the leaves, an old rusted metal drum, bent inwards like it had been hit with something. Heavy. I didn't want to look any closer. We packed our things within the hour. Nobody argued. Nobody said much. As we pulled out of the driveway, I looked back one last time at the house. In the daylight, it looked harmless. Cozy even. But I couldn't shake the memory of those voices. How synchronized they were, how powerful. That sound had felt in my chest, and that scream. That's the part that still wakes me up sometimes. When I hear people say, "You probably imagined it," I want to believe them. I want to think it was just some weird echo or drunk fisherman playing a prank. But deep down, I know what I heard. And I know that somewhere beyond those trees, something was happening that night. Something that was never meant to be witnessed. I'd never really believed in bad energy before that trip. Ghost stories, cult talk, devil worship in rural America, all that just felt like small-town folklore to me. But that changed the summer of 2008, when my family took a short vacation that still sits in my chest like a bruise that never faded. I was 5 then, though I remember pieces of that night clearer than some of the things that happened last week. But now that I'm older, and I've talked with my mom about it again, the whole thing feels too real to shrug off as just a weird coincidence. We were driving up through rural Pennsylvania, somewhere between Lake Wallenpaupack and a little town called Hartfield, visiting my grandma for a long weekend. My dad, Ronald, had booked a small countryside Airbnb that used to be a converted farmhouse. My mom, Tina, was 6 months pregnant with my little sister, and my grandma was tagging along for the ride. It had been a long drive already. 7 hours of rain, detours, and a screaming baby brother in the back seat. By the time we found the Airbnb, the sun was already setting behind a line of dark trees, and everything around us felt oddly quiet. The house itself looked like something out of a postcard. A 2-story wooden farmhouse with chipped white paint and a big wraparound porch. But the closer we got, the more off it felt. The windows were boarded halfway, like someone didn't want people looking in or out. The vacancy sign was hand-painted on a crooked board stuck in the dirt. My dad parked the car. "Guess this is it," he muttered, squinting at the listing photo on his phone. "Looks a little more rustic than the pictures, huh?" "Rustic," my mom said. "Ron, it looks condemned." "Well, it's paid for," he said, forcing a laugh. "Let's just check in and crash." A woman opened the front door before we even reached the steps. I remember her teeth, or the lack of them. She smiled wide, all gums and a thin cigarette, hanging from the corner of her mouth. "Evening," she said, her voice gravelly. "Y'all the folks from downstate?" "Yeah," my dad replied, trying to sound polite. "Ronald Baker. We booked 2 rooms for the weekend." "Ah, shoot," she said, scratching her arm. "That's the thing. We're all booked up tonight. Miscommunication, I guess. But my cousin runs a place just up the road. I can call her for you. She'll give you the same rate." My mom frowned. "Wait, how are you booked? We paid already." "I know, sweetheart, I know," the woman said quickly. "Ain't my fault. Big old biker rally came through, filled us right up. But don't you worry, my cousin's place will take you in. She got some real cozy rooms." She paused. "Y'all ought to come in, though. My husband's an artist. You should see what he's been working on. Real unique pieces." My dad sighed, rain dripping off his baseball cap. "All right, real quick, we've been on the road all day." The woman led us inside, and I remember my grandma hesitating on the porch before following. The smell hit first. Mold and something metallic, like rust or blood. The walls were lined with paintings, naked women, missing teeth or eyes, bound in ropes. I didn't understand any of it at the time, but even as a kid, it made me feel wrong inside. My mom's face went pale. "Ron, maybe we should—" "He's talented, ain't he?" The woman interrupted, smiling wide again. "My husband's got a gift for seeing beauty in the dark." My dad nodded stiffly. "Yeah. Interesting stuff. Appreciate the tour, but we'll just head to that other place." We left pretty quickly after that. The woman stood on the porch waving, rain soaking through her nightgown. She yelled after us, "Tell Clara I sent you. She'll take good care of you." We drove maybe 10 minutes down a narrow back road before finding another house that matched the description. Another farmhouse, smaller and darker, with a sign that said, "Vacancy, welcome travelers." Another woman came to the door, and when she smiled, my mom's hand went straight to my dad's arm. She was missing her 2 front teeth, just like the last one. "Evening," she said cheerfully. "Y'all must be the Bakers. Come on in. Got the barn cleaned up real nice for you." "The barn?" my dad asked. It's cozy. Just fixed it up for guests. Power works fine. You'll love it." We were too tired to argue. The storm was rolling in hard now. Thunder, rumbling somewhere close. My dad thanked her and helped unload the bags while she kept trying to talk to me and my brother. "Y'all want some cookies? Maybe meet my kittens?" "They're real sweet," she said, her grin twitching at the corners. My mom stepped in. "They're fine, thank you." Inside the barn, it smelled like hay and old wood. There was one big room with 3 beds, some mismatched furniture, and no curtains. My dad went to check the door and frowned. "No lock," he said. He tried to move the old dresser in front of it, but froze when it slid too easily. "This thing's on wheels?" He pushed it again, and the back wall shifted. A seam appeared, like a hidden door. My dad pressed it and it swung open into the night. Outside was a dark van backed right up to the barn wall. "Tina," he said quietly, "get the kids in the car." "What? Why?" "Just do it." But before we could move, lightning cracked through the sky and the woman's voice came from outside the barn. "Everything all right in there?" "Yeah," my dad called back, trying to sound calm. "Just settling in." He slammed the hidden door shut and shoved everything he could against it. The dresser, a table, 2 chairs. Then he stacked boxes against the main door and jammed a shovel handle through the latch. He turned to us, whispering, "No one opens that door tonight, understand?" I nodded. My mom was shaking. My grandma sat on the bed, clutching her rosary, muttering prayers under her breath. Around 11 p.m., the woman came knocking. "Y'all hungry? I baked muffins, fresh blueberries. You gotta try 'em." "We're good, thanks," my dad yelled through the door. "Oh, come now, just a little taste." "No, thank you," my mom shouted, voice breaking. After a long silence, we heard her footsteps fade. My mom turned and whispered, "We are leaving first thing in the morning." That night felt endless. Rain slammed the roof. My dad barely slept, sitting up with a hammer in his hand. I remember my sister screaming suddenly around 1 a.m., a scream that didn't stop for nearly a minute. My mom picked her up, trying to soothe her. As she walked past one of the paintings hanging by the door, she froze. "Ron," she whispered, "look at this." The picture, which looked like a campfire during the day, now showed burning bodies. The longer they looked, the clearer it got. "We're gone at first light," my dad said. Morning came gray and heavy. The woman showed up again with a grin, handing my brother and me 2 little wooden cats she said she'd carved herself. "So y'all remember your stay," she said sweetly. While my dad paid, my mom was kicking at the gravel outside, just trying to keep herself busy. Then she froze again, bending down. Beneath the dirt were small square tiles, carved with pentagrams and strange symbols. She nudged one loose with her shoe, brushed it off, and saw what looked like a Nazi iron cross etched over the star. She looked up, and the woman was watching her, just standing there, smiling. "Drive," my mom whispered as she slid into the car. "What's wrong?" my dad asked. "Just drive, Ron. Now." We drove for nearly an hour without saying a word. Only when we hit the main highway did my mom open her purse and gasp. "It's gone." "What's gone?" "That necklace. The one we found at the park yesterday. The pendant had a pentagram on one side and some strange symbol on the other. She'd taken it from my brother when he picked it up near a swing set. She swore she'd zipped it in her inner pocket." She turned around in her seat and whispered, "I swear to God, Ron, they knew we had it." That night, back at my grandma's, none of us could sleep. My dad called the local police the next day to report the strange van and the hidden wall, but they said the address didn't match any registered Airbnb listing. A few months ago, I looked it up myself. The listing is still there. Same farmhouse, same town, but with new owners, new photos, all modern and bright. I don't think they know what that place used to be. And yes, I still have that little wooden cat. It's sitting on my shelf, right now next to my bed. The paint's faded and the eyes are scratched off, but I've never thrown it away. I don't know why. Maybe it's because deep down, part of me still wonders what would have happened if we'd eaten those muffins. I had been running on fumes for months, between back-to-back shifts at the hospital and the constant ping of my phone reminding me of emergency calls. It felt like I hadn't taken a proper breath in over a year. My name's Ariana Caldwell, 31, anesthesiologist at St. Luke's Medical Center in Boston. My boyfriend, Derek Hayes, is a trauma surgeon. We met during our residencies at Johns Hopkins, fell for each other during night shifts and cafeteria dinners, and then followed each other north to Boston. It wasn't exactly the fairy tale life we'd imagined. Derek worked at least 6 days a week, sometimes 7. I wasn't far behind. Most nights one of us would drag ourselves home around midnight, collapse on the couch, and say the same thing: "We need to get out of here." It became our refrain. So one gray, freezing afternoon in late February, Derek slammed his laptop shut and said, "Ari, screw this. Let's take a real vacation. Somewhere warm. Somewhere with a beach." That's how our California trip came to life. By June, our tickets were booked, Boston to San Diego. A full week off, no scrubs, no pagers, no responsibilities. Just us. When I clicked through Airbnb listings, I found a little guest house in a quiet oceanside neighborhood. Clean, modern, private, with hundreds of glowing reviews. The host, a guy named Landon, had a super host badge and a description that practically oozed hospitality. "Welcome to my slice of the Pacific. I'm always a call away if you need anything. Free wine in the fridge." He even signed off with a smiley face. Derek grinned when he saw the pictures. This dude looks like he should be hosting a travel show. I'm in. We booked it immediately. When we arrived, the sun was melting into the ocean, painting the sky pink and gold. The place was just as it looked online, tiny, cozy, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a little wooden deck. Inside there was a chilled bottle of white wine, 2 glasses, and a handwritten note sitting on the counter. "Welcome, Derek and Ariana. Hope you have an amazing stay. L." It felt warm, thoughtful, safe. We unpacked, toasted to freedom, and let the sound of the waves pull us into sleep. At 5:23 a.m., I woke to banging, not a polite knock. A pounding. Someone was hitting the front door so hard that the glass rattled. Derek sat up, half asleep. What the hell? I froze. Then it came again. Bang, 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 I grabbed my phone. Who is it? I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. A voice barked through the door. Open up, Kevin. I know you're in there. My stomach dropped. Kevin? There was no Kevin here. You've got the wrong place, I shouted back. But the man outside didn't leave. Don't play dumb with me, Kevin. I said, open this goddamn door. I inched toward the peephole and looked. A man stood there in a gray hoodie, fists clenched, face twisted with anger. He looked unhinged. Derek whispered, call the cops. But before I did, I decided to call the host, Landon. Maybe he'd know who this guy was. The phone rang, and that's when I heard it, the faint sound of a phone ringing on the other side of the door. My breath hitched. The man outside looked down, pulled a phone from his hoodie pocket, and answered. Yeah? He said, right into the receiver. I barely managed to whisper, Landon? The man froze. He looked straight at the door, eyes wide for a split second, then bolted, sprinting away into the dark. Derek ran to the window, but by the time he looked, out the guy was gone. We called Landon back immediately. It rang twice, then he answered. Yeah? He said, casual as hell. Did you just come to the property? I demanded. A long pause. Then, oh, that? Yeah, sorry. I, got the wrong unit. The wrong unit? You own one property. He chuckled. Long story, don't worry about it. Enjoy your stay. And then, he hung up. Derek stared at me like he couldn't believe it. You're telling me our host was the guy trying to break down our door? I nodded. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely put the phone down. We didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, the sun made everything look almost normal again. People were jogging by, surfers were out, the ocean sparkled. Derek tried to laugh it off. Maybe he was drunk or something. California's weird, man. We went out for breakfast burritos and decided to shake it off. The rest of the day was great. Beach, boardwalk, tacos. For a while, it felt like the whole thing was behind us. By the time we got back, we were sunburned, tipsy, and tired. We put on a movie, finished the wine, and finally felt relaxed enough to let our guard down. I remember thinking, maybe we overreacted. Then around 2:17 a.m., glass shattered. It didn't sound like a cup falling. It sounded like a window exploding. Before I could even move, a hooded figure came crashing through the window beside the bed, spraying glass across the room. I screamed, and Derek was already up, grabbing the man before he could stand. What the fuck are you doing? Derek roared, pinning him to the floor. I scrambled for my phone, calling 911, heart hammering so loud I could barely hear. There's someone in our house. He broke the window. Please hurry. Derek had the man's arms pinned, behind his back, his knee pressing into him. Who sent you? What the fuck do you want? The man groaned, trying to twist away. As his hood slipped back, I saw his face, and the blood in my veins turned to ice. Derek, I whispered. It's him. Who? It's Landon. Derek froze for half a second. That was all the man needed. He jerked free, slammed, his shoulder into Derek's chest and tore out of the bedroom, sprinting into the night. We locked the door, pushed furniture against it, and waited with knives in hand until we saw flashing blue and red lights outside. When police arrived, Landon was already in custody. He hadn't gotten far, just across the courtyard, ranting and pacing when officers found him. He was shouting about money, something about cleaning fees and unpaid charges. Derek and I told the cops everything while we were giving our statements. An older woman came out of the main house in a bathrobe. Her hands were shaking. What's going on? She asked the officers. They told her who Landon was and what he'd done. Her face went pale. That's impossible, she whispered. Landon rents my guest house. He's not allowed to sublet it. He promised me he wouldn't. That's when it hit us. He wasn't the owner. He was a tenant, renting from this elderly woman and secretly listing her property on Airbnb for profit. She looked horrified. I thought all those people were just his friends. The police took Landon away in cuffs. One officer shook his head. "You two are lucky. If you hadn't woken up," I didn't let him finish. I didn't want to hear what came next. Airbnb refunded us the $850 we paid for the stay. They even offered to relocate us to another property free of charge. But the thought of staying in another stranger's house made me sick to my stomach. We checked into a Hilton by the bay that same night. Cost us another $2,000, but I didn't care. I needed 4 walls and a lobby full of people. Over the next week, we tried to decompress, but the trip was ruined. Every small sound made me jump. Derek couldn't sleep more than 2 hours at a time. When we got home, we filed for additional compensation, $5,000 for trauma and damages. Airbnb's trust and safety team spent weeks reviewing our case. In the end, they offered us $2,500 and a voucher for 5 therapy sessions. Derek laughed when he read the email. "They think 5 hours with a therapist fixes this?" I didn't laugh. Even now, years later, I can still hear that first knock in my dreams, that sharp, angry pounding. I can still see the look on Landon's face, blank and wild at the same time, as he crashed through the glass. I used to think trust was what made things like Airbnb work, that people were mostly good. But that week taught me something else entirely. When you hand your safety to a stranger, you're not renting a home, you're gambling with your life. I was 22, freshly out of my junior year in college and desperate to feel something other than the routine grind of exams, cafeteria food, and part-time jobs. My boyfriend at the time, Ryan, suggested we do something spontaneous. Drive to Nevada for a few days, rent an Airbnb, and just forget about school, rent, and responsibilities for a while. We'd both saved up from our campus jobs. He worked at the bookstore. I waited tables at a small diner that smelled permanently like burnt coffee and onion rings. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cover a cheap week-long Airbnb in Henderson, about 15 minutes away from the Vegas Strip. When we pulled into the small, single-story house that first afternoon, I remember thinking it looked cozy, simple. White paint, pale blue shutters, and a chain-link fence that had seen better days. There was a faded lawn chair on the porch and a ceramic frog by the steps. The air smelled like asphalt and dry dust, and the desert sun shimmered off the hood of our car. Ryan parked and grinned at me. "Home sweet home for the week," he said, tossing me the keys. Inside, the house felt cleaner than I expected. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, a small kitchen that looked like it belonged to someone's grandma. The host had left a typed note on the counter that read, "Welcome, please treat my home with respect. Absolutely no guests allowed, and no loud noise after 10 p.m. Cameras are installed outside for your safety. Enjoy your stay." Gerald there was something a little uptight about the tone, but I brushed it off. Vegas was only a short Uber away, and we weren't planning to host any wild parties anyway. That first night, we went out for drinks and cheap tacos near the Strip, watched the Bellagio fountains, and laughed about how out of place we felt next to people spending thousands in designer clothes. By the time we got back to the Airbnb, it was nearly 3 a.m. Ryan collapsed on the couch. "I'm never walking that much again," he groaned. I kicked off my sandals. "You say that every trip." He smiled, half asleep. "Yeah, and every time, I mean it." It felt good. Normal, even. By our third night, the Vegas excitement had started to wear off. I'd eaten too much fried food, and the heat had given me a splitting headache. I told Ryan I was feeling nauseous and just wanted to rest. "Take the bed," he said, motioning toward the bigger room. "I'll crash in the spare one." We tried that, but the guest bed frame made this loud, awful creak the moment he sat on it. "Damn thing's busted," he muttered. "It's gonna collapse if I move." So we decided he'd just sleep on the floor next to me instead. I felt bad, but he didn't complain. Just grabbed a blanket from the closet, stretched out beside the bed, and said, "If I start snoring, just kick me." I smiled, already half asleep. Somewhere deep in the night, I felt someone nudging me. I groaned, rolling over. The room was dim. Only the faint orange glow from the street lights slipping through the blinds. "Babe," a voice whispered. I squinted. Ryan was standing next to the bed. His eyes looked wide and uneasy. "What?" I croaked. What time is it?" "Almost 4, he whispered. 4? Are you serious right now?" I sat up, hair sticking to my face. "What's wrong?" He hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm kinda hungry. I was thinking, maybe we walk down to that 7-Eleven on the corner, grab something to eat." I stared at him. "You woke me up for snacks? You can go by yourself." He shook his head. "I don't want to go alone. Come on, it's just down the block." Something about his tone felt off. He wasn't making eye contact. His voice sounded tight, like he was trying too hard to sound casual. "Ryan, what's going on?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "Nothing," he said too quickly. "Just, please, can you come with me?" That please did it. He never said it like that. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, slipped on my sandals, and followed him outside. The Nevada night air hit me like a blast from an oven. The cicadas buzzed somewhere in the dry grass, and a car passed down the road, its headlights briefly washing over us. We walked in silence for a few seconds before I said, "Okay, seriously, what's going on? You're acting weird." Ryan stopped, walking, and turned to me. I saw his throat move as he swallowed hard. "I'm not hungry," he said quietly. I didn't know how else to get you out of there." I frowned. "Out of where?" He looked me dead in the eyes. "When I woke up, I rolled over and looked under the bed. There's someone under there sleeping. At first I thought he was joking. I even let out this nervous laugh. Ryan, that's not funny." "I'm not kidding," he cut me off. His voice cracked a little. "There's a man under your bed." I froze. The world suddenly felt silent, like the air itself had stopped moving. "You're serious?" I whispered. He nodded. I saw his arm. There's a tattoo on it, some kind of snake or something. He was facing the wall, so I don't think he saw me. My chest felt tight. I looked back toward the Airbnb. It was dark, the porch light flickering, faintly. Every instinct in me screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Ryan grabbed my hand. "We need to call the cops." We stood near the curb, dialing 911. My hands were shaking so badly that I almost dropped the phone. What's your emergency?" There's someone in our Airbnb," I stammered. "A stranger. He's under the bed. The operator asked for our address, told us to stay outside and wait for officers." I could barely think straight. All I could imagine was that guy waking up, realizing we were gone, and coming after us. Ryan kept scanning the dark windows of the house like he expected a face to appear at any second. When the cops arrived, 2 patrol cars pulled up quietly. Lights dimmed. One of them, a middle-aged officer with a salt and pepper beard, spoke to us briefly before heading inside with a flashlight. It felt like forever before they came back out. And sure enough, between them was a man in handcuffs. He looked disoriented, like he'd just woken up from a week-long bender. His clothes were filthy, eyes bloodshot, hair sticking up like a bird's nest. He didn't resist. He just mumbled something under his breath as they led him past us. "Is he homeless?" I whispered. The officer nodded slightly. "Looks like it. Probably snuck in before you folks arrived. You did the right thing calling." I looked at Ryan, horrified. "How the hell did he get in?" The officer shrugged. "Could have been unlocked. Could have had a key. We'll let the owner know." When Gerald, the Airbnb host, showed up the next morning, he looked pale and genuinely shaken. "I swear, I have cameras," he said, pacing the living room. "They're motion triggered. I would have seen anyone coming in." "Then how did he get inside?" Ryan asked, crossing his arms. Gerald shook his head. "That's what's weird. There's no footage of him entering. It's like he was already in here before I started renting the place out." That thought made my stomach twist. After the police finished their report, we packed our things and left immediately. I didn't even want to look at the bed again. The drive out of Henderson was dead silent. Ryan kept both hands on the wheel, eyes fixed on the road. Finally, he muttered, "He could have, if he wanted to, he could have." "I know," I whispered. We didn't talk about it again after that. But even now, years later, whenever I book an Airbnb, I still check under the bed. Every single time. Because sometimes the people who make a place feel like home aren't supposed to be there. I'd been driving for almost 6 hours that Friday when I finally pulled into the long gravel driveway of the Airbnb I'd booked outside of Ashfield, Oregon. The town wasn't much, just a collection of diners, gas stations, and motels that seemed frozen in time, but the place looked beautiful online. The host's listing had described it as a peaceful countryside stay, a large Victorian house with wide porches and views of the forest on all sides. I'd been planning this solo road trip for weeks, just me, my camera, and the open road before I started my new job in Seattle. But when I arrived and actually saw the house in person, something about it felt off. Maybe it was how the tall pine trees seemed to lean over the property like they were closing in. Or maybe it was how quiet it was. Not the kind of quiet you get in nature, but a heavy kind of stillness that almost hummed in your ears. I parked, stretched, and grabbed my duffel bag. Before I could even knock, the front door opened and a man in his mid-40s stepped out. "Hey there. You must be Leo," he said, smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, that's me," I said, forcing a grin. "You must be the host?" He nodded. "Name's Curtis. Come on in, I'll show you around. Don't mind the other guests. Folks come and go here pretty often." Inside, the house smelled faintly like cedar and something metallic like wet pipes. The entryway opened into a big shared living room with a fireplace, a couple of mismatched couches, and walls filled with framed photos of the forest that surrounded the property. Curtis gave me the rundown as we walked. "There's 4 rooms. Total. Yours is upstairs, second door on the left. You'll be sharing the kitchen and lounge with the others. Bathrooms at the end of the hall. Only thing off limits is the basement, all right? That's where I keep my tools and some personal stuff." "Got it," I said casually. "I won't go poking around anywhere." He stopped mid-step, looking directly at me. "I mean it," he said, the tone dropping from friendly to firm. "No one goes near that basement door, ever." I raised my hands a little. "Understood." And just like that, he was all smiles again. "Cool, make yourself at home. Oh, and dinner's on your own, but there's some frozen pizzas in the fridge if you need something quick." I thanked him and went to my room, trying not to overthink that strange mood swing. The first evening was fine. I met one of the other guests, a woman in her early 30s named Haley, who was sitting in the common area with a book. She was friendly enough, said she was in town for a few days for a photography project. Another guest, an older guy named Rob, was staying in the downstairs room and mostly kept to himself. That night, after a quick dinner, I took my camera outside to grab some sunset shots. The trees looked surreal in the fading light, like black silhouettes against the orange sky. But as I was taking a photo of the house from the yard, I saw Curtis standing by the kitchen window watching me. I waved. He didn't wave back. When I got back inside, he was sitting at the kitchen table staring into a cup of coffee. "You got some good shots out there?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "It's beautiful around here." He nodded but didn't look up. "Just don't go wandering too far into those woods. You can get lost real easy. People underestimate how quiet it gets out there at night." I just smiled politely. "I'll keep that in mind." Something in his voice made my stomach knot a bit, but I went upstairs and tried to shake it off. By the second night, things started feeling strange. Curtis seemed to be around everywhere. Every time I went to make coffee or step outside, he appeared. Once I caught him standing at the end of the hall just looking at the door to my room. When I asked if he needed anything, he just said, "Oh nah, just checking the lights," and walked off. Later that night, I was sitting at the kitchen table scrolling through my phone when I noticed him standing in the doorway again. "You look tired," he said flatly. Yeah, long drive still catching up to me. He stepped closer, eyes narrowing. You were looking at the basement door earlier, weren't you? I frowned. What? No, man, I saw you. He snapped, voice rising. That's my space down there, my private space. You stay the hell away from it, you hear? Whoa, dude, relax, I said, holding my hands up. I wasn't even near it. He glared at me for a few seconds before his face softened into a forced smile. Yeah, sorry about that. Long week, I guess. I forced a chuckle. No worries. But as I walked past him to head to my room, I could feel his eyes following me the entire way down the hall. I tried to sleep, but around 1 a.m. I heard it. A soft knock somewhere nearby. At first I thought it was on my door, but then I realized it was coming from the next room over, Haley's room. Through the thin walls I heard Curtis's voice. Hey, can you come downstairs for a sec? I need your help with something. There was a pause, then the sound of her door opening. Sure. What's going on? She asked, her voice half asleep. Just a quick thing, it won't take long. Their footsteps moved down the hall, then faded. I figured maybe she'd left something in the kitchen. But about a minute later, a sound cut through the house that made every hair on my body stand up. It was a scream, high-pitched, raw, full of terror. I froze in bed. Another voice, Curtis's, shouted something I couldn't make out. And then came a loud crash. The scream grew louder, echoing through the floorboards, and I realized it was coming from below me, from the basement. Oh my God, I whispered. I shot up, grabbed my phone, and cracked open the door. Rob, the older guest, was already in the hallway, eyes wide. You heard that too? He whispered. Yeah, I said. It's coming from downstairs. We both stood there, frozen, as the screaming continued, muffled now but frantic. I'm calling the cops, I said, already dialing 911. The operator picked up, and I gave them the address as quickly as I could. While I was on the call, the screaming suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. Rob and I looked at each other, and before either of us could say anything, we heard slow, heavy footsteps moving across the floor below. Then came the sound of a door creaking open. I peeked over the railing toward the first floor and saw a faint light coming from the hallway near the kitchen. A shadow moved across it. Tall, slow, deliberate. Come on, I whispered to Rob, motioning toward the front door. We ran out of the house and into the cold night, standing by my car at the edge of the driveway. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely hold the phone. Did you see him? Rob whispered. Before I could answer, I looked back at the house, and there he was. Curtis, standing at one of the second-floor windows, staring right at us. His face was lit by the dim yellow glow of a lamp. He didn't move, didn't blink. Then, without warning, he stepped back into the darkness. The police arrived about 10 minutes later. 2 cruisers pulled up with their lights flashing, and I felt this huge wave of relief. We told them everything. The screaming, Curtis's behavior, the locked basement. They didn't waste time. 2 officers went inside, flashlights cutting through the windows. When they came back out, one of them looked pale. Basement door was open, he said, but there's no one down there. House is empty. Empty? I asked. How? We just saw him. The officer nodded grimly. Back door's wide open. Looks like someone took off into the woods. They searched the property for nearly an hour, but Curtis was gone. Haley was gone too. There was no blood, no clear sign of what had happened. Just a cracked light bulb on the basement steps and a faint trail of mud leading out the back. Eventually, the police let us back inside to collect our things. I went straight to my room, packed up and got the hell out of there. Before I left, though, I couldn't stop myself from glancing toward the basement door. It hung slightly open, revealing only darkness. For a moment, I thought I heard something from below. A faint, wet cough. Or maybe a whisper. I didn't stick around to find out. I drove through the night, not stopping until I hit the main highway back to Portland. To this day, no one's ever found Curtis or Haley. The Airbnb listing disappeared the next morning, and when I checked again a week later, the house was gone from the site entirely. Sometimes late at night, I'll scroll through my old road trip photos, and every now and then I'll stop on that one shot I took of the house, the one from the yard just before sunset. And every time, I swear, in the window near the basement door, there's someone standing there. I'd just wrapped up my final semester at San Jose State in May of 2019, and to celebrate, a few of my closest friends and I decided we deserved a short escape before stepping into the chaos of real life. We were tired, burnt out, and, honestly, scared of what came next. There was me, Noah, a 22-year-old communications major who was just trying to figure out life after college. Then there was Brandon, my best friend since sophomore year, a smartass with a love for cheap beer and his beat-up blue Jeep. Sophie, who had this way of making everyone calm even when everything felt like it was falling apart. And Lucas, our quiet tech guy who rarely spoke unless something really mattered. The plan was simple: take Brandon's Jeep, drive down the California coast, and crash at an Airbnb by the beach for 3 nights. We found one in a small coastal town near Monterey, a 2-story beach house painted seafoam green with white trim. It looked straight out of a travel magazine. The listing said ocean breeze, cozy nights, and morning coffee with a view. It was owned by some middle-aged couple who just started renting it out for extra income. The reviews were great, and the price was surprisingly affordable, almost too affordable for a spot right near the beach. I remember pulling up to it at sunset. The Pacific stretched endlessly behind it, the sound of waves mixing with the call of distant seagulls. The salty air hit my face the moment I stepped out of the car. Everything about it felt perfect. Inside, the house smelled faintly of coconut oil and sea salt. Every corner screamed beach life. Driftwood mirrors, seashell frames, a wooden "Welcome" to the coast sign by the door. The owner had left us a little note on the counter with a box of chocolates. "Enjoy your stay. Please remember to lock the doors at night. Marla and Jim." I remember laughing at that last part. Who the hell leaves their door unlocked around here anyway? Brandon had said. The first 2 nights were everything we wanted them to be. Long beach walks, bonfires, too many drinks, and those deep late-night conversations about what comes next after graduation. But I never slept much. I never really had. Ever since I was a kid, I'd lie awake for hours, listening to the quiet creaks of whatever house I was in. Some people find silence peaceful. For me, silence always felt heavy. That last night, it was close to 2:30 in the morning. Everyone else was asleep. Sophie's soft breathing came from the room across the hall, and I could hear the faint hum of Lucas's charger plugged into the wall. I laid there staring at the ceiling fan, its slow rhythm almost hypnotic. Then I heard it. Thump. At first, it was faint, like something shifting downstairs. I thought maybe the wind was pushing something against the deck, or maybe the old fridge was making noise again. But then thump, thump. Distinct footsteps, slow, heavy. The kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up before your brain can even make sense of it. I sat up, my heart already beating too fast. The floors in that house were old pine wood, so every step echoed. I told myself it had to be Brandon going for a late-night snack. He had that habit. But then I remembered his door. It creaked horribly when opened, and I hadn't heard it. The footsteps moved toward the kitchen, then stopped. Slid quietly out of bed, careful not to wake anyone. My phone light was dim, barely enough to guide me through the narrow hallway. The air felt colder now and my hands were shaking, part from nerves, part from the chill. I reached the top of the stairs and froze. Down below, the kitchen light was off, but faint moonlight poured in through the patio doors, spilling across the floor. And right there, standing near the fridge, was a man, a tall, broad man dressed completely in black. His head turned slightly, and even in the dark, I caught the glint of something metallic in his hand. I couldn't breathe. My throat went dry. He saw me, and without a second's hesitation, he bolted, running across the living room and out the sliding door to the backyard, the sound of his boots pounding the deck as he vanished into the darkness beyond. I screamed, loud, enough to wake the whole damn house. Brandon's door flew open. "Yo, what the hell, Noah?" "There's someone in the house," I shouted, pointing downstairs. Sophie stumbled out of her room, half asleep. "What are you talking about?" Then she saw the open back door swinging slightly in the breeze. Lucas ran to the window trying to see if anyone was outside. "I don't see anyone." "Call the cops," I yelled. My voice cracked as I said it. Brandon grabbed his phone, and within minutes, red and blue lights flashed through the curtains. 2 officers came in, checking the property while another questioned us. I tried to describe what I saw, but everything had happened too fast. He was tall, like over 6 feet. All black clothes, maybe a hoodie. I couldn't see his face. He had something shiny in his hand. The officer nodded slowly. "We've had a few break-ins in this area over the last week. Usually they check out the vacation rentals, see if anyone's home." Sophie's face went pale. "You mean he thought no one was here?" "Probably," the officer said. "You folks are lucky he ran. A lot of these guys don't when they get cornered." The words sat heavy in the room. After the police left, none of us wanted to stay. We packed up our things in silence. It was nearly 4 a.m. by the time Brandon's Jeep pulled out of the driveway. I remember looking back at the house one last time. The moon hung low over the ocean, and the place looked peaceful again, like nothing had ever happened. But I could still feel the echo of those footsteps. A week later, I got a call from an unknown number. It was the Monterey Police Department. They told me they'd caught the guy just a few miles from where we'd stayed. He'd broken into several houses that same week, mostly targeting empty vacation homes. He'd been living out of an abandoned camper parked behind a gas station. I remember sitting there in my apartment, the sound of city traffic outside my window, realizing how close we'd come to something worse. It wasn't some ghost story or a made-up legend. It was just a person. Flesh and blood. But somehow that made it even more terrifying. Because the truth is, sometimes the scariest part of a story isn't the unknown. It's realizing how real it can be. That was the last time I ever booked an Airbnb by the beach. I'd been renting out my small Gulfport home as an Airbnb for about 4 years now. It wasn't much. A single-story place with pale blue siding, a screened porch, and a view of Boca Ciega Bay that caught the afternoon sun just right. You could walk 5 minutes and hit the sand, so bookings were never hard to come by. Most people wanted it for quick getaways, weekenders from Tampa or couples looking for quiet after dealing with city life. Before I started renting, that house had been my dad's. He'd retired there after working 30 years as a mechanic in Clearwater. When he passed, I couldn't bring myself to sell it. Too many memories tied to the smell of salt, oil, and his old fishing gear in the shed. Airbnb seemed like a way to keep it alive, to keep someone breathing inside those walls instead of letting them fade. By 2022, when life started to feel normal again after the pandemic, business picked up. I didn't mind the work, cleaning between guests, fixing a leak, swapping linens. It paid the bills. I mostly managed things from my condo in downtown St. Pete, only 20 minutes away. I rarely met guests face to face. Most of them just texted for the door code and left quietly. That changed in early September. It was a Thursday evening when I got a booking from an older couple, Richard and Helen Morrison, 3-night stay. No kids, no pets. Profile picture showed 2 people maybe in their late 60s, smiling by a lake somewhere. Their message was short and polite. "Hi, we're visiting family nearby and would love to stay at your home for a few nights. We're quiet and respectful." "Thank you," sounded perfect. I approved instantly. The first day passed with no contact from them. Check-in was smooth and I went about my usual week, working, spending nights with my girlfriend Liv. On the second night, around 8:30 p.m., Liv and I were sitting on her balcony eating leftover pad thai when my phone buzzed. Richard Morrison, Airbnb guest. "Hey, sorry to bother you, but we think there's a leak in the water heater. It's dripping pretty badly." My stomach sank. The water heater had been replaced less than 6 months ago. It shouldn't have been leaking. I sighed, wiped my hands on a napkin and said, "I gotta head over there, babe. They're saying there's a leak." Liv frowned. "At this hour? Can't it wait till morning?" "If it's leaking, no. Could flood the garage." She exhaled. "You want me to come with you?" "Nah," I said. "It'll take 10 minutes. If I had known what was waiting there, I would have begged her to come." The drive to Gulfport was quiet. 20 minutes of humid night air, crickets singing under the streetlights, that faint smell of seawater and hibiscus. When I turned onto my street, I noticed something immediately off. There were 2 cars in the driveway. My house only had one spot. One was a silver Buick, probably theirs, as they'd listed it on the reservation. The other, a faded blue sedan, older model, sat idling faintly. I slowed the car and watched. The headlights flickered once, then turned off. Maybe they had family over, I thought. Technically against the rules, but I'd let it slide before. I parked by the curb and got out. The air was thick and still. From the house, I could see the living room light on through the blinds, faint yellow against the dark. When I knocked, the door opened almost instantly. Richard stood there, tall, thin, wearing a white undershirt and slacks. He smiled politely but didn't step aside. Behind him, I could see Helen sitting at the kitchen table sipping something from a glass. She didn't look up. "Evening," I said. "You mentioned a leak?" "Yes," Richard said, voice calm, almost rehearsed. "In the garage. I didn't want to bother you, but it's dripping a lot." "No problem. I'll take a look." He gestured for me to follow him down the small hallway. I noticed how quiet the house was. Normally, you could hear the hum of the fridge or the AC. Tonight, nothing. The garage door creaked open. The smell of damp concrete hit me immediately. "There," he said, pointing toward the water heater. I crouched down. Sure enough, there was a small puddle. But the cause made me freeze. The valve nut wasn't broken or rusted. It had been deliberately loosened. My wrench, was sitting right on top of the unit. I felt my pulse climb up my neck. "Did you happen to tighten this earlier?" I asked casually. Richard tilted his head. "No. Why would I?" His eyes didn't leave me. I forced a small laugh and picked up the wrench, tightening the nut back in place until the drip stopped. "All fixed," I said, wiping my hands on my jeans. "Probably just came loose from pressure." He nodded, slowly but didn't move. I waited for him to say thanks or something, but he just stared silent. The garage light buzzed faintly above us. "Well," I said finally, "you're good to go now. Sorry for the trouble." As I started toward the door, he said, "Actually, could you check one more thing? There's something wrong with the cable in the guest bedroom." My chest tightened. "The guest bedroom?" "Yes. It's upstairs." I frowned. "There's no cable hookup upstairs." He smiled thinly. "Well, maybe it's something else. Just come look." Something in his voice, flat, too calm, put me on edge. "I'll take a look," I said, forcing politeness. He gestured for me to go first. The lights in the living room were on, but the staircase was pitch black. "Mind if I grab a light?" I asked. "Oh, no need," he said quickly. "It's fine." That's when I knew something was wrong. Still, I took a step up, then another. Halfway up, my eyes adjusted, enough to see the landing, and that's when I saw someone, a silhouette, standing at the top of the stairs, perfectly still. A person, tall, facing me. The faint glow from below caught a glint of yellow metal in their hand. A crowbar. My breath caught. I froze mid-step, staring up into the dark. My throat tightened so hard I couldn't even swallow. Behind me, Richard spoke softly. "What's wrong?" I turned my head slightly, trying to keep my voice steady. I just remembered I left my toolbox in the car. I'll be right back." He didn't answer, didn't move. I stepped back slowly, never breaking eye contact with that shadow at the top of the stairs. My chest was pounding. When my foot touched the last step, I turned and walked straight to the front door, not running, just steady, pretending nothing was wrong. Once outside, I got into my car, locked the doors, and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. The dispatcher's voice was calm but firm. What's your emergency? I explained. Airbnb house, 2 guests, someone upstairs with a weapon, possible setup. She told me to stay on the line and wait nearby. Within 7 minutes, I saw flashing red and blue lights reflecting off the windows of my house. 2 cruisers pulled up. I flagged them down, and the officers went in. I waited in my car, every minute stretching into eternity. After about 15 minutes, one of them came back out. "Nobody's inside," he said. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, nobody?" "The house is empty. Checked all rooms, closets, garage. No sign of anyone." I stared at him. There were 2 people, an older couple. They said their names were Richard and Helen Morrison. He looked at his clipboard. We ran the name. No record of that reservation on Airbnb using that ID. The profile picture's gone too. Looks like it was deleted mid-search. I blinked hard, trying to process. "So, what, they just disappeared?" He shrugged. "Only thing we can tell you is that there's no damage except a missing TV and what looks like a small vase on the table. Anything else of value gone?" I shook my head. "No, nothing else." The officer gave me his card and said they'd file a report. That was it. They left me standing in my own driveway, staring at my dark house, wondering what the hell just happened. I never rented the place again. 2 weeks later, I took it off Airbnb entirely. I couldn't even bring myself to go inside without feeling sick. The idea that someone had stood at the top of those stairs waiting for me to come up, it messed with my head. For months, I kept replaying the moment in my mind. The loosened valve, the fake leak, the crowbar. It felt too planned, too deliberate. Whoever they were, they knew how to make it look harmless, get me alone, cut the lights, trap me upstairs. And I can't help thinking about what would have happened if I'd taken just a few more steps. If I'd ignored my gut, if I'd gone all the way up. Maybe the police would have found blood on the stairs instead of an empty house. I sold the place a year later. The new owners flipped it into something beautiful. White paneling, new porch lights, perfect landscaping. I drive by sometimes just to see it alive again. But every time I pass, I notice something that makes my stomach tighten. There's always a car parked across the street, a beat-up blue sedan, windows tinted, engine off, no one ever getting out. And to this day, 3 questions still eat at me. Who were they? What were they planning? And what would have happened if I'd gone upstairs? That night? Sometimes, when I wake up at 3 a.m. to the sound of pipes settling or footsteps above my ceiling, I tell myself it's just the house. Just old wood. Just noise. But deep down, I know better. Because I never fixed the water heater. And I never took my wrench back. I always thought renting out our old place would be the easiest way to make some extra money. I was wrong. My name's Caleb Foster, and last summer my wife Elena and I made what I can only describe now as the worst decision of our lives, turning my late father's old house in Maple Ridge, Ohio into an Airbnb. It wasn't supposed to be complicated. We'd been trying to sell the place for nearly a year, and not a single buyer had come through. The market was cold, the taxes were piling up, and every month that house just sat there empty, mocking me. Elena was the one who suggested the Airbnb idea over dinner one night. I still remember the sound of her fork tapping the plate when she said it. "Why don't we just rent it out for a while?" she said. "At least until someone buys it. I mean, people do this all the time." I frowned. "You really want strangers staying there?" "You know how that place feels at night." She rolled her eyes and smiled. "Babe, it's a house, not a haunted mansion. We'll just set some rules. No parties, no smoking, no pets. Easy." I laughed, but it felt uneasy, like the idea didn't sit right somewhere deep inside me. Still, money was tight. and the thought of finally having that mortgage pay itself off sounded like relief. So the following week I listed it. We didn't go crazy with security, just one visible camera near the front door, facing the entrance. Nothing fancy, just something that'd notify us when guests checked in or out. The first 2 bookings went better than we expected. Clean guests, polite messages, glowing reviews. Elena would check the messages every evening and grin. "Told you this would work," she'd say, waving her phone. People loved the place. But everything changed after the 3rd group. Their reservation ended on a Thursday. We'd gotten the usual automated message, "Thanks for staying," and a text saying they'd left the key on the counter. Sounded routine. That night I opened the camera app just to confirm, only the camera view was wrong. It wasn't facing the front door anymore. It was turned toward the wall. At first I figured maybe they bumped it when moving luggage or something, but the longer I stared, the more off it felt. That camera had a heavy mount. You couldn't accidentally move it without trying. I called Elena, who was still at work. "Hey," I said, trying to sound calm. "The camera at the Ridge House. It's turned around." "Turned around?" she repeated. "Like someone moved it?" "Yeah. I'm gonna drive over there, check it out. Probably nothing, but still." "You sure you don't want to wait till morning?" she asked. "It's already dark." "No, I'll be quick. Just want to reset it." I grabbed my truck keys and drove out. The road to Maple Ridge always gave me this weird feeling. Long stretches of cracked asphalt through dense trees. Barely any lights except the occasional porch glow in the distance. By the time I turned onto the old gravel drive, it was past 7:30 p.m., and the place was pitch black. The house stood there, quiet and still, like it was holding its breath. I noticed the porch light was off. Odd, since we'd told every guest to leave it on when they checked out. The driveway gravel crunched under my boots as I made my way to the front door. That's when I froze. The door was already open, just slightly, enough that it creaked when the breeze caught it. I hesitated, my pulse climbing. Maybe they forgot to close it, I whispered to myself. But my gut screamed no. Still, I pushed the door gently with my fingertips and stepped inside. The familiar smell of pine and dust hit me. The air was still, thick and heavy. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Everything looked normal at first. The living room tidy, the couch cushions in place, the coffee table wiped clean, but the silence felt off, like the house was listening. I moved toward the entryway camera, crouched to realign it, and that's when I heard something behind me. A faint shuffle. Before I could turn, something slammed into my back. Hard. I stumbled, forward, hit the floor, gasping as a sharp pain shot up my spine. I twisted around and there he was, a man standing halfway in the dark hallway wearing a hooded sweatshirt and holding something metallic. Looked like a bat, or maybe a steel pipe. "Hey," I started, hands up. "Hold on, man." But before I could finish, someone else grabbed me from behind, pulling me down. I could feel rough gloves against my neck. "Don't move," a voice hissed. "What the hell?" I managed to choke out before the first guy kicked me in the ribs. They went through my pockets fast. Phone, wallet, truck keys. The one behind me pressed my face to the floor. "You don't live here?" The guy with the bat asked in this raspy whisper. It's my house," I groaned. "Please, just take whatever you want." He leaned close enough for me to smell, cigarettes on his breath. "We already are." I didn't even see the next hit coming. The pipe cracked against my forehead and everything went black. When I woke up, the world felt sideways. I was on the floor, my head pounding, and someone was calling my name through static. It took me a few seconds to realize it was Elena. She was kneeling over me, shaking my shoulders. "Caleb, oh my God, you're bleeding," she cried. "What happened?" The room spun. My mouth felt dry. They took the truck," I murmured. Her eyes went wide. "Who?" "Two guys. I think they were hiding inside when I came in." She grabbed her phone. "I'm calling 911. The rest of that night was a blur. The flashing lights of the ambulance, the paramedics' voices, the metallic smell of blood on my hands. I remember lying in the hospital bed later, 3 stitches in my forehead, answering the same questions from police over and over. They never found the men, they never found the truck, and nothing, not a single fingerprint, shoe print, or trace, was left behind. The detective told me quietly that break-ins in Airbnb properties had been increasing. People learn the lock codes, he said. Some even rent once, copy keys come back later. Elena and I unlisted the house the next day. We drove back one last time a week later to pick up what was left. The doorframe was splintered. One of the bedroom windows cracked, and the faint smell of cigarette smoke lingered in the hall. Elena stood in the living room, looking at the old wallpaper my dad hung 40 years ago. "It doesn't even feel like ours anymore," she said quietly. I didn't answer. I just stared at that turned-around camera still fixed on the wall, like it had been forced to look away from whatever had really happened in that house. We sold it 3 months later to some couple from Cincinnati who said they loved the rustic vibe. Sometimes when I drive by Maple Ridge on my way to work, I still glance down that gravel drive, and every single time, I swear I see the porch light flick on, even though no one's home. I never thought a weekend trip to see a concert would make me question what people are capable of behind closed doors. It started out simple, almost cliché. My friends and I had been planning for months to see Orville Peete live in concert. He was playing in Austin, Texas, and tickets had been hard to get. I'd been listening to his music since high school, back when I'd drive the old Chevy to school, blasting his early country songs out of cheap speakers. When I found out he was finally touring again, I didn't even think twice. I bought 4 tickets, one for me, my brother, my best friend, and my boyfriend. The 4 of us had always been close, like a weird little family that wasn't related by blood but by shared chaos. My brother Riley was the responsible one, the one who always double-checked hotel bookings and packed sunscreen for everyone. My boyfriend Trent was the worrywart, sweet but paranoid about every worst-case scenario. Jess, my best friend since college, was the life of the group, the type to make friends with bartenders, gas station clerks, and anyone with a pulse. We'd planned to stay for 2 nights, drive down Friday morning, see the concert Saturday, and head home Sunday. But as always, we procrastinated on booking a place. By the time we started looking for an Airbnb, most of the decent spots in Austin were either sold out or crazy expensive. "Damn, everything's booked," Riley muttered, scrolling through listings. "We might have to go out of the city a bit." Jess leaned over his shoulder, sipping a Red Bull. "Out of the city, like how far?" "Like Liberty Hill," Riley said. 30, maybe 40 minutes from the venue." "Liberty Hill?" Trent repeated. "Isn't that where that old religious school used to be?" Jess rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, Trent, you think everything's haunted?" "Let it go." He shrugged, but I could tell by the way he bit his lip that he wasn't joking. We found a listing that looked decent, a guest suite in the bottom half of a 2-story home. Private entrance, 2 bedrooms, kitchen access, peaceful neighborhood. The pictures looked cozy. Hardwood floors, floral curtains, clean linens. The reviews were good too, though a few people mentioned strong faith-based decor. I didn't care. We weren't there for the decor. So we booked it. We arrived late afternoon, just after 4 p.m. The neighborhood looked normal enough. Wide lawns, big trees, quiet streets. But when we pulled up to the house, we all went quiet. On the front lawn stood about half a dozen religious statues, angels, saints, and what looked like a massive wooden cross stuck in the middle of a flower bed. A large sign near the mailbox read, "Jesus saves, prepare for the kingdom." Jess gave a low whistle. Well, damn. Somebody's serious about their Bible study. Riley chuckled, trying to brush off the weirdness. "Hey, we're in Texas. Could be worse. At least it's not Confederate flags." But Trent didn't laugh. He kept staring at the cross, his hand fidgeting with the strap of his bag. "I don't know, man. Something about this feels Off, I nudged him lightly. Relax, they're just religious. You'll survive 2 nights. The host, Mrs. Hammond, greeted us at the door. She was in her late 50s with stiff blonde curls and a smile that looked painted on. Her husband stood behind her, tall, quiet, with a gray beard and a button-down shirt tucked into his jeans. "Welcome, y'all," she said, her voice sweet but rehearsed. "We're so happy to have you. The Lord has blessed us with good company." "Thanks," Riley said, stepping forward politely. "We really appreciate it." She led us down a side staircase that opened to a separate guest suite. It looked like the pictures: 2 bedrooms, a small living room, a kitchenette. Everything smelled faintly of lavender and old furniture. On the nightstand in the main bedroom sat a neatly folded Bible. "Now y'all have your privacy," she said. "We're just upstairs if you need anything. And remember, quiet hours start at 10. We respect your space as long as you respect ours." Trent forced a smile. "Of course, ma'am." Before leaving, she added, "And if you're curious about the ministries of Christ, we hold open prayer sessions every evening upstairs. You're more than welcome." We all mumbled polite thank yous as she left. The door closed behind her with a soft click. Jess flopped onto the couch. "Well, that was wholesome." Riley laughed. "She's harmless. Just churchy." "Yeah," I said, opening my suitcase. "Let's unpack, grab food, and rest before the concert." That's when Riley's voice came from the other bedroom. Guys?" He was standing next to the dresser, one of the drawers open. In his hand, he held a small Bible. "I was just checking the drawers for an extra blanket," he said. "Found this." "Yeah, it's a Bible, Riley," Jess said, rolling her eyes. "No," he said, flipping it open. "Look." Something small fell out, a tiny packet wrapped in foil. At first I thought it was gum or a mint. But when Riley unwrapped it, the contents were unmistakable: a small bag of brownish powder. Trent's eyes widened. "Dude, that's heroin." The room went dead silent. I stepped closer, my heart starting to thud in my chest. "You sure?" "Positive," he said quietly. "I've seen it before. My old coworker used to use. It looks exactly like this." Jess backed up a little. "Holy shit. You think the hosts—" "I don't know," I cut in. "Could be from a previous guest. Maybe they didn't clean out the drawers." Riley carefully rewrapped the packet. "I'm putting it back. We're not touching this." We all agreed. Calling the cops would drag us into something we didn't want. Talking to the hosts felt even worse. So we just left it there, pretending it didn't exist. We ordered takeout, ate quietly, and tried to laugh it off. But the mood had shifted. Trent kept pacing near the window. "You guys don't get it. What if this place isn't what it looks like? What if these people—" "Stop," I said. "We're not jumping to conclusions." He frowned but didn't argue. When we left for the concert that night, he decided to stay behind. "Someone should keep an eye on our stuff," he said. But I knew the real reason. He didn't want to be upstairs with them. When we got back around midnight, the air felt heavy. Trent was sitting at the kitchen table, pale and wide-eyed. "What happened?" I asked. He hesitated before answering. "I was reading through the house binder. You know, the guest rules. There's a section about respecting God's order of the household. Then it said, if you wish to discuss the ministries of our Lord, knock upstairs any time before midnight." "Okay," Jess said, sitting down. "That's weird, but not like horror movie weird." He shook his head. "No, that's not it." I started Googling some of the books they left around here. One of them's called The Obedient Woman's Role in God's Kingdom. Another one was Spiritual Discipline Through Fasting and Submission. They're written by a group called the House of the Everlasting Prayer. Riley frowned. "Never heard of it." "Yeah, because it's a cult," Trent said flatly. "Based right here in Liberty Hill." My stomach dropped. "They run something like a university," he continued. and one of the names I found in their leadership section matches our host's last name. We all went quiet. "You're telling me we're staying in a cult leader's basement?" Jess said, half laughing, half terrified. "Pretty much," Trent said. The next morning, sunlight came through the curtains, but it didn't feel like a new day. It felt like a countdown. While Riley made coffee, Jess started exploring more of the suite. "You guys should see this," she called from the storage closet. We joined her, and my stomach turned again. Inside were large plastic barrels labeled dried lentils, grain mix, and emergency stock. Next to them sat gallon jugs of murky liquid. Trent picked one up and squinted at the label. "It says fasting blend 1 to 2. "What the hell is that?" Jess whispered. He set it down slowly. "I think it's what they drink during fasts." "Like religious fasts?" For days, Riley looked uneasy. "Okay, so they're preppers, that's weird, but..." Then Jess found a folder on the shelf. Inside were printed handouts titled, "The Coming Purge" and "Righteous Cleansing of the World." Trent read one aloud, his voice trembling. "Those who resist the coming order shall be cleansed by fire. The faithful will be sheltered in homes of preparation, awaiting the Lord's trumpet." We all stood there in silence. Finally, Riley whispered, "We need to leave." We packed quickly, but before we could carry our bags upstairs, there was a knock on the door. Mrs. Hammond's voice came through, soft but firm. "Everything all right down there, folks?" I froze. Trent mouthed, "Don't say anything." Riley called back, trying to sound casual. "Yeah, just packing up for the day." She paused for a moment. "I heard you moving around late last night. I do hope you weren't reading things that don't concern you." Jess's face went pale. We were just looking for towels," Riley said. Another pause. Then, "Be sure you lock up before you leave. Not everyone who visits here understands our ways." Her footsteps retreated up the stairs. We stood frozen until we heard the floorboards creak overhead. Then we bolted. We didn't say much until we reached the car. I could barely breathe until we hit the main road. Trent stared out the window, whispering, "I told you something was off." We drove in silence for a while before Riley spoke. "You think the heroin was theirs?" I finished. "I don't know." Jess exhaled shakily. "I don't care. I just want to forget that place existed that night at a cheap motel near downtown." Trent couldn't sleep. Neither could I. He sat at the edge of the bed, scrolling through his phone. "I found their website," he whispered. "The House of the Everlasting Prayer. They've got members all over the country. And guess what? The Hammonds are listed as regional ministers." He turned the screen toward me. There they were, smiling, hands clasped, under a headline that read, "Faith Leaders of the Central Texas Sanctuary." My stomach turned. "They use their homes as safe houses," he said softly. "For what, I don't know." None of us went back. We checked out the next morning and drove home in silence. A week later, Riley texted me a link. It was a local news article. "Religious couple investigated after controlled substances found in residence, Liberty Hill." I didn't click it. I didn't need to. I already knew whose faces I'd see. Sometimes I still wonder if that packet in the Bible was theirs, or if it belonged to someone who tried to escape whatever was happening in that house and never got the chance to come back for it. All I know is, if you ever find yourself staying somewhere that feels even a little wrong, trust your gut. Some homes aren't meant to host strangers. Welcome, sleepy soul. I'm your storyteller tonight, here to help you drift into deep, peaceful sleep. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more bedtime stories. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. And if there's a story you'd like to hear next, I'd love to know that too. I didn't grow up thinking dating would end up feeling like an extreme sport. But by the time I hit my late 20s, I'd already collected more unsettling almost moments than actual good dates. A lot of that came from growing up in Lynbrook, a small town outside Milwaukee, where people either settled early or got stuck in their own emotional leftovers. I fell into the latter category, floating through low-pay IT jobs, minor heartbreaks, and a gnawing sense that something was coming for me someday. Most nights after work, I'd crash on my couch with leftover Chinese food, scroll through dating apps, and try not to feel like time was slipping through my hands. That's how everything started. With boredom, leftover lo mein, and a quiet Sunday evening where the loneliness was loud as hell. I was lying on my couch, half watching some documentary on serial killers I'd already seen twice, when my phone buzzed. I assumed it was just another random email, but no, it was a Tinder notification. You matched with Leanna. The name was unique. The profile was even more interesting. Her photos weren't the typical glamorous ones. She had a slightly awkward smile in every picture, the kind that looked real. Shoulder-length dark red hair, a small nose ring, soft brown eyes. Pretty, but not, this has to be fake, pretty. And her bio was simple. New to town. Looking to meet someone chill. No weird vibes, please. I laughed when I read that last part. No weird vibes. If only it were that easy. A message followed almost immediately. Leanna. Hey, you seem like someone I could actually talk to. It was casual, natural, not forced or rushed. I messaged back. Me. Hey, appreciate that. How's your night going? We talked for hours. About music, about her moving from Ohio, about my terrible cooking skills. She wasn't overly flirty, which I liked. She asked questions, she paid attention. She seemed grounded. But something about the rhythm of her replies made my instincts twitch. Not enough to scare me, but enough to tag the moment in my mind. And I should have listened to that first tag. To be honest, I wasn't just lonely. I was emotionally worn out. My last relationship, with a girl named Rowan, ended after 2 years of me pretending everything was fine. She didn't cheat or anything dramatic. She just slowly drifted away until being together felt like sitting across from a stranger at a dinner table, both of us pretending to remember how we used to talk. Ever since then, dating apps became my distraction more than my hope. Something to scroll when life felt too quiet. But when Leanna matched with me, something felt different. Not electric, but curious, like a string had been pulled that I wasn't aware existed. It wasn't until she suggested the date spot that my nerves started screaming louder. 3 days after matching, she messaged, Leanna, there's this little coffee shop near Pine Belt Avenue. It's quiet, kinda cozy. Want to meet Thursday night? Pine Belt Avenue. I knew that name. Everyone did. It wasn't exactly a crime-ridden neighborhood, but it had this weird vibe, like you were trespassing on someone's territory when you walked there after dark. Half the stores were boarded up. Stray dogs wandered around like they owned the place. Locals always said, Pine Belt ain't dangerous, but it ain't friendly either. So naturally, I hesitated. Me. That area's kind of far. Want to meet downtown instead? She shot back instantly. Leanna. Can't. I don't drive and buses don't go late. Pine Belt spot works best for me. It wasn't rude, but it was firm. Too firm. Something tightened in my chest, an instinct I'd ignored too many times in my life. But I shrugged it off. I'd gone on weirder dates. Still, something felt off. She was too insistent, and Thursday was coming fast. My friend Jay, closest thing I had to a brother, heard about the date and immediately said, Bro, FaceTime her first, just do it. People get trafficked, kidnapped, catfished. Your ass ain't built for kidnapping. Yeah, thanks for the vote of confidence, I muttered. But he was right, and my gut was buzzing. So I messaged. Me. Hey, wanna hop on video for a few minutes? Just to say hi before we meet. I expected her to ghost, or make an excuse, or vanish completely. Instead, Leanna, sure, give me 5. That's when I should have canceled everything entirely. The video call connected, and immediately something was wrong. She sat in a dimly lit room, so dim the light behind her looked like a flickering candle. Her face was half hidden by shadows and a curtain of messy hair that wasn't red like in her pictures, but a dull, nearly brown shade. "Hey," she said softly, her voice lower than I imagined. "Nice to finally meet you." I blinked. "Yeah. Hey, everything okay? Hard to see you." "Sorry. Lights busted," she said, forcing a laugh that didn't sound like her. I tried to stay casual, but the unease crawled up my spine. "So, excited for Thursday?" I asked. She tilted her head. Her hair slid further over her face. "Thursday?" "Yeah. The date?" "Oh, right, sorry. Long day. My head's all over." But that wasn't the worst part. She didn't remember anything we'd talked about. Nothing about music. Nothing about Ohio. Nothing about my cooking jokes. Her tone was different. Her mannerisms were different. Her eyes were different. Dull, almost vacant. It wasn't her. Or maybe it was. But nothing about her matched the girl I messaged. I kept the call short. "Well, I should get back to cooking," I lied. "Oh, okay," she said. "See you Thursday." I ended the call and immediately blocked her, not out of rudeness, out of sheer instinctual fear. But even then I didn't know how close I had been to walking into something I wouldn't have survived. Blocking usually means peace, but not this time. My phone buzzed from an unknown number. Unknown. "Why'd you hang up so fast?" I froze. My number wasn't public. My Tinder didn't list it. Another message. "You seem nervous. Don't be." Then, "We're still on for Thursday." I typed back, "Me. Who is this?" No answer. Silence. Cold and suffocating. I didn't sleep that night. 2 nights before the supposed date, around 11 p.m., I heard a car slow down outside my apartment. I lived on a quiet street. Nobody slowed down unless they were parking. I went to the window and peeked through the blinds. A dark sedan sat under the street lamp. Driver window down. Someone inside staring straight at my building. I couldn't see the person clearly, but the outline of their head was unmistakable. Just a stillness, staring, watching. I whispered, "What the hell?" Then headlights washed across my window as the car pulled away slowly. Too slowly. Jay came over the next day after I begged him to. "Dude," he said after hearing everything, "that's not just some catfish, that's someone scouting you." "Scouting me?" I repeated, heart sinking. "Yes. Either for a setup, robbery, assault, whatever. People do this with fake profiles all the time." His words hit harder than they should have. "How do you know she didn't get your number from some app leak or some third-party crap?" Jay added. "Bro, you got lucky." I didn't feel lucky. I felt watched. Thursday night, the night the date was supposed to happen. I stayed home with every light on. At 8:17 p.m., I got a message from another unknown number. "I was waiting. Why didn't you come?" Then another. "You should have trusted me." And then, "Do you always lie?" I didn't reply. I couldn't. My stomach was in my throat. My palms were wet. My mind spiraled. Another message popped up. "You look different in person, by the way." My entire body seized. They had seen me. Somehow. Somewhere. Another message. "Window. 2nd floor. Right?" I ran to turn off all the lights. My breathing grew sharp and fast. A final message arrived. "Don't worry. We'll try again soon." That night, I didn't sleep. Or breathe normally. Or feel safe. A week later, after paranoia practically ate me alive, I found a Reddit thread. Someone in my city talking about a group running fake profiles to lure men to abandoned shops on Pinebelt Avenue. Men were jumped, robbed, sometimes stabbed. Some never reported it. A comment in the thread mentioned something that made my blood freeze. One girl they use goes by the name Lyanna. Brown hair, dimly lit video calls. Acts confused. Be careful. I stared at the screen for 10 whole minutes before closing my laptop. I realized something then. Whoever I video chatted with wasn't Lyanna, and the real Lyanna may have never existed. Months passed. I stopped dating apps. I moved apartments. I changed my number. I avoided Pine Belt like it was cursed. But the fear never fully left. Sometimes late at night I feel it again. The same sensation of being watched, of someone waiting for me to slip up, of an unfinished plan lingering in the shadows. Then, last week, almost a year later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. No subject, no body text, just a single attachment. A screenshot of the Tinder profile photo of Leanna, and a message below it. Second chances are rare. Don't waste this one. I slammed my laptop shut so fast it echoed, because now I know they weren't done, and maybe they never will be. I never really understood why dating felt harder for me than it did for everyone else. Growing up in a small suburb outside Ridgeford, Ohio, I'd always been the kind of person people labeled as nice, sweet, or easy to talk to. All the labels people give you when they like you, just not that way. By my mid-20s, I'd only had one real relationship, one that lasted a couple years and ended for reasons that were messy, quiet, and painful all at once. When it ended, it felt like somebody had quietly packed up all my confidence and walked out with it. For those first couple months alone, I stayed off dating apps. My friends kept telling me, "Dude, it's been long enough. Get back out there, swipe a little, just see what's up." And every time I'd tell them I wasn't ready, I could see the look on their faces, the mixture of sympathy and frustration. But eventually, loneliness hits harder than heartbreak. So one cold evening in late November 2015, after staring at my ceiling for an hour, I finally said screw it, downloaded the app again, and rebuilt my profile from scratch. No filters, no overthinking, just me. I was only swiping for maybe 15 minutes when I matched with someone named Brennan Ward. The moment I saw his profile picture, wide grin, dark hair, a kind of outdoorsy vibe, I thought, okay, he looks normal. Maybe this won't be terrible. His first message popped up seconds later. "Brennan, look, I don't want to be dramatic or anything, but I'm like 97% sure we're supposed to grab a drink this week. Corny, sure, but not in a creepy way. A little stupid, but funny." We talked for 2 days. Nothing deep, just enough to feel like we weren't total strangers. When he asked if I wanted to grab a drink at a dive bar called the Rusty Lantern in downtown Ridgeford. It was public enough, close enough, safe enough. So I said yes. The night of the date, I put a little extra effort into myself, not trying to be someone I wasn't, just trying to feel like I hadn't completely given up on dating. When I walked toward the bar, I saw someone standing outside near the neon sign. My stomach dropped a little. He looked like Brennan, sort of. Same person, yes, but older, rougher around the edges, shorter than he said, and his smile looked forced, like his profile picture had been taken during one of the only moments he'd ever looked genuinely happy. Still, it wasn't a catfish, just reality. Me. "Hey, Brennan?" Brennan. "Oh, yeah, hey, wow, you look great." Me. "Thanks, you too." He didn't, but I didn't say that. Inside, the bar was dim and smelled faintly of beer soaked into old wood. We grabbed a table in the corner and ordered drinks. For the first 20 minutes, things felt okay. Nothing special, but fine. I talked. A lot. Too much, maybe. But he wasn't giving me much to work with. He'd nod occasionally, smile weirdly at random moments, or fidget with his sleeve cuffs like they were irritating him. He barely made eye contact. He laughed a half-second too late anytime I said something funny. He had this habit of licking his lips before talking, like he'd been rehearsing what to say. Something about him set off a quiet alarm inside me. Not loud enough to run, but enough to make me aware of every exit in the bar. Still, he wasn't aggressive. He wasn't rude. He was just off. After one drink, I pretended I had to be up early. Me. "This was nice, but I should probably get going." Brennan. "So soon? We barely got started." Me. Long day tomorrow. Brennan. All right. Yeah. No problem. Can I walk you home? Me. Oh no. I'm good. It's really close. He paused. His smile twitched. Brennan. Right. I'll text you then. I didn't commit to an answer. I waved goodbye, left the bar, and started walking home. It was maybe a 10-minute walk to my apartment building. The streets were quiet, just the occasional car rolling by. The cold made the air sharper, made everything sound closer. I reached my building, climbed the steps, and as I pulled my keys from my pocket, something made me glance over my shoulder. That's when I saw him. Brennan, standing at the end of the block, motionless, watching me. He wasn't pretending to be on his phone. He wasn't walking in the same direction. He was just standing there facing me. My pulse kicked hard. I ducked inside quickly, pretending I hadn't seen him. As the lobby door clicked shut behind me, a shiver ran up my spine, and I remember thinking, why the hell didn't he call out? Why didn't he wave? Why didn't he try to hide? Why was he just standing there like that? I checked my phone. No messages, no missed calls, nothing from him, which somehow made it worse. I didn't sleep well that night. Days passed, and part of me tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe he lived nearby. Maybe he just happened to be walking the same way. Maybe I scared myself for no reason. Except, he'd told me where he lived, and it was completely the opposite direction. Still, there were no texts, no messages in the app, no apologies, no excuses. Just silence. The kind of silence that feels intentional. For a few days, the feeling faded. I went to work, went to the gym, hung out with friends. Normal life resumed, at least on the surface, until the next Thursday night. I had just gotten out of the shower when a knock echoed through my apartment. Not loud, not frantic, just steady. Knock, knock, knock. I froze, dripping water onto the bathroom floor. Another knock. I grabbed a towel, wrapped it around myself, and stepped carefully toward the door. My apartment had a small, frosted window near the top corner of the door, just big enough to make out a silhouette. Someone was standing there, tallish, still, silent. My heart hammered. Me, quietly to myself. No way, no freaking way. I moved closer until I could make out the outline more clearly. And then I heard it, a voice I recognized instantly. Brennan. Hey, it's me. Hope I didn't freak you out. Just wanted to talk for a sec. My throat tightened. How the hell did he know which apartment was mine? I didn't open the door. Me. You need to leave. Brennan. Yeah, I get that. I wanted to say sorry for the other night. I think I weirded you out. I didn't mean to. Me. You followed me home. Brennan. No, I didn't. I swear, I was just, I don't know, walking, thinking. I didn't know that was your place. Me. Brennan, go. Brennan, can you just open the door? Please, I just want to explain. The way he said, please, soft, shaky, almost desperate, made my skin crawl. Me. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police. Silence, then footsteps, then nothing. I stood there for 5 minutes before I finally looked through the peephole. He was gone. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, my phone, and left immediately to stay at my brother's place. For about 2 weeks after that, everything seemed normal again. No knocks, no shadows outside my window, no random messages. I let myself breathe again. But then I started seeing him. Once near my building's mailbox area. Once standing in line behind me at a coffee shop. Once at my gym, even though he told me he worked out across town. He never approached, never spoke, just watched. That silent, calculating stare, like he was waiting for something. I went to the police. They told me, we can't do anything unless he threatens you or physically approaches you. Exactly what I expected. I felt insane. I questioned everything. Was he really following me? Or was I connecting dots that weren't there? But deep down, I knew the truth. I was being hunted. One night, I was coming home from work later than usual. It was raining hard, raindrops hitting the pavement loud enough to drown out traffic sounds. I unlocked the front door to my building and stepped inside, and someone cleared their throat behind me. I spun. Brennan, standing half lit by the street lamp outside, soaked from the rain, eyes wide. "Brennan, why'd you move?" My blood ran cold. I hadn't told him I moved. I hadn't updated anything online. I'd blocked him everywhere. I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. "Brennan, I just wanted to fix things. I thought we had a good night." His voice cracked. Not emotional, unstable. "Me. Stay away from me." "Brennan, I tried, but you always walk so fast, you don't look at me anymore." "Me. I don't know you." "Brennan, you did. For a while you did." That's when I realized he genuinely believed he knew me, like we'd been close, like something real had happened between us. He took a step forward. I backed into the locked lobby door. "Brennan, just hear me out." His voice rose just enough to crack through the sound of rain. "Brennan, I'm not a bad guy. You don't see it yet, but you will. I can be good. I am good. You just give me a damn chance." I pulled out my phone. "Me. I'm calling the cops." "Brennan, don't do that, please. Look, don't freak out." I dialed 911. He froze. Then he turned and ran into the darkness. After that night, I didn't hesitate. I packed everything I owned in 2 days. Found a new apartment across town. Didn't tell anyone except my brother. Deleted all my dating profiles. I changed my number. Changed my daily routine. Changed the gym I went to, and as far as I know, he never found me again. Sometimes in crowded places, I still think I see him. A face that looks too familiar. A posture that matches his. A stare that lingers too long. Maybe he's still out there. Maybe he gave up. Maybe he moved on to someone else. I don't know. But I do know one thing. One bad date can be all it takes for your entire life to shift sideways. Everything after that night felt different. My sense of safety, my trust in people. Even the way I walk alone at night. It changes you, maybe permanently. Maybe that's the real horror of dating apps. You never actually know who's behind that smile, or what they want from you, or how far they'll go to get it. I never thought one stupid decision at 18 would follow me like a ghost years later. The kind of thing that creeps into your mind when you're pumping gas alone at 2 a.m. Or when a stranger's footsteps sound a little too close behind you. Back then, I was living on the outskirts of Ashbury, Kansas, where the roads stretch long and empty, and people tend to mind their own business, sometimes a little too much. I was a quiet kid growing up, but by the time I hit 18, I'd already found myself different from most girls in town. I dressed in loose jeans, dusty boots, and old truck stop hoodies, kept my hair cropped short, and didn't care if anyone thought I looked too much like one of the boys. I'd known I liked girls since I was 12, didn't bother hiding it. But curiosity is a strange thing. It creeps up on you when life gets too predictable, too small. And Ashbury was very, very small. At 18, I just started working part-time at a freight yard outside town. Long nights, loud machinery, older truckers who'd been everywhere and seen everything. A few of them treated me like their kid sister. A few treated me like I didn't belong, but all of them had stories. Stories that made my own life feel too empty, too routine. And maybe that's why I downloaded HingeMate, some off-brand dating app everyone said was full of weirdos but had the most real locals. Whatever that meant. I wasn't looking for love. Hell, I wasn't even looking for anything serious. I just wanted to feel something. Something new. Something that pulled me out of the grayness of Ashbury nights. And that's when I matched with Troy Mercer. I remember his profile picture clearly. A messy head of brown hair, a little overgrown. Sharp jawline, dark hoodie. He looked like every Midwest small-town guy who used to skip third period and smoke behind the gym. But he had this crooked grin, something between charming and suspicious, like he was hiding something but daring you to ask. His bio said, "Not good at small talk, good at late-night drives and horror movies. If you're boring, swipe left." Normally, I would have rolled my eyes and ignored him, but that night I felt reckless, restless, so I swiped right, and he messaged almost immediately. "Troy, damn, didn't think someone like you was actually from Ashbury." Me. Someone like me? Troy. "Yeah, you look like trouble." I laughed. I shouldn't have. But when you're young and bored, even a risky laugh feels like adrenaline. We talked for hours that first night, not flirting at first, more like trading pieces of our lives. He told me he'd grown up in South Ashbury, a rougher part of town near the old grain mills. Said he lived with his older cousin, that his family wasn't really around. I told him about the freight yard job, about wanting to get into long-haul trucking one day. Told him I liked girls but wasn't totally closed off to the idea of experiencing something different. He didn't judge, didn't push, just said, "Curiosity's not a crime, you're allowed to figure yourself out." And hearing that felt nice. Too nice. By the third day of talking, he asked me to come over. "Nothing crazy," he said. "Just pizza, movies, and whatever happens. I'm chill." And I should have said no. I should have remembered every warning, every nightmare scenario girls tell each other. But at 18, you believe you're invincible. You believe danger happens to other people. So I said yes. It was a Friday, early fall. The kind of night Kansas gets quiet, too quiet, where the sky looks like it's made of cold metal, and you can smell distant rain before it ever touches the ground. I pulled up to Troy's house around 8:45 p.m. He lived on a narrow street lined with old duplexes, each one looking like it had survived a tornado or two. His place wasn't the worst, but it wasn't great either. One porch light flickered like it was dying, and weeds had pretty much claimed the entire front yard. Still, I told myself, he's young, probably broke. Don't judge. He opened the door before I knocked like he'd been watching from the peephole. "Avery?" he asked with a grin. He looked the same as his profile, almost too much the same, like he'd posed to match it exactly. His eyes were tired but sharp, the kind of eyes that didn't miss much. "Come on in," he said, stepping aside. Inside, the place smelled like pizza grease, cheap cologne, and stale cigarette smoke, but it was cleaner than I expected. Couch, TV, a beat-up coffee table, a stack of horror DVDs, dim yellow lamp. And for a while, it was normal. We ate pizza, we talked about our jobs, music, the crappy weather. He teased me about being a baby trucker, and I teased him about owning more hoodies than actual furniture. The tension built slowly, naturally, like the way heat builds in a room when two people stop pretending they're just friends. Eventually, he scooted closer, then closer again. Then his hand brushed mine. He whispered, "You good with this?" And for a moment, I felt safe, like he actually cared. So I said yes. The rest happened. Quick, intense, but consensual. And afterward, we just lay there under his crappy blanket, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. I thought, okay, maybe this wasn't a mistake. Then it happened. The scream. A sharp, guttural, real scream. Not from a TV, not from outside, but from inside the house, downstairs. I jerked upright. "Troy, what the hell was that?" He stiffened. Barely, but I felt it. Then he forced a laugh. A fake one, thin as paper. "Relax, it's just my cousin watching some horror crap. He's loud as hell. I'll go tell him to shut it." No, the scream was wrong. It had a tremble in it, a kind of pain people don't fake. While he went downstairs, I scrambled to gather my clothes, heart racing so hard it hurt. My mind whispered, something's off. Something's really off. And when he came back up, his face had changed. He wasn't smiling anymore. His eyes looked darker, almost annoyed. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Thought we were having a good night." His voice had an edge now. Something cold. Something possessive. I swallowed hard. Yeah, my dad just texted. He's freaking out. I gotta go. He stared at me a moment too long, then sighed. Fine. Let me walk you out. He didn't touch me, didn't say goodbye. Just shut the door gently behind me. And that should have been the end of it. Just a weird, creepy night. But 2 days later, everything came crashing down. I was eating cereal, half asleep, scrolling on my phone, when the headline flashed across my screen: Ashbury residents arrested for holding man captive in basement. I didn't think anything of it until I saw the mugshot. Troy. Same crooked grin, but now twisted. Eyes wild. Face bruised. The article said he and his cousin had kidnapped the cousin's stepfather, held him hostage, beat him, starved him, for weeks. He escaped during a doctor's appointment, reported everything. Police raided the house, found blood in the basement, found restraints. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I'd pass out. Because the date I'd been on, the scream I heard, the basement below me that night, that was him, the stepfather, tortured, starving, begging. And if I had stayed longer, if I hadn't heard that scream, if Troy hadn't believed my lie about my dad, I don't think I'd be alive right now. For months after, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house made my skin crawl. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. Every man that looked at me too long made me feel sick. People always say, "You were lucky. You got out in time. You're so strong." But luck feels different when you realize you were in the same room as a monster and didn't know it. Strength feels like a lie when you remember you laughed with him, kissed him, trusted him. I told no one for a long time. Not my coworkers, not my friends, not even the women I dated later. It took years to tell the story out loud without shaking. Even now, part of me wonders if that scream will ever fully leave my head. But I tell the story now because someone needs to hear it. Because someone young, restless, bored, lonely, someone like I was, might download an app thinking it's harmless, might trust a stranger because he seems chill, might think nothing bad ever happens in small towns like Ashbury. But danger doesn't care about town size. Evil doesn't need the city to thrive. Sometimes the darkest things grow quietly, right under our feet, behind thin walls, in basements we never see. And sometimes, you only survive because fate decides you get one more chance. I never saw Troy again. Didn't follow the trial. Didn't want to know the details. All I know is he's locked away. And I'm still here. But sometimes, when I'm driving long Kansas highways late at night, windows cracked, radio low, sometimes I swear I hear that scream again. Faint, echoing, like a memory that refuses to die. And I grip the steering wheel tighter. And I remind myself, I survived, but not everyone does. I grew up believing that love would just sort of fall into place for me. That's what my mom always said. When the right person shows up, you'll just know. But by the time I was 26, living alone in a cramped studio off Bayview Street in Hawthorne, Ohio, it felt like the only thing falling into place was my loneliness. I wasn't pathetic or anything. I had friends, a job at a warehouse distribution center, and enough going on to keep me from thinking too much. But nights were the worst. Nights were when the quiet settled in, when I could hear the pipes groaning through the walls and couples laughing on the street below. Nights were when the loneliness seemed to sit on the edge of my bed with me. So yeah, I got on dating apps. I had tried them on and off for years, but the stretch I'm about to talk about, early 2017, was probably my most desperate attempt. Tinder was the main one I used because it seemed like the simplest. Swipe, match, message, meet, repeat. After a string of painfully mediocre dates, a girl who only talked about her juice cleanse, a woman who showed up an hour late and said traffic 3 times without explaining, I was almost ready to delete the app completely. But then I matched with Raina. Her profile wasn't overly glamorous. No perfect filters, no bikini pics, No fake-sounding quotes. Just a clean photo of her smiling on a pedestrian bridge and a bio that read, usually reading, sometimes hiking, always hungry. Let's talk. It was simple, but it pulled me in. Her eyes seemed warm. Something about her felt real in a way most profiles didn't. When we matched, my heart actually jumped. I remember saying, "Oh damn, okay," out loud in my apartment like an idiot. I messaged her first. Me, "Hey, appreciate you matching with a guy who's currently eating cereal for dinner. Reina, cereal is elite dinner food. You're already winning." We spent the next hour chatting books, movies, dumb jokes, embarrassing stories. The flow was so natural I kept checking her profile to make sure she was real. She seemed funny, smart, and genuinely interested. On the third day of messaging, she said, "Reina, let's meet, if you're free this weekend." My stomach fluttered. Finally, someone I actually liked me back. We agreed to meet at Brooklyn Park, a huge public park in the center of the city, at the front gate around 7:45 p.m. I figured we'd take a walk, maybe grab coffee from the little cart that sometimes stayed open late. I didn't think twice. I was excited. Nervous, sure, but excited. I had no idea that night would become one of the darkest memories of my life. I left my apartment around 7:10, wearing my best, I didn't try too hard, outfit: dark jeans, a gray hoodie, and clean sneakers. February air bit into my face, sharp and dry, but not enough to make me turn back for my heavier coat. Brooklyn Park was buzzing by the time I arrived. Families heading home, teenagers skating around the benches, people walking their dogs. Very public, very safe. I texted her, "Me, I'm here, by the gate." She responded instantly, "Reina, hey, can we meet like 2 blocks east instead? There's a small street corner, Elm and Patterson. It's easier for me to get to." I frowned a little. It wasn't a big deal, but it felt odd. Still, I typed, "Me, yeah, cool, on my way." As I walked, I kept imagining how she might look in person, whether her smile would match her pictures, whether her voice would too. I rehearsed a stupid joke about the cold weather. I kept checking the time. I was genuinely excited. But when I reached the intersection, she wasn't there. No one was. A few cars passed. A couple walked by holding hands, but no one looked like they were waiting for a date. My phone buzzed again. "Reina. Sorry actually. Can we do one more spot? There's a side entrance to the old Maplewood apartments. It's right behind the convenience store by that corner. I'm literally right around the back." I hesitated this time. Something in my stomach tightened, not fear exactly, but an unease that stretched through my ribs like a rubber band being pulled. I typed, "Me, why not just meet here? Reina, I'm kinda stuck talking to my roommate out here. Just come back this way. It's like 2 minutes. Promise? Reina, please." That last message please hooked me in. It felt personal, sincere, and I really wanted this date to work. So I went. The Maplewood apartments were old brown brick, tiny windows, the kind of place where someone probably yelled at their neighbor weekly. The side entrance she mentioned was basically a narrow little passage wedged between 2 of the buildings. As soon as I stepped in, something felt wrong. Dead quiet, no cars, no voices. The air felt colder, almost heavy. The only light came from a flickering bulb above an old metal door. I typed, "Me, hey, I'm here." No response. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Then, from the far end of the alley, I heard footsteps. 2 sets. Slow, steady, deliberate. I squinted down the alley and saw 2 men walking toward me, both wearing black hoodies, dark jeans, and surgical masks. One had a small tattoo peeking from his neck. The other walked with his hands deep in his pockets. My breath caught. "Yo, hey," I said quietly, backing up a step. They didn't speak, didn't wave, didn't acknowledge me, just kept walking. I turned around instinctively and froze, because at the mouth of the alley stood a third man, larger than the other 2. Same outfit, same mask, hands gloved, broad shoulders blocking the exit like a boulder blocking a cave. "Shit," I whispered. My heart slammed against my ribs. I moved toward the door and grabbed the handle instinctively. Locked. I rattled it harder, panic clawing up my throat. No, 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 come on, I muttered, shaking it until it rattled the wall. When I turned, the three men were almost on top of me, forming a tight half circle. One of them spoke a deep, flat voice. "Where's Raina?" My blood ran cold. I don't know what you're talking about," I stammered. The man shook his head. "Nah, you do," he said. "You know exactly what this is." He stepped closer, and the alley seemed to shrink. Wallet, phone, now. My throat tightened. I could barely breathe. I didn't fight, didn't argue, didn't plead. I just handed over my wallet with trembling hands, then my phone. The bigger man snatched them without a word. Before they turned to leave, one of them leaned in, voice low and icy. "You dial the cops, you tell anyone, we will find you. Don't be stupid." I nodded quickly, tears burning behind my eyes. They walked away together calmly, casually, like this was routine. I stayed pressed against the cold metal door long after they turned the corner. My lungs shook with shallow breaths. My legs felt numb. I kept listening for footsteps coming back, for someone running toward me, for anything. When I finally stepped out of the alley, the sky was darker. Streetlights hummed. Cars passed without noticing me. I didn't even have a phone to call a friend. I didn't know anyone's number by heart. Home was a 25-minute walk. Every shadow looked like it could conceal someone. Every passing truck made me flinch, and the whole way home, I kept thinking the same thing. They could be behind me. They could be watching right now. I got to my apartment, locked the door, and slid down to the floor. My body was shaking. I didn't cry at first, I was too stunned for that. When tears finally came, they felt hot and humiliating. I wanted to call the police. I did, but the man's threat kept echoing. "We will find you." I believed him. I hated that I believed him, but I did. And the embarrassment, the shame of being lured like that, it crawled under my skin. I felt stupid, naive, pathetic. I didn't want to explain it to anyone, so I didn't. I went to work the next day like nothing happened. Bought a cheap replacement phone. Took the loss. Buried the memory. For years, I didn't talk about it. Not once. I tried to move on. Tried to laugh again. Tried dating again. Though apps always made my stomach twist afterward. But the truth is, that night never really left me. Sometimes when I walk down a quiet street, I still scan for someone following me. Sometimes a random message from a stranger on an app makes my skin crawl. And sometimes on the worst nights I lie awake imagining an alternate timeline where those men didn't stop at robbery, where they wanted something else, where I didn't make it out, but I'm alive. I'm here. And for the first time, I'm telling the story. The weight of it feels a little lighter now. Just a little. I never thought one stupid decision could fracture the way I see people for the rest of my life. Most stories like this start with some dramatic moment that signals danger right away. But mine didn't. Mine started slow, quiet, almost boring. Just an ordinary week in Chicago that turned into something I still have nightmares about. I was 23, working at a design shop in Logan Square, barely keeping my life together but pretending I had it all figured out. My roommate, Talia, used to joke that I had goldfish syndrome. I forgot red flags 3 seconds after seeing them. I'd laugh it off, but honestly, she wasn't wrong. I grew up in Joliet, moved to Chicago because I was sick of my small-town life, and I wanted to be around people who didn't know every stupid thing I'd ever done. But Chicago, it has this way of making you feel invisible and watched at the same time. It's loud, fast, alive, and yet the loneliest place I've ever lived. I'd been single for almost a year after getting out of a messy breakup with a guy named Colin who cheated on me with some girl he met at a gas station. Yeah, a gas station. So my confidence was still recovering from that cinematic disaster. Talia had pushed me to download a dating app. "Chicago's full of people," she said one night, curled on our ugly gray couch. "You gotta meet at least one normal guy in this city." I remember rolling my eyes. Normal guys don't exist. They're like affordable apartments, a myth. but I downloaded the app anyway. And that's where I met him. Cole Rayner. A name so clean and harmless I didn't know it would eventually terrify me. Cole messaged me on a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were slow at the shop, and I always ended up doom scrolling. His profile said he was 26, worked in independent contracting, which sounded vague but not weird, and lived near Wicker Park. His pictures were, honestly, good. Maybe too good. Hoodie selfies, gym snapshots, a picture at the lake. Not model tier, not fake looking, just handsome in that quiet, Midwest way. He messaged first. Cole, you look like somebody who knows where the best coffee is in the city. Prove me wrong. I laughed. That was new. I replied. Me? I won't prove you wrong because you're right. I'm a caffeine snob. He sent a smiley, and we talked for hours. Not flirty stuff like actual conversations. About music, dumb childhood stories, the most Chicago thing we'd ever done. I told him about the time I got stuck on the red line for 2 hours, and he said that was basically a rite of passage. He was funny, charming, slow-paced, normal. It felt safe. So when he asked me out 3 days later, I said yes. We decided to meet at a small coffee shop in River North called Elm and Ivy. Neutral spot, tons of people, and close to the red line. Perfect. I took the train there. It was a chilly evening, one of those nights where Chicago wind hits you like it has a personal grudge. I got there 10 minutes early, because anxiety is punctual. I texted him. Me. Here. Wearing a brown jacket. Please tell me you're exactly 6 feet so I can brag to my short friends. He replied instantly. Cole, you'll see me in 30 seconds. I'm walking up. And then I saw him. Walking down the sidewalk like someone out of a movie, not fancy, not intimidating, just normal. A black hoodie, jeans, clean haircut, calm expression. His smile matched his pictures perfectly. Hey, he said, voice warm, kind of deep. You must be Arya. I nodded, suddenly shy. You look exactly like your pictures. So do you. He grinned. Better, actually. We went inside, ordered coffee, sat in a corner booth, and talked for almost 2 hours. It was easy. Effortless. I felt comfortable, too comfortable. In hindsight, when the cafe closed, he walked me outside. You sure you don't want to ride home? He said. It's cold as hell, and you live pretty far. I hesitated. Every instinct said don't, but every emotion said he's been nothing but great. And that's the moment that ruined everything. I said, okay. His car was a dark silver sedan, clean interior. Smelled faintly like pine air freshener. Nothing unusual. No weird junk. No strange vibes. We started driving, and everything still felt fine. He joked about the terrible Chicago drivers, and I laughed. He asked about my job, my roommate, my favorite places in the city. At some point, I realized I'd stopped holding on to my cautiousness. That's when the world flipped. We were crossing West Grand Avenue when I saw the flash of blue lights behind us. A police SUV. Sirens off at first. Just lights. Guess someone's speeding, I muttered. But Cole stiffened. His jaw clenched. He didn't look at me when he whispered, "Shit." Then he pressed the gas. Hey. What are you doing?" I said, half laughing, thinking it had to be some misunderstanding. He didn't answer. Cole, stop. Pull over." He muttered again. "Shit." Gripping the wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. The SUV siren turned on. Wailing, screaming. My heartbeat matched its rhythm. "Why are you speeding up?" I yelled. He finally looked at me, eyes dark, panicked. Nothing like the guy from the cafe. "I can't get pulled over," he said. "Just chill. Okay? I'll explain later." No, stop the car. Stop the damn." He took a sharp turn onto a side street. The tires screeched. I slammed into the door, pain shooting up my arm. "Cole," I screamed. More sirens joined. Lights bounced off buildings, flashing red blue across the windshield. People on the sidewalks shouted as we flew past. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands, but he saw and slapped it away. "Don't," he snapped. The car swerved. A horn blared. Someone shouted from the sidewalk. Yo, watch it. I wasn't breathing anymore. I was frozen. And then, he turned too fast. The car slid. The back end fishtailed. Crunch. We slammed into a metal fence. My head whipped forward. Stars burst in my vision. The world rang. Before I could process anything, doors slammed behind us. Boots hit pavement. Driver, hands where we can see him. Passenger, don't move. 2 police officers, guns pointed straight at us. Cole tried to open his door. Don't fucking move, an officer yelled. I burst into tears, trembling so violently I couldn't form words. I don't know him, I just met him. They dragged Cole out first. He didn't fight. Then they pulled me out gently, but firmly. Ma'am, are you hurt? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm scared. It's okay. You're safe now. I wasn't safe. Not yet. Because I still didn't know who the hell Cole actually was. They put us in separate police cars. From my window, I saw him talking fast, shaking his head, eyes wild. After 10 minutes, an officer opened my door. Ma'am, he said softly, I'm gonna need you to listen carefully. That man you were with, he's wanted. Wanted for what? The officer hesitated. Multiple things, including vehicle theft. My stomach dropped. The car, I whispered. This car wasn't his. No, he said. It wasn't. I thought I would vomit. They took me to the station but treated me like a victim, not a suspect. I sat in a small gray room, hands shaking, telling the same story over and over. I met him online. I don't know him. We went for coffee. He offered me a ride. The detective nodded. We believe you. At one point I asked, voice small, what else did he do? The detective sighed. He's been on the run for months. Fraud, breaking and entering, identity theft. Some guys like him. They know how to charm. They know exactly what to say to gain trust. I closed my eyes. Of course he did. That was his whole strategy. When they were done questioning me, an older officer called a cab to take me home. The whole ride, I stared out the window, unable to stop replaying the night. Every smile, every joke, every moment I thought he was safe. I got home, locked my door, and slid down the hallway wall until I was sitting on the floor. Talia found me like that. Aria, oh my God, what happened? Did someone hurt you? I broke down in her arms. I didn't sleep for days. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard sirens. I smelled pine air freshener. I saw Cole's face the moment his expression changed. I blamed myself at first. How could I be so stupid? Why did I get in his car? Why didn't I listen to my instincts? But the truth sunk in eventually. He lied. He manipulated. He was the danger, never me. I found out a week later that he pled guilty to avoid a longer sentence. I never saw him again, but his name still scares me. His smile, his voice, his casual, no worries, I'll drive you home. I still use dating apps, but I meet only in public places. I never share personal info, and I never ever get into someone's car on the first date, because one night almost destroyed my life, and it all started with a smile. I was 22 when all of this began, but I swear it aged me a decade. I'm 28 now, and everything about that year still sits in the back of my throat like smoke I can't cough out. Back then, I was stubborn, painfully stubborn. The kind of girl who needed to learn things the hard way because warnings felt like challenges, not lifelines. I grew up in Alder Creek, Washington, a tiny town about an hour outside of Tacoma. Foggy mornings, rainy afternoons, and quiet roads where headlights cut through the mist like slow-moving ghosts. Small enough that everybody knew your last name, but big enough that people stayed out of your business as long as you didn't bring it to their porch. Back then, I lived with my parents and my little sister, Riley, who was 17 and had that fearless, sarcastic attitude only teenagers can get away with. I had a boyfriend at the time too, Jonah, sweet enough, insecure enough, and not the kind of guy who made you excited to check your phone. We were more routine than romance. But stability felt safe, and I convinced myself that was enough. It wasn't, and that's how I ended up talking to a man more than twice my age. His name wasn't Dude, like everyone jokingly called him later. His real name was Cole Morin, and the first time I saw his message, I thought he was interesting. Weird, sure, but interesting in that way older, creative men sometimes are. He was 40 years old, lived in Olympia, and described himself as a freelance storyteller, which should have been my first clue that something was off. But I was 22, bored, and lonely in ways I didn't want to admit. And Cole was exciting. At first, it started with one of those random friend suggestions on a smaller social app most people in town used back then. I posted pictures of my art, little watercolor landscapes. He commented something like, "If the mist over Alder Creek could talk, it'd ask you to paint it." Cheesy, but sweet. Then a message. "Cole, mind if I say hi? I'm not here to flirt, promise. I just like meeting people who see the world a little sideways." I should have ignored it, but I didn't. We started messaging. His texts were theatrical. Like every conversation was some medieval quest, and he was the wise old wizard guiding me through a haunted forest. I laughed it off, thinking it was part of his quirky personality. Within a week, we were talking every day. Within a month, he knew more about me than most of my friends did. He'd send voice notes too. His voice was calm, slow, almost hypnotic. He spoke like every word was a sermon. Sometimes he'd say things like, "You have an energy about you, kind of rare. People like us find each other for a reason." I didn't know what that meant, but it felt flattering. Jonah didn't care that I was talking to another guy. He was the type to shrug and say, "Just don't let him be a creep." Looking back, Jonah should have cared a lot more. After a few months, Cole disappeared, deleted his account, stopped messaging, vanished. I moved on. Sort of. But then, almost a year later, he texted me out of nowhere. It was a random Wednesday night. Washington rain hammered my bedroom window like impatient fingertips. I was scrolling through my phone when a number I didn't recognize texted, "Unknown. Lost every contact in my phone except yours." Weird, right? Attached was a screenshot of my contact in his phone. The picture he had saved for me was one I'd only sent him once, a selfie from almost a year ago. I'd forgotten about it. He hadn't. Me. How did you lose everything except mine? Cole. That's the question of the night, isn't it? I didn't like that answer. But my stubbornness, my boredom, my need to feel chosen, they won. We started talking again. He told me he was going through a divorce after years of spiritual misalignment. When I asked what that meant, he said, "Let's just say enlightenment isn't compatible with the unawakened." Again I laughed, even though something about it felt wrong. He called me his anchor friend. He said I was the only person who listened. He said he had lines he'd never cross because he respected me too much. I believed him. For a while. The first big red flag wasn't even subtle. He asked me to help him follow his soon-to-be ex-wife. I was sitting on the porch that day, rain misting through the screen door as I held my phone. He called me with that calm voice, like he was asking me to grab milk from the store. "Cole, can you do me a favor? She wouldn't recognize you. I need to know who she's staying with." Me. No? That sounds crazy. Cole, it's not crazy. It's closure. You'd be helping me heal. The way he said it soft, almost parental, made me feel guilty for saying no, like I was the unreasonable one. But I said no again. He didn't push it. He just said, "There are lines I won't cross. I promise. Trust matters." But looking back, he said won't, not can't. There's a difference. The second red flag was his religion. He didn't call it Scientology, but it was Scientology. His center was in Olympia. His audits, his sessions, his energy realignments. He said he was high-ranking, that people respected him. He said he didn't want me involved, but he wanted me to go with him for moral support. Every time I said no, he'd sigh and say, "Fear holds back brilliant souls." My best friend, Haley, told me straight up, "Girl, run. Please. This dude sounds like the type to lock people in basements. And because I was 22 and dumb, I kept talking to him anyway. Cole asked to hang out. I avoided it for weeks, but eventually I caved because I felt bad. I told him I was at my parents' house. I gave him the address. That was my biggest mistake. He showed up 10 minutes later, on a moped, in the rain, and this 42-year-old man was barely 4'11". I'm not exaggerating. I'm 5'7", and he looked like he'd need a booster seat just to see over the counter. I stepped outside, and before I could say anything, he leaned forward and shoved his tongue in my mouth. No warning, no hi, just a wet, cold, invasive kiss. I jerked back, wiping my mouth. Me. What the hell are you doing? He smiled wide, almost relieved, and touched my cheek with both hands like he was examining a piece of fruit. Cole, just making sure you're real. My skin crawled. Rain dripped off his helmet. The moped sputtered behind him. Everything smelled like wet asphalt and pine needles. He tried to convince me to ride with him. Cole, come on, it'll be fun. Wind in your hair, pure freedom. Me, I'm good. Seriously, I'll pass. He kept insisting, almost whining, but I refused. Then my little sister Riley stepped outside. His eyes lit up in a way that made my stomach twist. Cole, well, hey there, kiddo. Want to take a ride? Before I could stop her, Riley, being the fearless idiot teen she was, said, sure, why not? I stared at her like she'd grown a second head. My heart pounded as she climbed on behind him. He took off around the block like he was showing off. I stood in the driveway, shaking. When he came back, I told him it was time to go. He left reluctantly, promising we'd have more adventures soon. I locked every door in the house after that. It only got worse from there. Cole started messaging nonstop paragraphs, voicemails, late-night calls. He got possessive, jealous, creepy. Cole, I think about you during my sessions. Cole, you're my only real friend. Cole, I don't like when you take long to text back. I told him I had a boyfriend. He said he didn't care because emotional bonds transcend labels. Then he started asking about Riley. Cole, she's mature for 17. Cole, you should give me her number. Cole, you both have a special energy. I think the three of us could connect. I felt sick reading those messages. I told him no. He insisted I promised. I told him to stop. He didn't. I wanted to block him so badly. But I was terrified. He had my address. He knew where Riley slept. He knew when my parents worked. I felt trapped. For days he blew up my phone 20, 30, 40 texts at a time. I responded once for every 20 messages, trying not to anger him. Finally, I snapped. I blocked him. Then he texted Jonah, over and over, asking where I was, demanding Riley's number, saying I forgot to give it to him, saying I owed him honesty. Jonah called me frantic. Jonah, what the hell is this dude's problem? Why is he asking about Riley? Why is he calling me bro? I felt sick. I told Jonah everything. He was livid, but clueless about what to do. Days later, even though he was blocked, messages still poured through my secondary folder. 2 15-page texts, one in English, one in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. He wrote things like, "You're ungrateful. You ruined my healing. I know where truth lives. Your sister understands more than you ever will. I saved them in case something happened to us." For months he texted both me and Jonah from different numbers. I blocked each one. He'd make new ones. Then, just like the first time, he disappeared. I'm 28 now. Life moved on. I moved out. Riley's in college. Jonah and I broke up long ago. Everything changed. But sometimes late at night when I walk past my living room window, I swear I see movement near the street. A short shadow. A small figure standing perfectly still. Maybe it's paranoia. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's nothing. But maybe, just maybe, it's him, still making sure I'm real. And every time my phone buzzes with an unknown number, a piece of my stomach drops like a stone in dark water. Because red flags? They're called red flags for a reason. And ignoring them nearly destroyed my life. I never thought loneliness would hit me the way it did the year I turned 32. Most people my age in Anchorage had already figured out their lives, married, having kids, posting pictures of their weekend hikes or fishing trips. Meanwhile, I was still in the same one-bedroom apartment near Spennard Road, still working the same job at the freight warehouse, and still spending evenings eating microwaved meals while watching shows I'd already seen 100 times. It wasn't like I'd never dated. I had one real relationship back when I lived in Fairbanks for college, but it fell apart right after graduation. She moved to Oregon. I stayed in Alaska. And that was that. Since then, I'd always been the cool friend, the guy you can talk to, or someone who gives great advice. Never the guy someone actually wanted. After years of my friends telling me to get out there, I finally listened. Maybe it was the long February nights messing with my head. Maybe it was the silence in my apartment. Maybe it was the simple fact that I couldn't remember the last time someone looked at me like I mattered. So one freezing Tuesday, after work, I created a profile on Northern Meet, one of the bigger Alaska-based dating apps back in the early 2010 seconds. This was before dating apps were normal. Back then, people still whispered about them like they were something embarrassing. I spent 2 hours scrolling through profiles, trying not to overthink things. That's when I saw her. Elara, 27. Lives near downtown. Loves hiking, old diners, and anything with live music. She had warm brown eyes and this messy, shoulder-length dark hair that made her look approachable, not overly curated like so many profiles. She wore a denim jacket and had a half-smile that looked more genuine than posed. I stared at her picture longer than I should have. Finally, I messaged her. Me. Hey, I know it's late, but your profile feels real. Hard to find that here. Hope your night's going good. I didn't expect a reply. Then my phone buzzed. Elara, real? I'll take that. Lol. Yeah, I'm trying to stay awake, long day. How's your night? My chest tightened, and not in a bad way. For the next few days, we talked non-stop, long voice messages, late conversations, stories about our lives. She told me she moved to Alaska from Nevada because she wanted a fresh start. She said she didn't trust cities anymore. I told her about my warehouse job, my tiny apartment, how I'd been feeling stuck. She laughed at my jokes. She remembered small things I said. She made me feel seen. By Friday, she asked if I wanted to meet. I hesitated. Meeting someone from the internet still carried this weird shame back then. But something about her felt different. She suggested we grab a drink at a quiet pub near downtown. The Timber Holler, an old place with wooden walls and a jukebox that barely worked. Then she added something strange, but she made it sound normal. Hey, I hope this isn't weird, but my cousin's visiting from out of town. He just got in today. He's cool, though. Would you mind if he tags along for a bit? A small red flag waved in the back of my mind. I did better one-on-one. I always had. Bringing a cousin was odd, but I didn't want to seem insecure, so I said yes. Worst decision I ever made. Snow fell in slow. Fat flakes the night of the date, heavy enough that it coated the roads, but light enough that visibility wasn't a problem. Anchorage had that quiet stillness it gets when winter hits just right. Even the traffic seems muted. I parked near the pub and walked toward the entrance, exhaling clouds of warm air. As I approached, I recognized her immediately. She looked better in person, like her photos didn't fully capture her energy. She wore a long, dark coat, hair loose and slightly curled at the ends. But she wasn't alone. A man stood beside her, tall, maybe 6'3", with a thick beard, a shaved head, and broad shoulders. He looked like someone who chopped wood barehanded for fun. His expression was unreadable. Elara lifted her hand in a wave. Hey, you must be Rowan. I felt my stomach twist. I forced a smile. Yeah, hey, good to meet you. This is my cousin, she said, motioning at him. This is Hale. Hale nodded once. Sup. His voice was deep and flat. No friendliness in it. Something about him felt off. The way he looked at me, sizing me up like I was an inconvenience, not a person. But Elara's smile kept me grounded. She was warm, chatty, excited, and I didn't want to seem rude or threatened by something as dumb as meeting her cousin. So we all walked inside. The timber holler smelled like old beer and fried food, comforting in its own way. A couple of regulars were already half drunk at the bar, laughing loudly. The jukebox in the corner played some old country song. We found a booth. Ilara sat beside me. Hale sat opposite us, staring like a wall of muscle with eyes. For a while, things felt okay. Ilara talked a lot about her job at the vet clinic, about her travels, about the cold. She laughed at everything I said, even dumb jokes, but Hale said almost nothing. When he did, it was curt. Ilara, we went to Talkeetna last month, didn't we, Hale? Hale, yeah. Me, nice. Did you guys camp? Hale stared at me. Sure. No smile. No follow-up. Just one-word answers. I tried to ignore it. Then the weirdness started. When I excused myself to use the restroom, Hale watched me go. Not casual, glancing watching. His eyes followed me until I turned the corner. When I came back, he had leaned in close to Ilara, whispering something. They stopped talking as soon as I got close. My gut twisted again. Something didn't feel right, but Ilara reached out and touched my arm lightly. You okay? You look nervous. I swallowed. Just a long day. Her smile returned. Don't worry, we're having fun. She sounded genuine. And maybe I was overthinking things. I did that a lot. Then she said, let's get one more drink before we go. I should have said no. I should have gone home. But I nodded. And that was the last clear memory I had from inside the pub. The third drink tasted slightly sweeter than the others. Maybe I imagined it, maybe I didn't. My vision blurred around the edges. The jukebox sounded like it was underwater. I blinked slowly. My hands felt heavy. Ilara, I murmured. I think something's wrong. Her voice echoed oddly. It's okay, Rowan. Just relax. You'll be fine. Hale, help me get him up. My stomach dropped. No. Wait. Darkness swallowed me. I regained consciousness to the sound of tires against slush. My eyelids were thick. My head pounded like someone was beating it with a hammer. When I opened my eyes, the world doubled. Then slowly came into focus. I was in the back seat of a moving car. My wrists were zip-tied. My mouth was taped. My heart slammed violently against my ribs as reality hit me like a train. I'd been drugged. Ilara and Hale sat in the front. They didn't notice I was awake. The car interior smelled faintly of gasoline and cold leather. Snowflakes hit the windshield in rapid bursts. Their voices were quiet but not quiet enough. Hale, he's heavier than you said. Ilara, stop complaining. We need him. Hale, we better get what we were promised. My blood froze. Promised? Needed? I forced myself to stay still, breathing through my nose. The duct tape over my mouth tasted like chemicals. They kept talking. Ilara, just keep driving. Once we're out of the city, no one's gonna bother us. Hale, how long you think the sedatives last? Ilara, couple hours unless he has high tolerance. I did. They didn't know that. That was my advantage. Outside, through the window, I saw a glimpse of a stoplight glowing red through the storm. The car slowed. My heart raced. This was my chance, maybe my only one. I twisted my wrists against the zip ties. Pain shot up my arms, but I didn't care. I pressed my back against the door handle, feeling for the lock with my fingers. The car stopped. Red light. No cars around. Just snow. I inhaled sharply through my nose, then flung my entire body sideways. The door burst open. Cold air knifed into my lungs as I threw myself out of the car and hit the pavement hard. Hale shouted, "Hey!" Ilara screamed, "Grab him!" I ran. My legs felt weak, rubbery, barely able to hold me up, but adrenaline kicked in. I stumbled across the intersection, slipping on ice, almost falling. A horn blared as I darted in front of an oncoming truck. It skidded, swerving to avoid me. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My breath burned. My chest felt like it was splitting open. My shoes slipped on packed snow. Behind me, car door slammed. Hale, get back here. Ilara, he can't get far. I forced myself to move faster. weaving between houses and downside streets. My vision blurred again. Whatever drug they used was still in my system. My pockets were empty. No phone, no wallet, no ID. I was nobody in the freezing dark. I didn't know where I was. Buildings looked unfamiliar, older homes, wide yards, dim streetlights. Maybe the outskirts of Midtown. Maybe even heading toward the Glen Highway. I couldn't tell. My words slurred through the duct tape as I tried to yell. Help. No one heard. Or cared. Cars passed without stopping. I probably looked drunk or high out of my mind. Finally, after what felt like forever, a car slowed beside me. An older woman rolled down her window. Her voice was shaky. "Sir, are you okay? You look frozen." I staggered toward her, shaking violently. She gasped when she saw the tape on my mouth and the zip ties. "Oh my God, hold on, just hold on." She unlocked the door. The moment I climbed in, the warmth almost made me collapse. Tears stung my eyes, not from emotion, but from everything crashing down. She grabbed her phone. "I'm calling the police right now. Just stay with me, honey. Stay awake." Her voice reminded me of my aunt, soft, scared, kind. Sirens filled the air minutes later. Blue and red lights reflected on the snow. Police, paramedics, hands pulling me out gently. Someone cutting the tape from my mouth. Someone asking me questions I barely understood. Warm blankets, oxygen, a stretcher. I was safe. At least, I thought I was. At the hospital, they checked me for fractures, internal injuries, drug effects, nothing long-term. They said I was lucky, very lucky. When the police interviewed me, I tried to give them every detail I could. But my memory from inside the bar was fractured. The drink, the whispers, the walk to the car. I didn't know Hale's last name. I didn't know their vehicle's plate. The number Ilara gave me on the app no longer existed, but I remembered their faces clearly. Detective Rowan, no relation to me, despite the name coincidence. A stern man with tired eyes. Said, "We'll search every camera near Timber Holler. Don't worry. People like this slip up." He wasn't wrong. 2 weeks later, they caught them. It made the local news even statewide, for a short time. Apparently, Ilara and Hale weren't cousins. They weren't even from Anchorage. They were part of a small group moving through the Northwest, targeting isolated men through dating apps, robbing them, sometimes worse. Someone recognized their faces from a gas station camera and called it in. They were arrested trying to leave the state. When detectives asked why they targeted me, the answer chilled me. "You looked lonely, easy to trust, easy to manipulate." Hearing that broke something deep inside me. I wish the fear went away quickly. It didn't. For months, I couldn't walk into a bar without sweating. I avoided dating apps entirely. I had nightmares of the duct tape pressing against my face, of Hale's voice, of Ilara whispering, "You'll be fine." But I got through it. Time has a strange way of softening even the harshest memories. I met someone years later unexpectedly, at a grocery store of all places. We've been married for 5 years now. She knows the story, knows the scars it left. Sometimes she asks if I ever think about Ilara. I don't. Not anymore. But every winter night, when the snow falls heavy and the streets go quiet, there's a moment, just a brief one, where I remember waking up in that car, the smell of gasoline, the hum of tires, their voices, and the cold knowledge that if I hadn't woken up just a few minutes earlier, I wouldn't be here. I never imagined a dating app would leave a scar on my life, but looking back now, it makes sense. My 20s were a mess. I grew up in a small town outside Macon, Georgia, raised by a mom who worked 2 jobs and a dad who dipped out before I turned 6. By the time I was 24, I had moved to Atlanta, chasing something I couldn't even name. Maybe freedom, maybe belonging, maybe love. What I found was, not that. Back then, I worked long shifts at a logistics company near Hartsfield, Jackson. The kind of job where you come home smelling like cardboard dust and old coffee. My social life was nothing but coworkers and the occasional bar night. So yeah, I turned to dating apps. Swipe left, swipe right. the usual. But this story is about the one time a date genuinely made me fear for my life. And it started on a random Wednesday night in early spring. I was lying on the futon in my tiny midtown studio, the one with thin walls, where you could hear your neighbors sneeze or argue about laundry, when my Tinder pinged. I wasn't even expecting anything. I was doom scrolling more than actually searching. The notification read, "You have a new match, Rowan." The name stood out immediately. Not super common, not generic. Her profile popped up, and I paused. She had short auburn hair, freckles, and the kind of smile that looks like she's holding in a laugh. Not overly filtered, no weird angles, no unrealistic modeling pics. Actual, normal human pictures. A few from Piedmont Park, a selfie with her dog, one at a Braves game. And her bio, actually filled out. Plant mom, horror podcasts, loves cheap tacos, trying not to die in Atlanta traffic. I chuckled. Anyone who complains about Atlanta traffic automatically earns points. I messaged her first. Me. So, on a scale of 1 to GA 400 at 5 p.m., how bad was your day? Rowan. Definitely I-285 during construction, but I survived. You? We went back and forth for an hour. Work, music, favorite spots in the city. She was sharp, funny, quick with comebacks. The convo had that natural flow you rarely find online anymore. Before I knew it, she said, "Rowan, you want to grab a drink sometime? There's a dive bar in Old Fourth Ward I like." My stomach fluttered a little. Me? Sure. When? Rowan. Tonight? If you're up for it. Bold. But I liked it. 2 hours later, I was riding the MARTA toward her side of town, nerves buzzing through my chest. I didn't know that by the end of the night, I'd be sprinting through the streets of Atlanta praying I wouldn't get stabbed. The place she picked was called the Rusty Lantern, tucked between a tattoo shop and a boarded-up storefront. When I walked in, the smell of stale beer and fried food hit me instantly. There were maybe 7 people inside, including the bartender. She hadn't arrived yet, so I grabbed a seat near the back. A few minutes later, the door creaked, and I turned my head. Rowan stood there, scanning the room. She was even prettier in person, nervous smile, hands tucked in her jacket pockets, looking around until her eyes locked on mine. "Hey, you made it," she said, walking over. "Yeah, wouldn't miss it," I replied. We ordered drinks. She got whiskey with a splash of Coke. I ordered a beer and slid into a booth. And honestly, it was great. Easy. Real. We talked about everything, favorite neighborhoods, our weirdest jobs, bad roommates, even childhood stuff. She told me her dog's name was Cricket and showed me a picture of him wearing a tiny raincoat. We laughed so loud the bartender looked over twice. After about an hour, she leaned in and said quietly, "Do you want to keep hanging out? My place is like a 10-minute walk if you want to chill for a bit. No pressure, though." I hesitated, but her tone wasn't pushy, just hopeful, and I was honestly enjoying myself. "Yeah," I said. "I'm down." She smiled in a way that warmed me from the inside. If only I knew. It was surprisingly chilly outside. Atlanta nights can go either way, humid soup or sudden cold snap, and this one hit the cold side. The streets were quiet, except for the occasional car rolling by. On the walk, Rowan opened up more. "I'm gonna be straight with you," she said. "My last breakup kinda messed me up. I've been trying to, I don't know, get back to normal." "Totally get that," I said. "Dating after a breakup is like walking around with bruises nobody can see." She shot me a sideways look. "That's exactly how it feels," she whispered. We kept talking, but something about her vibe shifted just slightly. Her eyes looked tired, a little anxious. I figured it was just vulnerability. I was wrong. Her building sat at the corner of an old residential street. It was one of those 70 seconds brick complexes with iron railings, patchy grass, and dim yellow hallway lights that never fully lit anything. As soon as we stepped inside, my stomach tightened. The hallway smelled like old carpet and something rotten. Not strong, but noticeable. "Sorry," Rowan said with a quick laugh. "My building kind of sucks." "It's fine," I said, even though anxiety started buzzing at the base of my skull. We reached her door, Unit 2B, and she pushed it open. The apartment was small but cozy, except for one thing. A strange smell lingered inside. Not the hallway smell. Something heavier. Metallic almost. I tried not to visibly react. "Sorry about the mess," she said, kicking a pair of shoes away. I wasn't expecting a guest. But the place wasn't messy. In fact, it was too clean. No clutter, no dog toys, no sign of cricket. That struck me immediately. "Where's your dog?" I asked casually. She froze for half a second before replying. "Oh, my friend's watching him this week." Something felt off. Nothing major, but off. Still, she poured us wine, turned on some soft music, and we sat on her couch. For a while, things felt normal again, until the door opened. At first, I thought it was a roommate. Rowan hadn't mentioned one, but people forget stuff. But the second he stepped into the living room, my blood ran cold. He was huge, maybe 6'5", with broad shoulders, a shaved head, and a thick jacket. His jaw was clenched tight, and his eyes locked directly on me before shifting to Rowan. "What the hell is this?" he growled. Rowan's wine glass trembled in her hand. Her voice broke instantly. "Did Dylan... I thought you were working late." Dylan? Her ex? Her current boyfriend? Someone dangerous? He stepped closer. "You bring some dude into our place? Are you out of your damn mind?" Our place. My heart dropped into my stomach. I stood up slowly. "Hey man, I didn't know she told me." He cut me off. "Shut up, get the fend out." Rowan started crying, hands covering her face. "Dylan, please just listen." "Shut up," he barked. The tone, sharp, venomous, made my whole body jolt. Fight or flight kicked in so hard my muscles buzzed. "I'm leaving," I said, grabbing my jacket. "I don't want any trouble." He stepped toward me like he was ready to swing. I backed up so fast I nearly tripped. I didn't even bother tying my shoes, I just slipped them on and bolted for the door. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, I heard shouting erupt inside the apartment. Her voice. His voice. Something slammed. I didn't wait. I sprinted down the hallway so fast my vision blurred. My breath echoed in the narrow corridor as I hit the stairwell and practically flew down the steps. When I burst out of the building onto the sidewalk, I didn't stop. I kept walking fast, head down, heart pounding like a jackhammer. Every few seconds, I looked over my shoulder. Nobody there. But the feeling, the fear, it stuck. I walked 2 blocks before I let myself breathe normally again. I made it to the bus stop just as the Route 816 pulled up. I boarded, paid, and sat in the back, hands still shaking. The fluorescent lights felt too bright, too sharp. 2 people were arguing near the front. A baby was crying. Someone smelled like weed. But even all that noise didn't drown out the replaying scene in my head. The look in Dylan's eyes, Rowan's shaking voice, the smell in the apartment, and the one thing that kept nagging at me. There was no dog, no leash, no food bowl, not even a stray piece of fur. Why lie about that? Why lie about anything? My stomach churned. I felt like I had stepped into someone's twisted game without realizing it. Maybe she wanted him to walk in. Maybe she was trying to make him jealous. Maybe it was a trap. Maybe something even darker. A week passed. I deleted Tinder, avoided that part of the city, and tried to forget. Then one morning, I was scrolling the news while drinking coffee, and a headline stopped me cold. "Man arrested after violent domestic incident in old 4th Ward apartment." My heart froze. The location? Her building. I clicked the article with shaking hands. Police responded to a disturbance call. Neighbors reported screams. One woman seriously injured. The suspect was identified as Dylan Kerr, age 29. The victim's name? Not Rowan. But the article said, authorities are still searching for another female resident of the unit, who has not been seen for several days. My throat went dry. Was that her? Was she missing? Was she hurt? Or was Rowan not even her real name? Suddenly, everything about that night, her strange behavior, the spotless apartment, the absent dog, clicked together like pieces of a horrifying puzzle. And I realized something. I might have been the last person to see her alive. or the first person she tried to involve in something I still don't fully understand. I called the police tip line, told them everything. They took my statement, thanked me, and said they'd follow up. They never did. I never heard her name on the news again. Her face never appeared in missing persons databases. It was like she vanished into Atlanta's concrete maze, swallowed whole. Sometimes I wonder if she planned to use me as an excuse. Sometimes I wonder if she needed help and didn't know how to ask. And sometimes, late at night when everything is quiet, I wonder if she's still alive. I always thought that the loneliest time of your life was supposed to be high school, but for me, that title belonged to my third year of college in Portland. Back then, I lived in a tiny ground-floor apartment just off S.E. Hawthorne, squeezed between an overpriced vegan bakery and an abandoned bar with blacked-out windows. The apartment was technically shared, but calling the girl I lived with a roommate felt like a stretch. Her name was Shannon, and we used to be friends until we weren't. Portland isn't a big city. Not really. Not in the way people imagine it to be. It's a city full of neighborhoods, pretending to be cities. And my neighborhood, Sunnyside, had this way of making you feel watched even when nobody was around. A weird kind of quiet, like the city itself was holding its breath. I remember the night everything began. It was raining. Of course, it's Portland, and I was sitting on the futon I bought off Facebook Marketplace for $40, scrolling through Tinder like I was trying to distract myself from how empty the room felt. My life back then was textbooks, shift work at a cafe, and the heavy silence that filled the apartment whenever Shannon was home. The rain tapped against the window like impatient fingers. Swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. Then I saw him. Name, Rowan. Age, 25. Bio, engineer, amateur photographer. I make terrible coffee but great conversation. Photos, hiking at Forest Park, standing beside his motorcycle. One candid picture of him laughing in a blurry kitchen. He looked normal, too normal, maybe. Clean, shaved, messy brown hair, green eyes that looked friendly, not intense. I should have swiped left. Instead, I swiped right. It was an instant match. A ping vibrated in my hand. Rowan. Well, damn, didn't expect a match this fast. Hi, Aiden. His quickness should have been a red flag. But I was lonely, tired, and too hopeful for my own good. Me. Hey, back at you. Fast fingers, I see. Rowan. Only for interesting people. Me. Smooth. Rowan. Is it working? Me. Maybe. He asked about school, about my major, about my job. He even made jokes that weren't terrible. And for the first time in months, something actually felt easy. After about an hour of talking, he asked me out. Rowan. Coffee. There's a place near PSU I like. Neutral territory. Good lattes. No serial killer vibes, I promise. I remember actually laughing at that. God, if only I knew. I agreed. We met at a small coffee shop off SW 5th. It smelled like roasted beans and rain, and the windows were fogged over with handprints from customers wiping them to peek outside. I spotted him immediately. Blue flannel shirt, dark jeans, hands wrapped around a steaming mug. He stood up when I walked in, giving me a smile that felt normal. Aiden? He said. Yeah, hey. He held out his hand instead of going in for a hug, which I appreciated. Thanks for coming out, he said. I know meeting strangers from apps is basically rolling a dice on whether or not you'll end up on a true crime podcast. Good, I said. As long as I'm not the guest star. He laughed, and we sat. We talked for an hour. Maybe a little more. He was polite, asked questions. Didn't talk over me, but something felt off. Not unsafe, just mismatched. There was no spark. No butterflies. Not even a flicker. At the end of the date, when he reached for his wallet, I held up a hand. Hey, just so you know, I had a nice time, but I don't think we're a match romantically. His smile faltered for half a second. Oh, he said. Okay. Yeah. There was a pause. A long one. His eyes stayed on mine for a beat too long, like he was trying to memorize something. It didn't set off alarm bells then. But in hindsight, That look should have told me everything. We left the coffee shop. He waved goodbye. That should have been the end. But Portland is small. Too small. And Rowan? He wasn't done. 3 days passed. Then 4. On the 5th day, I was leaving a lecture hall at PSU when I saw him across the street. He was leaning against a lamppost, scrolling on his phone. I froze. No. Coincidence? It had to be. I turned in the opposite direction and started walking. And when I checked over my shoulder, he was still standing there, still scrolling, not following, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. The next time I saw him was at Safeway, then outside the cafe where I worked, then on the Max platform when I was heading home, always far enough not to approach me, always close enough that I noticed. My stomach tied itself into knots every time. I kept telling myself, Portland is small, this stuff happens, but it didn't feel like coincidence anymore. The night everything escalated was one of the worst nights of my life. Shannon was gone for the weekend visiting her girlfriend in Bend. I had the apartment to myself, quiet enough to hear my own breathing as I typed essays at my desk. My desk faced the window because the natural light helped me focus. It was raining again, hard this time, slapping against the glass. I had my headphones on, half aware of an uneasy feeling building in my chest. Like someone was staring at me. I ignored it at first, typed another sentence, took a sip of my tea, adjusted the lamp. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a shape, a shadow, no, a person. I turned slowly, dread crawling up my spine. Someone stood outside my window. A man, hood up, hands in pockets, head tilted just slightly. Lightning flashed and illuminated his face. It was Rowan. I stumbled backward, chair scraping the floor. What the? My voice cracked. I rushed to the window and yanked the curtains closed with shaking hands. My heart thrashed in my chest. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. 911. What's your emergency? There's a guy outside my window, I said. He's watching me. I know him, he's someone I went on a date with. Please send someone. Stay inside. Officers are on their way. I waited for what felt like hours. By the time the police arrived and knocked, Rowan was already gone. They questioned me. They looked around. But because my window faced a public sidewalk, and because he wasn't physically trying to break in, they said, there's not much we can do unless he makes a direct threat or tries to enter the residence. That sentence still makes me angry years later. I barely slept that night, or the nights after. I kept checking the curtains, kept feeling eyes on me, kept hearing phantom footsteps outside. I knew he wasn't done. Rowan became a ghost that only I could see. Everywhere I went, he was there just long enough to be undeniable, but never long enough for anyone else to witness. On Burnside, by the food trucks on 10th, outside Powell's, sitting alone at a bench near the waterfront, never speaking, never waving, just watching. I told Shannon I had to, but she rolled her eyes. Guys like that are awkward, not dangerous, she said. Stop feeding into it. He'll get bored. I wanted to scream, but instead, I bought pepper spray, enrolled in a self-defense class at the rec center, changed my route home, stopped taking evening shifts. I even began leaving my blinds closed 24/7. Despite everything, I still kept seeing him, sometimes across the street, sometimes at the end of my block, once terrifyingly following me from campus until I ducked inside a crowded Fred Meyer. I didn't confront him, not yet, but the fear grew worse with each passing day. I started waking up to noises at night, footsteps on gravel, a faint tapping on the glass, or something that sounded like breathing slow, heavy, intentional. One night, around 2 a.m., I heard my doorknob jiggle. Just once. A testing movement. I sat upright in bed, heart punching my ribs, staring at the door in the dark. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all. It happened on a morning that should have been ordinary. I was walking toward campus, hood up against the drizzle, when I felt someone behind me. Not just walking, matching my pace. My pulse spiked. My breath quickened. I turned. Rowan was only 10 feet away. Stop following me, I snapped. He blinked, tilting his head slightly. I'm not. You've been watching me for weeks. You think too much, he said. I just wanted to talk. No, I said firmly. We're done. Leave me alone. Something flickered in his expression. Aiden, you don't understand, he said quietly. We clicked. I know you felt it. I didn't, I said. I'm sorry if that hurts, but I didn't. His jaw tensed. His eyes hardened. You're lying, he said. You're scared, because you know it meant something. I'm scared because you're stalking me, I said. His eyes narrowed like that word offended him. I'm not a bad guy, he whispered. I'm trying here. I don't care. I'm done talking. He stepped closer. Aiden, listen. Get away from me. People nearby turned to look. Rowan froze. And for the first time, he backed off. Fine, he muttered. If that's how you want it. He walked away. But the fear didn't. 2 nights later, the real horror began. I was alone again. Shannon was working a late shift. The apartment was silent except for the hum of the fridge. Around 11 p.m., I heard footsteps outside. Not random street noise. Not passing pedestrians. Footsteps stopping right outside my window. I held my breath. A shadow moved across the curtain. Please, I whispered to myself. Please, no. Then something touched the glass. A soft tapping like a nail. My whole body went cold. I grabbed my phone and my pepper spray and tiptoed toward the door, listening. Another tap. Another. Then, Aiden, my name, whispered, dragged out like a secret. That voice. That awful, familiar voice. I felt sick. Aiden, I just want to talk. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Why won't you look at me? He whispered. I texted Shannon. Me. He's outside. Rowan, call 911. Now. I stayed by the front door, hand gripping the knob, ready to run if I had to. Seconds crawled by. A full minute. Then 2. Still whispering. Still tapping. When sirens finally sounded faintly in the distance, the tapping stopped. Footsteps retreated. Slow. Unhurried. Like he wasn't afraid of getting caught. When the police knocked, he was gone again. But they believed me now. Sort of. They took a report. Told me to stay somewhere else for the night. I didn't sleep. I was done being afraid. The next afternoon, I saw him outside the small grocery store near my apartment. He didn't see me at first. He was pretending to look at his phone, glancing nervously around. I walked straight up to him. His head jerked up, eyes widening. Aiden, hey. If you ever come near my apartment again, I said, voice shaking but loud. I will call the police every single time. I'll file a restraining order. I'll tell the dean. I'll tell campus security. I'll tell everyone. Aiden, you do not follow me. You do not watch me. You do not say my name through my window. He swallowed hard. His hands trembled. I wasn't trying to scare you, he said quietly. I thought you cared. I thought you wanted us. There is no us, I said. His eyes changed like something inside them cracked. He nodded slowly. Too slowly. Okay, he whispered. Okay, Aiden. I get it. He stepped back. Another step. Then turned and walked away down the street. I watched until he disappeared around a corner. And just like that, he was gone. No more sightings. No more tapping. No more footsteps in the night. It was over. For weeks, my body stayed on high alert. Every sound felt like a threat. Every shadow looked like him. I took different routes to class, avoided walking alone, kept my pepper spray in my hand instead of my pocket. Eventually, Rowan faded into memory, but not completely, because even years later, even now while I'm older and safer and far away from that apartment, sometimes I still get that same cold chill in my spine when I pass a window at night. Sometimes I still think I see someone watching me. Sometimes I still hear a whisper in my head. Aiden, that kind of fear doesn't disappear. It just settles somewhere deeper. Quiet, but always there. I never used to think of myself as someone who got easily fooled. I grew up in a small part of Cypress Grove, a quiet town outside Seattle. Raised by a mother who always said, "If something feels off, baby, you turn your ass around and go home." But at 26, after a bad breakup, after months of feeling invisible, lonely, and stuck in the same work, gym, sleep routine, I did something that even now makes me cringe whenever I think about it. I downloaded LinkUp, the dating app everyone kept recommending. Back then, I wasn't as cautious as I am now. I wasn't broken yet. I wasn't paranoid. I still believed, stupidly, that most people meant well, that most people were decent, that a date was just a date. I had no clue how wrong I was. I spent the first week on LinkUp, swiping through faces that all blurred together. So many men holding fish, so many gym mirror selfies, so many just looking for something casual, lol. I can't explain why I kept scrolling, but I think I just wanted someone to look at me like I mattered again. Then one evening after work, hair a mess, still in my uniform, exhausted, I saw him. Landon Hale, that was his name. Tall, sharp jawline, the kind of smile photographers exploit for magazine covers. He looked like he belonged on some campaign ad for cologne, wet city streets behind him, a suit that probably cost more than my rent. His profile said, 32, civil infrastructure engineer, Seattle Cypress Grove, part-time photographer, looking for someone real. Everything about him looked polished but not flashy, clean but not fake. He even wrote a full bio, which already separated him from 70% of the guys on the app. And worst of all, he messaged first, "Landon, hey, you have a very grounded vibe. Doesn't look like you're trying to impress anyone. I like that." My dumbass smiled so hard my cheeks hurt. We chatted for days, real conversations, not the wid bullshit I was used to. He asked about my job at the vet clinic, about my dog Milo, about my mom, even about my favorite guilty pleasure TV show. He told me he admired people who could care for living things, that most people lacked that patience. He said he loved my sense of humor. He said I was refreshing. He said all the right things. He was by every metric perfect. So when he asked me to meet up for a drink at a little place called the Rusty Anchor, I said yes before giving myself time to think. And that's where the nightmare began. I showed up early because I was nervous. I'd spent nearly 2 hours curling my hair, redoing my makeup, and trying on every outfit in my closet. I kept worrying that he'd show up, glance at me, and regret ever matching. The Rusty Anchor was a dim, warm bar with hanging Edison bulbs, long wooden tables, and a bartender who called everyone Hun. Soft rock played over the speakers. The place smelled like lemon cleaner and fried wings. I was scanning the room for that ridiculous jawline, the designer coat guy from the pictures. Instead, a man at the end of the bar lifted his hand and waved at me. He was not just different, he was a completely different person. Not like bad lighting, not like filters, not like, oh, he looks a little older in real life. No, a different fucking person. He was shorter than me. His hairline was running for its life. He had deep-set eyes and a mouth pulled too tight like he was constantly annoyed. He wore a stained Seahawks hoodie and jeans that looked 2 sizes too big. I turned around, expecting Landon, the real Landon, to walk in behind me. But no, the man waved again, more aggressively this time. "Hey, you're Alina, right?" My stomach dropped. I swallowed, forcing myself to walk toward him even though my brain was screaming. Yes," I said slowly. "You're Landon?" He grinned, like he'd just won something. "Yup, in the flesh." I stared at him. "That's not you in your pictures." He snorted. "Yeah, well, nobody swipes on average guys, sweetheart. You know how it is." Sweetheart. I should have left right then, but I hated the idea of making a scene, of being rude, of confirming every stereotype men complain about. "Look, I'm here," I said carefully. "We can talk. But this is kind of a big misrepresentation." He rolled his eyes. "Oh my God, don't start with that. Every girl lies on her profile. Makeup is lying. Filters are lying. Posing is lying. This is just leveling the playing field." I sat down, already wishing I hadn't. I ordered a ginger ale because suddenly alcohol felt unsafe. He ordered tequila shots, and from that moment, everything felt like a slow descent into something dark. "So what do you do again?" he asked, leaning too close. "I work at a vet clinic," I said. "I told you that." He blinked. "Oh, right, the animals." It was clear he wasn't listening when we chatted online. At all. He took a shot, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and smirked. "You know, you look different too." My jaw tightened. "How so?" "You just look softer in pictures, more feminine. Not as sturdy." "Sturdy," I repeated. "Yeah, sturdier," he said, shrugging. "But it's not a bad thing. You look like you could handle yourself." Jesus Christ. I sipped my ginger ale and tried to keep my breathing calm. He kept talking about his exes, all crazy. About his job, which he clearly didn't have. About how women never give good guys a chance. He was not a good guy. At one point he said, "You're lucky I swiped on you. Most girls don't get guys like me showing interest." And then he smiled like that was a compliment. My chest tightened. My fingers were shaking under the table. I lasted 27 minutes. Then I stood up. "I'm sorry," I said. "I need to go. This isn't working." His face froze, then twisted. "You're kidding," he said, his voice suddenly harder. "No," I said quietly. "I'm going to head out." He scoffed loudly, so loud heads turned. "Unbelievable. You women are all the same. I take time out of my night to meet you and you bail because you're what, shallow?" "Stuck up?" "I'm not being shallow," I said, keeping my voice even. "You lied about who you were. That's serious." "Oh, Jesus Christ," he said, throwing his hands up. "It's just pictures. Get over it." I stepped back. "I'm leaving. Goodbye." I turned and walked, keeping my pace steady, keeping my breathing steady. Even though every instinct screamed, "Run, Alina, run." The moment I stepped onto the sidewalk, cold night air hit my face, and I let out a shaky breath. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Fast ones. Hey," he shouted. I kept walking. "You're really just gonna walk away from me?" he yelled, his voice echoing through the quiet street. My heart hammered. "Stop following me," I said without turning. "You owe me a real date," he snapped. "Don't act like you're some prize. You're average at best. Leave me alone," I said, louder. He jogged to catch up, coming dangerously close to my arm. "You think you're too good for me? Huh? You think you're better than me?" I pulled out my phone. "Back off or I'm calling the police." He laughed a high, cracking laugh that made my skin crawl. "Oh, look at you, acting all tough. You weren't so tough online. You were thirsty as hell. Back off." "Then," he said it, "you walk away, and I'll make sure you regret it." My blood turned to ice. I reached for the emergency dial on my phone, and that's when headlights washed across us. A patrol car rolled through the intersection. The officer inside looked directly at us. Landon froze, his mouth still twisted in that ugly sneer. The cop slowed down. I held eye contact with the officer. Just enough. Landon saw it. His face twitched, and he ran. Full sprint. Down the alley behind the bar. The cop stopped next to me. "You okay, ma'am?" he asked. My throat felt tight. I think so." He followed me from the bar. "Do you know him?" "No," I whispered. "Not really." He took my statement, asked for the description, stayed until my Uber arrived. I got home shaking so badly I couldn't hold my keys steady. I deleted Link Up that night, and for a while, life moved on. But the worst part? That wasn't the end. I re-downloaded Link Up because my coworker convinced me to give the world one more chance. I made a new profile, new pictures, new bio. Within 1 hour of swiping, there he was. Same fake model pictures, same charming bio, same engineer bullshit. Landon Hale, still active, still lying, still hunting. My stomach twisted so violently I had to sit down. It meant he'd done this before me. It meant he'd done this after me. It meant he was probably doing it right now. I reported him. The profile disappeared within minutes. But then 2 weeks later, a new profile. different name, same photos. I reported that too. Then another, and another. That's when I realized this wasn't just insecurity. This wasn't loneliness. This wasn't catfishing for fun. This man enjoyed tricking women, enjoyed cornering them, enjoyed the control, enjoyed the fear. It was a pattern, a deliberate one. And for months, every time I walked to my car after work, every time I unlocked my front door, every time I heard footsteps behind me, my heart jumped straight into my throat. Because what if the next time I didn't have a cop driving by? What if the next time nobody was around? What if the next time he didn't run? It's been 2 years since that night, and I still can't open a dating app without feeling my chest tighten. But I learned. God, I learned. Now I always ask for a real-time selfie. Now I video call before ever agreeing to meet. Now I carry pepper spray everywhere. Now I trust my gut more than polite manners. Because the truth is, people like him don't stop. They just get better at hiding. And sometimes I lie awake wondering, how many women ran into him after me? How many felt that same cold dread? How many didn't get lucky with a police car? People say bad dates make funny stories, but some dates don't end with laughter. Some end with footsteps behind you in the dark, a voice getting closer, a promise whispered like a threat. You'll regret it. I still hear it, and maybe I always will. Welcome, sleepy soul. I'm your storyteller tonight, here to help you drift into deep, peaceful sleep. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more bedtime stories. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. And if there's a story you'd like to hear next, I'd love to know that too. I never thought much about living away from home until I actually did it. I was 21, freshly accepted into a university program for architecture, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't under the same roof as my parents. My father was a contractor, my mother an accountant, and while they were strict, they had worked hard enough to make sure I didn't have to juggle too many struggles early in life. Being their only child, I grew up somewhat sheltered. No siblings to fight with, no real responsibilities apart from school. When I got my acceptance letter, my parents sat me down at the kitchen table. My father leaned back in his chair, tapping his thumb against his coffee mug. "So," he said, "the university isn't that far, but commuting daily will wear you out. What do you think about getting a place near campus?" The idea hit me like a rush of oxygen. Finally, independence. "Yeah," I said quickly. "I'd love that." My mother, however, raised her eyebrows. "Arthur, the rents near your campus aren't cheap. We can help, but you'll need to share with someone else." I shrugged, trying to hide my disappointment. "That's fine. As long as I get my own room, I don't care." "Good," my father nodded. "Then it's settled." That's how I met my eventual flatmate. A month later, after scrolling endlessly through listings, campus bulletin boards, and Facebook housing groups, I came across a post. Looking for a flatmate near Westbrook University. 2-bedroom, 1-bath, small living room and kitchen. Rent split equally. Females preferred, but open to anyone chill. The name under the post was Cassandra. We met at a coffee shop near campus. She was nothing like what I'd pictured. She had jet black hair with streaks of crimson, a nose ring, and wore a black leather jacket with patches stitched along the sleeves. Band names I didn't recognize. Her eyeliner was heavy, sharp as knives, and she had this sly half-smile like she was always in on a joke you didn't get. "You're Arthur?" she asked, tilting her head. "Yeah." "Architecture major," I said nervously. "Cool. I'm studying comparative religion, mostly the weird stuff people don't talk about at dinner tables." Her voice had this low rasp, like she either smoked too much or stayed up too late. We sat, talked, and surprisingly, it wasn't awkward. She was blunt but not unkind. She cracked jokes, teased me lightly, and even though we had nothing in common, I found myself oddly drawn to her confidence. "So, what do you think?" she asked after 30 minutes. "We'll have to share a bathroom, but I'm not high maintenance." "I'm up late, though. Like, really late." Night owl, I hesitated, then nodded. I think I can handle that. Then welcome to the lair, she grinned. The apartment wasn't fancy, but it was ours. 2 bedrooms of equal size, a narrow hallway that led to the shared bathroom, a kitchen that smelled faintly of old cooking oil, and a small living room with peeling wallpaper. Cassandra, Cass as she insisted I call her, decorated her room with posters of obscure bands, shelves full of books with titles like Occult Practices in the 19th Century Europe and The Hidden Path of the Serpent. She strung dim red lights across her ceiling and kept incense burning that filled the air with sandalwood and something sharper I couldn't name. Mine was plain, white sheets, a desk for my models, and a small stack of architecture textbooks. The first few weeks were surprisingly smooth. We had separate lives. Sometimes we'd cross paths in the kitchen, sometimes she'd invite me to watch a movie. She had this magnetic energy. Friends constantly dropping by, late-night conversations over cheap wine, and laughter echoing down the hallway at odd hours. One night, while washing dishes, I joked, "You're popular. I feel like I'm living with a celebrity." She smirked, drying her hands on a towel. "Not popular. Just connected. People like to feel part of something bigger, you know?" "Like religion?" I asked. Her smile sharpened. "Exactly." It was around week 5 when things shifted. I came home from class late one evening. The lights were low, music thumping softly from the living room. When I peeked in, Cass wasn't alone. 3 people sat cross-legged on the floor with her, 2 men and 1 older woman. They all wore pale gray robes, their foreheads marked with crimson smudges. I froze. Cass looked up, smiling as if nothing were strange. "Arthur, meet my friends. This is Rowan, Malik, and Diane." I forced a nod. Nice to meet you." "Join us," Diane said warmly, patting the floor beside her. "No, thanks. Long day. I'm gonna crash," I muttered. Cass tilted her head. "Suit yourself. Sleep well." In my room, I lay awake for hours, unsettled. It wasn't illegal, I told myself. People practiced all sorts of spiritual things. Still, something in their stares, the way the crimson marks glistened under the dim light, made my stomach churn. The gatherings became regular. Every few nights, Cass's friends came over. Sometimes I heard chanting through the walls, other times muffled laughter at 2 a.m. I tried earplugs, but it didn't block out the low hum of voices. One night, I confronted her. "Cass, look, I don't mind you having people over. But the chanting at 3 in the morning? It's distracting." She studied me with a calm expression. "Arthur, do you believe life is just what you see? Go to class, pay bills, sleep, repeat?" "I believe I need rest if I'm going to pass my exams," I shot back. She chuckled softly. "Fair enough. I'll keep it down," and she did, for a while. The first nightmare came a week later. I dreamed I was in the living room. Cass and her followers circled me, their robes swaying. She placed her hand on my forehead, her eyes burning red, and whispered, "It's your turn, Arthur. Open your eye." Then a sharp pain exploded in the middle of my head, and I woke up gasping. But when I opened my eyes, Cass was there. Not a dream. She stood at the foot of my bed, her silhouette framed by the streetlight outside. Her voice was low, almost tender. "You were talking in your sleep," she whispered, calling my name. My heart pounded. "Cass, what are you doing in my room?" She tilted her head, "Making sure you're safe." I sat up, trembling. Don't come in here at night. Ever." For a long moment, she just watched me. Then she smiled faintly. "As you wish," and walked out. I locked my door after that. The next night, I returned from class and froze at the threshold. The apartment reeked of incense, heavy and choking. The living room was full, at least 6 people, all in robes, foreheads marked crimson. They sat in a circle, chanting. Cass stood in the center, her voice rising above theirs. She looked at me as I entered, eyes glinting. "Arthur," she called. "Come. It's time my blood turned to ice." No, I said firmly. I'm not part of this. The chanting grew louder. One man turned his head slowly, his eyes unfocused, pupils blown wide. I bolted for my room, grabbed my backpack, and fled. I didn't stop running until I reached the police station downtown. My words tumbled out, robes, chanting, my roommate breaking into my room. When officers arrived at the apartment, what they found made the news. Cass's friends, Rowan, Malik, Diane, were dead, each with a single gunshot wound to the forehead. Cass herself had turned the weapon on her own head, leaving a bloody mark exactly where the crimson paint had been. The neighbors reported hearing a single scream. My name. I never went back. My parents helped me move into a small one-bedroom on the other side of town. I picked up a part-time job to keep myself busy, but the nightmares still come. Cass appears in them, smiling, her hand warm against my forehead. Arthur, she whispers, it's still your turn. And sometimes, in the silence before I wake, I swear I hear chanting again. I was 22 when I moved into the flat on Rose Hill Road. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I'd just finished my second year at university and was eager to move out of student halls. I wanted a place where I could breathe, where I didn't have to share a bathroom with 6 other people or hear drunken arguments at 3 in the morning. My parents helped me with the deposit. My dad said it was a good step toward independence. But after that, the rent was on me. Living alone was out of the question. This city was expensive. My best friend Daniel had suggested I wait and see if he could get a flat with me, but his plans were always up in the air, and I didn't want to hang around. That's how I ended up staring at a notice pinned to the university's housing board. Room available. Furnished. Split rent. Students preferred. Call Leah. The paper was slightly crumpled, the ink smudged, but the price was reasonable. Too reasonable, almost. I took out my phone, hesitated, then dialed. The voice that answered was low and husky. Yeah? Hi, my name's Chris. I saw your ad for the flat. There was a pause, then a quick laugh. Oh, right. Yeah, it's still free. You want to come see it? That's how I first met Leah Byrne. The flat was a cramped second-floor walk-up above a laundromat. The stairwell reeked of detergent, and the walls had that sticky feeling of paint layered over too many years of grime. Still, it wasn't the worst place I'd seen. Leah answered the door barefoot, wearing ripped jeans and a loose sweater. Her black hair was tied up messily, her lipstick smudged at the corners of her mouth. She held a chipped mug in one hand, steam curling out of it. "You're Chris?" she asked, eyeing me up and down. "Yeah," she smirked. "You look nervous." "Don't worry, I don't bite." The flat was small. A narrow kitchen with scuffed counters, a living room with sagging couches, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of mildew. Leah's bedroom door was half open. I caught a glimpse of black paint on the walls, half-finished scribbles that looked like writing. "You smoke?" she asked suddenly, turning to me. "No," I said. She made a face. Shame. Makes the place feel more alive. I laughed awkwardly. Leah shrugged. "Anyway, rent's due on the 1st. You'll take the smaller room. Don't touch my stuff and we'll get along. Deal?" It wasn't the warmest welcome, but I was tired of searching. I agreed to move in by the end of the week. The first month was uneventful. Leah was odd, sure, but not unbearable. She kept to herself most of the time, sometimes blasting music late at night or pacing the hall like she couldn't sleep. She had friends over occasionally, loud ones who smelled of smoke and wore leather jackets, but they never caused me trouble. She paid rent and crumpled bills, always a day late but never missing. She wasn't messy either. If anything, she was meticulous. Her half of the fridge was arranged like a showroom. Everything lined up just so. The only thing that unsettled me was her unpredictability. She could be warm one moment, then icy the next. She'd laugh at something harmless, then glare at me like I'd insulted her. It was like living with 2 different people. Still, I told myself it was worth it. The rent was cheap, and I could deal with a quirky flatmate. At least that's what I thought. It was a rainy Thursday morning when things shifted. I was half asleep, fumbling with the kettle in the kitchen when I felt hot breath on the back of my neck. "Morning, Chris," Leah whispered. I jumped so hard I knocked over the mug. Scalding water spilled onto my hand and I cursed, spinning around. "Jesus, Leah?" She grinned, wide and toothy, her eyes gleaming. "Did I scare you?" "What the hell are you doing sneaking up on me like that?" I snapped, grabbing paper towels. "Relax." She reached past me, plucking another mug from the cabinet. "Pour me one, too." "Black," I muttered under my breath, shaking my head. "You're insane." Her grin only widened. At first, I brushed it off. Leah liked messing with people. That was her thing. But over the next few weeks, her behavior got stranger. She started staying locked in her room for hours, then emerging suddenly, asking questions that made my stomach twist. "Do you ever feel like someone's in the flat when you're not home? Do you ever think about what it would feel like to kill someone?" I'd laugh nervously and say, "No, Leah, can't say I do." But her eyes never matched her laughter. One night I came home from the library just after sunset. The flat was unusually dark. "Leah," I called, locking the door behind me. No answer. I hung my coat, kicked off my shoes, and stepped into the kitchen. The hum of the fridge was the only sound. Then the floorboards creaked behind me. I turned, hard in my throat. The kitchen was empty. But the hall closet door was cracked open, just slightly. I was sure I'd left it closed. "Leah?" No reply. I forced myself to walk over. My hand trembled as I pulled the door open. A pale face stared back at me. I screamed, stumbling backwards. Then Leah stepped out, grinning like a child caught hiding. "What the hell are you doing?" I demanded. "Didn't think you'd find me," she said, tilting her head. "We're not playing hide and seek." She giggled, brushing past me, her hands tucked behind her back. For a split second, the lamplight caught on something metallic. "What are you hiding?" I asked. "Dinner plans," she said casually. "Want takeout?" I shook my head, still rattled. She disappeared into her room without another word. That night, I shoved a chair under my bedroom door. The whispering started soon after. I woke in the dead of night to frantic murmurs outside my door. At first I thought it was multiple voices, but then I realized it was just one. Leah's. I pressed my ear to the door. The words were too fast, too low, but the tone was desperate, like she was arguing with herself. I yanked the chair away, flung the door open. The hall was empty, but I saw her shadow flicker around the corner. I slammed the door shut and pushed the chair back in place, my pulse hammering. The breaking point came 2 weeks later. It was just past midnight when I woke to silence. No rain, no hum of the fridge, just heavy stillness. I rolled over and froze. Leah was standing beside my bed. Her eyes were wide, glassy. Her lips stretched into a crooked smile. In her hand, she clutched the steak knife from the kitchen. "Leah," I whispered, my throat dry. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer. She just stared, the knife glinting faintly. "This isn't funny," I said, my voice trembling. "Put it down, or I swear I'll call the police." She blinked slowly, then tilted her head back and laughed, a guttural, choking sound that scraped the silence raw. I pressed myself against the wall, my chest tight. Then, just as suddenly, she stopped. Her face smoothed into calm. She twirled the knife between her fingers, then turned and walked out of my room. I didn't sleep until sunrise. I moved out within the week, packed my things into 2 suitcases and left without saying goodbye. The landlord barely reacted when I explained. "She's a bit intense," he said with a shrug. I didn't tell him the whole truth. Didn't tell him about the knife, the whispers, the laughter that sounded like something breaking inside her. I just left. 3 months later, I got a message from a mutual acquaintance. Leah's new flatmate, a girl named Sophie, had been found dead in the flat. Multiple stab wounds. Leah was arrested on the scene, still holding the knife, I read the message 3 times before it sank in. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped my phone. All I could think about was that night, the knife glinting in the dark, Leah's glassy eyes. How easily it could have been me. I was 30 when I married Anna. We'd been together for almost 5 years before tying the knot, and though our wedding was small, just family and a handful of friends, it felt perfect. We both agreed we didn't want a lavish honeymoon in some crowded tourist spot. Anna had always been fascinated with Irish folklore, and I had grown up on stories from my grandmother about the old country. So when we decided on Ireland, it wasn't about nightlife or city breaks. It was about atmosphere, quiet landscapes, and the weight of history. It was late September, cool and gray when we landed in Cork instead of the more obvious Dublin. We wanted somewhere less overrun, more intimate. The countryside near Kilrowan, a little town that barely showed up on maps, promised winding lanes, moss-covered stone walls, and forgotten ruins. The inn we booked was rustic but comfortable, run by an elderly couple, the Callahans, who greeted us like family the moment we stepped through the door. Anna pressed her face to the window of our room the first night, looking out over rolling fields and a cluster of old church ruins in the distance. "This place feels alive," she whispered, almost reverently. I laughed and kissed the back of her neck. Alive? That's an odd way to describe ruins. "You know what I mean," she said, nudging me. "Like the air itself remembers things. I love it already." We spent that first day walking the lanes, eating brown bread and butter at a local pub, and just letting the slowness sink in. But the moment that set everything spiraling happened, when we took a detour down a narrow path, lined with hawthorn trees, and stumbled upon a graveyard. It wasn't the kind of graveyard you'd expect. No iron gates, no neat rows. This one sprawled like a forgotten garden. Broken Celtic crosses leaned in every direction. Tall grass crept over cracked stone, and yews loomed like silent sentries. Anna grabbed my arm. Her eyes were shining. "Can we go in? Just for a minute?" "Sure," I said, though the place gave me a strange pull in my chest. We wandered between the graves, some so weathered the inscriptions had almost disappeared. Others were carved deep with names from another century. We stopped in front of one cross taller than me, its surface slick with moss. Beneath it was a name that still stood out clearly. Moira Byrne, 1903, 1929. There was no epitaph, no explanation, just the name. "She died so young," Anna murmured, running her fingers over the letters. 26, I said, doing the quick math. "She must have been beautiful," Anna added softly, almost like she could see Moira in her mind's eye. I chuckled. "You can't know that from a slab of stone." Anna tilted her head, her hair falling into her face. "Some things you just feel." That was Anna in a nutshell. Romantic, intuitive, drawn to the mystical. Me? I was the opposite. Practical, skeptical, maybe a little too grounded. But I loved the way her imagination lit up the world. We lingered longer than I meant to, the light fading until shadows stretched long between the stones. At one point, Anna pulled me to her with a mischievous grin and kissed me hard. What began as teasing quickly became heat, and before I realized it, we were making love pressed against the cold stone of Moira Byrne's grave. It was reckless, passionate, and strangely overwhelming. When we finally pulled ourselves together, breathless and embarrassed, Anna looked back at the cross with flushed cheeks. "Sorry, Moira," she whispered. "I hope you don't mind." I laughed it off, but something about the moment unsettled me. That night we celebrated with whiskey at the pub. Anna teased me about being stiff and unromantic. I teased her about being a bad girl for seducing me in a graveyard. She leaned across the table, eyes glinting, and whispered, "Maybe I am a bad girl." I didn't know then how those words would haunt me. The next morning I woke to find Anna gone. She'd left a note on the dresser. "Don't worry, love. I went back to the graveyard to pay my respects. I just felt like I owed her something. Don't sleep too long. I sighed, shaking my head. That was Anna, always chasing feelings. I ate the inn's breakfast and walked out to meet her an hour later. She was exactly where I guessed she'd be, sitting cross-legged at Moira Burns' grave. "Morning, love," I called. "Did you say your prayer?" She didn't answer right away. She just stared at me with an intensity that made me pause. Finally, she smiled, but it was small, strange. "I'm hungry," she said simply. "Well, good. Let's go eat. I could do with a second round myself." She stood and slipped her hand into mine, clinging tightly as we walked back. She didn't talk much, just kept glancing at me like she was studying me. Her silence wasn't cold, but it wasn't like her either. Later that day, I noticed she was wearing a necklace I had never seen before, a thin chain with a small black pendant shaped like a spiral of 3 arms. "Where'd you get that?" I asked. She touched it lightly. "Bought it." "From where?" "We didn't pass any shops." "There was a woman by the graveyard," Anna said casually. "Old. She sold charms and crosses. I like this one." The symbol tugged at my memory. "That's a triskel, right? Celtic thing?" Anna only smiled. That night, when we made love, something felt wrong. At first, she was shy, almost hesitant. Then, suddenly, she flipped, kissing me fiercely, biting my skin hard enough to sting, clawing at me with her nails. "Anna, stop!" I gasped, but she only pressed harder, her necklace burning cold against my chest. And then she whispered in my ear, voice hoarse and urgent, "My name isn't Anna. My name is Moira. I'm back, and you're mine." My blood ran ice. I thought it had to be some twisted role play, but the way the pendant glowed faintly in the dark and the look in her eyes told me otherwise. Inside my head, faint as breath, I heard Anna's real voice. "Destroy it, James. Destroy the necklace, please." Panic overtook me. I grabbed at the chain, tearing it from her neck. Anna, or Moira, screamed like a banshee as I hurled it against the wall and smashed it under my boot. Suddenly, she collapsed into sobs. "James, oh God, I can feel myself again." I held her, heart racing. "What the hell happened?" Through tears, she told me everything. When she returned to the grave that morning, the necklace had been lying on the stone. She picked it up, unable to resist. The moment she clasped it, she felt herself pushed back, her body no longer hers. Another presence, Moira Byrne, slid in and took over. "She wanted another chance," Anna whispered. "She died too soon. She wanted you. She thought you were hers. She wouldn't let go." I didn't sleep that night. We checked out of the inn the next day, cutting our honeymoon short. The Callahans didn't ask questions, though I noticed Mrs. Callahan watching Anna closely, as if she knew more than she let on. Back home in Boston, life went back to normal for a while. But Anna wasn't quite the same. She was quieter, more contemplative. Sometimes I'd catch her staring at herself in the mirror, almost as if she expected to see someone else looking back. One night, weeks later, she whispered as we lay in bed, "James, do you think spirits can linger forever?" I didn't know what to say. Sometimes I still dream of that graveyard, of moss-covered stones and a young woman who died too soon, waiting for someone reckless enough to give her a doorway back. And sometimes, when Anna is asleep beside me, I swear I hear another voice breathing my name. I always carried a reputation, one I didn't exactly run from. People liked to call me reckless, difficult, a bad girl who didn't know her place. Maybe it was true, maybe not. But at 17, I had already decided I wasn't going to be anybody's obedient daughter. That was the year I left home. My mom cried as I dragged my secondhand suitcase down the stairs. My dad shouted that I'd come crawling back, and my little brother just stared at me, too young to understand why I was leaving. But I was done with their rules, their curfews, their constant disapproval. I wanted freedom, even if it meant scraping by. The years that followed hardened me. I lived in neighborhoods where gunshots at night were normal, where men with dead eyes lingered on the corners, where a girl walking alone had to know how to hold her keys between her knuckles. I rented rooms above liquor stores, slept in apartments where the walls smelled of mildew, even spent nights crashing with people I barely trusted. I knew what it meant to be alert, always. By 24, I had managed to crawl out of that cycle. I'd fought my way into a steady paralegal job downtown. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid well enough. I could finally afford a decent apartment in Hawthorne Heights, a clean, modern complex with card entry doors, cameras in the hallways, and a lobby that smelled faintly of lemon polish. For once, I thought maybe I had escaped the constant dread that had clung to me all those years. I was wrong. It was a Saturday morning, one of the rare weekends where I had promised myself I wouldn't work overtime. I wanted to sleep late, drink coffee slowly, maybe just exist without anyone needing something from me. That plan ended with a knock. At first, I ignored it, pulling my blanket tighter. Then it came again, louder, more deliberate. Groaning, I climbed out of bed, shuffled to the door, and pressed my eye to the peephole. A man stood there, tall, broad-shouldered, with neatly cut dark hair. He wore a plain t-shirt and sweatpants. His lips curved in a grin that didn't quite match the piercing calm in his eyes. And the strangest part, he was staring straight into the peephole like he knew I'd be watching. "Hey," he called, his voice smooth. "It's your new neighbor." I frowned. Something about the way he said it felt too familiar, too expectant. Still, I undid the lock, opened the door halfway. He smiled wider. "Name's Noah Mercer. Just moved in next door." Before I could respond, he stepped forward, not aggressively, but with the confidence of someone who already belonged. His cologne hit me, clean, sharp, with a hint of spice. I instinctively bristled. "I'm Sam," I said. "Most people call me Samantha." "Noah," he repeated, like testing the way it sounded in my voice. "Good to finally meet you. Thought I'd come by, to make friends." I tilted my head. "You moved in this week?" "Wednesday," he nodded. "Noticed you're hardly ever home." "Guess you're busy. I work at a law firm." "Long hours. Law firm, huh? Gotta be careful what I say around you." He laughed at his own joke and walked right past me into the living room, looking around like he was cataloging everything he saw. I shut the door slowly and crossed my arms. "You always walk into people's apartments without being invited?" He chuckled, settling into my dining chair. "Guess I'm just neighborly." We talked, mostly about relationships, though I wasn't sure why. He asked if I lived alone. I said yes, firmly. He nodded slowly, his hand brushing across his left ring finger. For a split second, I thought I saw the faint outline of a tan line where a ring had once been. But he curled his fist quickly, hiding it. "You single?" he asked. "Not looking," I replied. He smiled slyly. "Neither am I, but if something comes along, I'm not afraid of it." The words hung there heavy. After a while, I pretended a yawn. "I've got things to do today." He stood, grinning. "We'll see each other Sunday, then. After church." Sure," I said flatly. He opened the door himself and walked out without waiting for me. That was the first red flag. How comfortable he was inside my home. That evening, restless, I went for a walk to Maplewood Park, a small but popular place not far from the complex. Families were leaving as the sun set. Joggers passed with headphones in, and the playground squeaked with kids still clinging to swings. I sat on a bench under an oak tree, sunglasses shielding my eyes, scanning the scene. And then I saw him. Noah walked in, casual, easy. Beside him was a woman, tan skin, long brown hair, white blouse. They laughed, leaned close, their hands brushing often. Her gaze at him was unmistakably intimate, so much for being single. I sat frozen, hidden behind my shades. Then I stood abruptly, walking away before he could notice me. Later that night, just as I was falling asleep, my phone buzzed with a call from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. "Hey, neighbor," Noah's voice chimed, cheerful. My stomach sank. "How did you get my number?" He ignored the question. "What are you doing?" "Sleeping," I snapped. "True," he said quickly, followed by a soft laugh. I sat up. "What do you mean, true?" "Nothing. Just, you should be asleep." He chuckled again and ended the call abruptly. I lay awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling, my chest tight. The next evening there was another knock. "Hope I'm not too late, or too early," Noah said as I opened the door. This time I noticed a faint injury near his left eye, like a fresh bruise. He strolled past me into the living room and dropped onto the couch like it was his own. "Sorry about the call last night," he said casually. "Guess you slept fine, though." I narrowed my eyes. "How would you know?" He smirked. Before I could press him, the TV behind him caught my ear. "A woman's body was found last night at Maplewood Park. The victim has been identified as 26-year-old Jessica Parker." My stomach lurched. Jessica, the woman from the park. I turned slowly toward Noah. He wasn't looking at the TV. He was looking at me. In his hand, he twirled a knife, the blade catching the light. His other hand tugged at his zipper. Panic surged through me. I bolted toward the door, but he was faster, slamming me against the wall, his arm like a steel bar across my chest. "No one will save you," he whispered, his voice low and calm. I locked the door from the outside. "I know where you keep your keys. And I've got cameras in every room." Terror clawed at my throat. He loosened his grip just enough to tug at my clothes, and in that fraction of a second, I drove my knee into his groin with every ounce of strength I had. He collapsed, gasping, the knife clattering across the floor. I grabbed it. My hand shook so badly I nearly dropped it, but I swung once, wild, not aiming to kill, just to keep him down. He groaned, clutching his stomach. I scrambled for my phone and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. By the time police arrived, Noah lay unconscious on my living room floor. The investigation unraveled a nightmare. Noah Mercer wasn't his real name. He was Daniel Cross, married, with a record of abuse in another state. Jessica Parker had been reported missing hours before her body was discovered. Hidden cameras were found in my apartment, in vents, behind the smoke detector, even tucked near my bookshelves. He had broken in while I was at work, planting them one by one. My phone number had been stolen from the building's tenant system. Neighbors were stunned. They described him as polite, charming, even helpful. Nobody saw the predator beneath the surface. As for me, I couldn't stay. I moved out within a month. But even now, when I pass strangers on the street, I wonder, how many of them are smiling like Noah did, warm, disarming, while waiting for someone reckless enough to open the door? I was 22 when I moved into that small rental house on Ashford Lane. It wasn't the prettiest neighborhood, and the rent wasn't exactly cheap either, but compared to the rundown places I'd been living in before, it felt like a step up. I'd been scraping by for a couple of years after dropping out of community college, working nights at a shipping warehouse and saving every dollar I could. Privacy mattered to me more than anything else. I'd lived in chaotic, noisy apartments before, and I hated how every wall seemed paper thin. I wanted somewhere I could come home, close the door, and not deal with anyone. The house itself was modest. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a tiny front yard with patchy grass, and a cracked driveway just big enough for my old Honda Civic. The thing I noticed right away, though, even before I moved in, was the house next door. It wasn't in great shape. Paint peeling, a porch light that was always flickering, blinds bent in half like someone had yanked them. But what stuck with me most was the girl who lived there. I met her my first day moving in. I was struggling to carry a box of dishes when I heard a voice behind me. "Hey, need some help with that?" I turned and saw her standing at the edge of the driveway, leaning on the wooden post of her porch. She looked maybe my age, long black hair with a streak of red in it, pale skin, dark eyeliner smudged just slightly like she'd slept in it, and this casual smirk that made it hard to tell if she was making fun of me or being nice. I'm good," I said, shifting the box against my hip. "Thanks, though." She shrugged, her smirk widening a little. "Suit yourself. You moving in alone?" "Yeah." I nodded. "Just me." She stepped forward, barefoot on the gravel like she didn't care that it cut into her feet. "I'm Madison, but everyone calls me Mads." "You?" "Daniel," I said. "Well, welcome to Ashford Lane, Daniel." She gave me this look, like she knew something about me already that I didn't. Then she turned and went back inside her house without another word. I remember thinking, she's trouble. But I also remember feeling drawn to her in a way I couldn't explain. The first couple weeks were quiet. I'd see her sometimes out on her porch late at night, smoking a cigarette or drinking something from a flask. She always gave me a nod when our eyes met, but we never talked much. Still, I started noticing things. Strange things. Sometimes around 2 or 3 a.m., I'd hear voices coming from her house. Not like a party, more like hushed conversations, sharp whispers, sometimes followed by bursts of laughter that didn't sound right. Other times, her front light would flicker in patterns, on, off, like someone was deliberately playing with the switch. I tried not to think too much about it. People have their quirks. She was just the bad girl type, the kind my mom used to warn me about when I was a teenager. The kind of girl who'll get you into something you can't get out of. But then, one night, there was a knock on my door. It was nearly midnight. I wasn't expecting anyone. When I opened it, there was Madison, hair messy, mascara smeared, breathing hard like she'd been running. "Can I come in?" she asked. I hesitated. Sure?" She slipped past me before I could say anything else, pacing my living room like she couldn't stand still. "What's going on?" I asked. "Do you have a flashlight?" she said suddenly. "What?" "A flashlight, Daniel. Do you have one?" Yeah. Why?" Her eyes darted toward the window. "I dropped something. In the woods behind the houses. I need to find it. Will you help me?" I should have said no. I knew I should have. But something about the way she asked, the almost frantic edge in her voice, made me feel like I didn't have a choice. "All right," I said reluctantly. "Let me grab it." We walked together down the driveway and toward the tree line. My flashlight beam cut across the gravel, then the grass, then into the dense shadows of the woods. "What exactly are we looking for?" I asked. "My wallet," she said quickly. Too quickly. "Your wallet?" "Yeah." "Then why'd you run to my house first instead of just checking for it yourself?" She stopped walking and turned toward me. That smirk was back, but it didn't look playful this time. It looked strained, like her face couldn't decide if it wanted to smile or scream. "Because," she said softly, "it's easier with 2 people." The way she said it sent a chill crawling down my back. I swallowed hard. "Look, Mads, maybe we should just come back in the morning. You'll see better then." Her smirk faded. "No, we need to find it now." She took another step forward into the woods, motioning for me to follow. Against every instinct, I did. The woods were darker than I expected, even with the flashlight. The beam caught glimpses of broken branches, damp leaves, and the glint of spiderwebs between trees. Madison walked ahead of me, barefoot again, not even flinching at the twigs snapping under her feet. "You always come out here at night?" I asked. "Sometimes," she said. "Why?" She didn't answer right away. Then she said, almost in a whisper, "Because it's quiet. Nobody sees you out here." That unsettled me more than anything else she'd said. After a few minutes of searching, I realized this was pointless. There was no wallet. I turned to her. "All right, I'm heading back. I said firmly. You can keep looking if you want, but I'm done. She stopped walking, staring at me with wide eyes. For the first time since I'd met her, she didn't look smug or confident. She looked desperate. You can't leave yet, she said. My chest tightened. What do you mean I can't? You can't. There was a pause where the only sound was the crickets and the distant hum of traffic. Then she took a slow step toward me. I lifted the flashlight higher, gripping it tight like a weapon. Don't, I warned. She froze, her expression unreadable. Then, almost eerily calm, she said, Fine. Go, I didn't wait. I turned and walked quickly back toward the edge of the woods, heart hammering in my chest. When I glanced back, she was still standing there, half hidden in the shadows, watching me. That night, I didn't sleep. I packed a bag, just in case. By morning, her car was still in her driveway, but I never saw her come back inside. For the next 2 days, the house next door was silent. No music, no lights, no late-night whispers. It was like she'd vanished. Then, on the third night, I woke up to a noise at my window, a tapping sound. When I pulled back the curtain, Madison was standing there in the dark, smiling up at me with that same smirk. Only this time, it didn't look like trouble. It looked like something worse. I didn't open the window. I didn't say a word. I just stepped back, heart pounding, and waited until she finally walked away. The next morning, I called my landlord and told him I was breaking the lease. I didn't care about the penalty. Within 48 hours, I was gone from Ashford Lane. I never found out what Madison wanted that night in the woods. I never found out what she was planning or why she fixated on me. But I know one thing for certain. If I had followed her any deeper into those woods, I wouldn't be here to tell this story. I never thought moving into that little neighborhood on the south edge of town would change my life the way it did. At the time, it felt like a step up, a chance to finally live somewhere stable after years of bouncing around in bad apartments with noisy roommates and landlords who never fixed anything. I was 24, working full-time at a local logistics company. The pay wasn't amazing, but it was steady, and after grinding through 2 years of late-night shifts at a warehouse, I was grateful for anything that gave me regular hours. For the first time in my adult life, I could afford to live on my own. The place I found wasn't perfect. It was a small single-bedroom unit in a split-level house. The owner had divided the property into 2 separate living spaces, one downstairs, one upstairs, and rented them out individually. I had the downstairs unit, a modest space with a creaky wooden floor, a little kitchen, and a back door that opened into a fenced yard. The upstairs unit was already occupied when I moved in. The landlord, a balding man named Mr. Walters, just told me, "There's a young woman up there. Keeps to herself mostly. Shouldn't give you any trouble." I didn't think much of it at first. Until I met her. Her name was Riley Vaughn. The first time I saw her was 2 weeks after I moved in. I was hauling groceries from my car when she came striding down the front steps in ripped jeans and a black hoodie. She had that kind of careless confidence that instantly made people notice her, the way she walked like the world belonged to her, the way her smirk lingered even when she wasn't saying anything. Her dark hair was messy, almost intentionally so, and her eyes. There was something sharp in them, like she was always sizing people up. "Hey," she said casually, leaning against the railing. "You must be the new guy." "Yeah," I said, setting the grocery bags down for a second. "I'm Noah." Moved in downstairs. "Riley," she replied, giving me a half smile. "Welcome to the neighborhood. Watch your step down there. Those basement doors like to stick. And the pipes make noises at night. Don't freak out." I chuckled awkwardly. "Good to know." That first conversation lasted maybe 3 minutes, but it stuck with me. She had this way of talking, like she was joking and serious at the same time, like she knew more than she let on. For a while, Riley and I didn't interact much. I'd see her smoking on the front steps or coming back late at night with friends, loud music playing from her car. She was friendly enough when we crossed paths, though sometimes her mood shifted in ways I couldn't quite follow. One night she'd be chatty, asking about my job, telling me about some band she liked. The next, she'd just nod without a word, slipping past me into the house like I wasn't even there. At first, I chalked it up to her being young, maybe 21, 22 tops, probably just figuring life out, the way we all were. But then little things started happening. The first incident was subtle. I came home late from work one night and saw a light on in my kitchen window. That didn't make sense. I was always careful about shutting lights off before leaving. When I got inside, the light was indeed on, but nothing else seemed disturbed. I figured maybe I'd just been careless and forgot. A week later, though, I noticed something else. My living room window was cracked open, just an inch. I never left it open. I lived in a ground floor unit. I wasn't about to make it easy for someone to break in. I mentioned it to Riley the next day, half joking. "Hey, you didn't sneak into my place and open my windows or anything, did you?" I asked with a laugh. She raised an eyebrow, exhaling smoke from the cigarette between her fingers. "Why would I?" "Yeah, I know. Just weird." I'm probably imagining things. Riley tilted her head, studying me. "You don't strike me as the type who imagines much." Her tone was playful, but the way she said it made me uneasy. Weeks passed, and the oddities piled up. Items in my kitchen seemed slightly out of place. My TV remote ended up on the floor more than once, though I swore I left it on the coffee table. I'd wake up in the middle of the night convinced I'd heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps that didn't sound like Riley's usual pace. I tried to ignore it. I had work to focus on, bills to pay, and honestly, I didn't want to spiral into paranoia. But things escalated. One Friday night, I came home around 11:30. Riley's car wasn't outside, which was unusual. She was usually home blasting music by then. As I walked toward my unit, I noticed her upstairs window glowing faintly. Someone was inside. That didn't bother me at first. Maybe she had friends over. But when I passed her front door, I saw it was wide open. I hesitated. "Riley?" I called out. No answer. I climbed the steps and peeked inside. The living room was dark, except for the faint glow spilling from her bedroom down the hall. "Riley?" I tried again, louder this time, still nothing. Something about it didn't feel right. I stepped inside cautiously, telling myself I was just making sure she was okay. The air upstairs felt different, staler somehow. When I reached her bedroom doorway, I froze. Riley was sitting on her bed, facing the wall. The light from her lamp cast her shadow long across the room. She didn't move, didn't even acknowledge me. "Hey, you good?" I asked softly. No response. I lingered in the doorway, unease crawling up my spine. "All right, I'll see you later." I backed out and left. The next morning I bumped into her outside. She looked normal, alert, chatty, even laughing about some story from work. I almost asked her about the night before, but something stopped me. It was like she wouldn't even remember if I did. Over the next month, the tension grew worse. Sometimes Riley seemed almost too friendly, leaning close when she talked, smiling in ways that felt rehearsed. Other times she was cold, silent, glaring at me from her window as I left for work. One night, around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of floorboards creaking above me. Slow, deliberate steps. I sat up, heart pounding, listening as they moved across the ceiling. Then silence. I tried to text Riley. "You up?" No reply. The next day, I asked her casually, "Were you walking around at like 3 in the morning?" She frowned. "I wasn't even home. Slept at a friend's place." That was when I realized whatever I'd been hearing wasn't Riley. The breaking point came 2 weeks later. I got home late again, saw her light on upstairs. As I passed her window, I glanced up and saw someone standing there. It wasn't Riley. This figure was taller, broader, with a thick beard catching the lamplight. He was just standing in her room staring down at me. I froze. Then in an instant, the light flicked off. I bolted inside, locked every door and window, and called Riley. She answered groggily. "What?" "Riley, there's someone in your room. I saw him in your window." "What the hell are you talking about? I'm not even home. I'm at Jordan's place." My stomach dropped. I hung up and dialed the police. When they arrived, the man was gone. No forced entry, no signs of struggle, just Riley's room, empty, with her belongings untouched. The cops shrugged it off as maybe me misseeing something, but I knew what I saw, and I knew now that whoever had been pacing those floors at night wasn't Riley. Riley moved out 3 weeks later. No explanation, no goodbye. Just gone. I stuck around a few more months, but the house never felt safe again. Every creak in the floorboards, every flicker of light made me tense. Sometimes I think back to those nights, the man in her window, the way Riley sat on her bed in silence facing the wall. I wonder if she knew all along, if she'd been waiting for him, or worse, if she'd been with him the whole time, playing some twisted game neither of us ever understood. Whatever the truth was, I never found out. And maybe I don't want to. Because late at night, when I wake to the sound of footsteps, I still can't tell if they're coming from above me or from inside my own apartment. I was 23 years old in the spring of 2016, and I remember that time in my life with a strange mix of hope and dread. Back then, I had just moved out of my parents' place in Dayton, Ohio, trying to live on my own for the first real time. I'd done the dorm thing in college, but this felt different. I was renting an actual apartment, a modest 2-bedroom on the second floor of a brick building off Wilmington Pike. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. Of course, mine was a stretch. The rent wasn't cheap, and even though I was working full-time at a small marketing agency downtown, I couldn't swing it alone. I needed a roommate. At that time, Craigslist was still a halfway normal way to find one. My mom warned me, "You don't know who you'll meet on there, Evan. You need to be careful." I promised her I would, but honestly, I just needed the help with rent. So I posted a listing, furnished 2-bedroom, quiet building, looking for someone around my age, preferably laid back and responsible. A couple days later, I got an email from a woman named Rachel Lawson. She said she was also 23, finishing her last semester at Wright State and working part-time at a coffee shop. Her email was casual but friendly, and she seemed genuinely interested in the place. We set up a time for her to come by that Saturday. I still remember the first time she knocked on my door. I'd straightened the apartment, tried to make it look a little less bare than it was. When I opened the door, Rachel was standing there with a half smile and an energy I couldn't quite read. She was taller than me, probably 5'9", with dark hair that fell straight down her shoulders. She wore black jeans, a fitted jacket, and had this sharp, self-assured look, like she'd already decided the place was hers. "You must be Evan," she said. "Yeah, come on in," I told her. She walked inside, glanced around quickly, and then turned back to me. "Not bad. You've got good light." That made me laugh nervously. It's not much, but it works. We sat at the little table in the kitchen and talked for about 20 minutes. She told me about her major psychology and how she worked early morning shifts at a cafe near campus. I told her about my job at the agency, how I wasn't home much during the week. At one point she leaned back and asked, "You party much? Like, have people over a lot?" "Not really," I admitted. "I'm more low-key." "Good. I hate drama." She smirked. Something about her made me uneasy even then, though I couldn't pin it down. She carried herself like she was older than 23, not just in looks, but in her demeanor, like she was playing a part. But I shrugged it off. By the end of the tour, we'd agreed on rent, and Rachel said she could move in the following week. Her move-in was simple, just a few bags, boxes, and a mattress she had delivered. No family, no friends helped her. It was just Rachel. "Travel light," she said when I asked about it. "Easier that way." The first few days were uneventful. She was polite enough, though quiet. Our schedules didn't line up much. I'd come home late. She'd already be in her room. She kept the common areas clean. Everything seemed fine. But by the fifth night, things began to shift. It was around 10 p.m. when I got home from work. I tossed my bag down and started toward my bedroom when I heard quick footsteps and then the slam of her door. I froze. The hallway was still. Her light was on. Her door shut. My own door just across from hers was open. I knew I had closed it before leaving. I went inside cautiously. Nothing looked disturbed. My drawers were shut, laptop in its place. Still, the thought lingered. Was she in my room? I tried to let it go. Maybe I'd forgotten. Maybe she'd just been walking fast. Later, as I watched TV in bed, I glanced toward the door. And that's when I noticed the shadow, a long dark shape beneath the crack. Someone standing right outside. "Rachel?" I called. Silence. I sat up, my pulse rising. "Rachel, is that you?" After several seconds, the shadow shifted, moving away slowly. Then came the sound of her door slamming shut. I locked mine immediately. The next morning, I tried to bring it up casually. "Hey, were you outside my room last night?" Rachel was making coffee. She looked up at me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Nope. Must have been your imagination." "Right," I muttered. She changed the subject instantly. The following night, I came home around 10:30. The apartment was dark, her door shut. No sound. I FaceTimed a friend for a bit, then hopped in the shower. Halfway through, I thought I heard something. A faint creak. I turned off the water to listen. Nothing. When I stepped out, toweling off, I froze. My bedroom door was open. I swore I had locked it when I got home. The hallway was pitch black. Her door shut. No movement. No sound. I locked the door again, heart hammering, telling myself maybe I'd forgotten. But I knew I hadn't. It was the third night that broke me. I'd fallen asleep sometime past midnight. When I woke, the room was silent. Too silent. My door was cracked open just a few inches. I knew I had locked it. I whispered, "Rachel?" No answer. Then I saw her, standing in the corner by my wardrobe, barely visible in the dark. Her outline was unmistakable. "Rachel, what the hell are you doing?" I stammered. She didn't move. Didn't speak. Just stared with a blank expression. Eyes locked on me. Then, suddenly, she stepped forward. Another step. And then she ran, sprinting past my bed and into the hallway. Her door slammed shut. That was it. I grabbed my phone and keys, ran out the front door, and didn't stop until I was in my car. I called the police from a nearby neighborhood. 2 officers met me at the apartment about 15 minutes later. But Rachel was gone. Not just gone, she'd taken nearly all of her things. Her clothes, her mattress, even the bags and boxes she'd brought. It was like she'd never been there. The officers helped me check the unit. Nothing. When they ran the name and number she'd given me, nothing came up. The phone was a prepaid burner. The name Rachel Lawson didn't exist in the records they checked. Everything she'd told me, school, work, even her age, had been fabricated. I moved out of that apartment within a month. For weeks, I jumped at every noise, every shadow. I never saw her again, never heard from her. To this day, I wonder what her real intentions were. Why she stood in my room at night. Why she lied about everything. The scariest part is knowing she could still be out there. Maybe living with someone else right now, standing silently in their dark room, waiting. I never thought I'd end up back at square one at 25. After years of trying to put distance between myself and my parents, I found myself broke, sleeping in my car, and scrolling endlessly through rental apps, desperate for a place to stay. Backstory first because it matters. I grew up in a suffocating house in rural Indiana, with strict parents who never let me breathe. By the time I was 18, I bolted. I worked shitty jobs, bounced around dingy apartments, even had a string of Craigslist roommates who turned out to be drunks, hoarders, or deadbeats. Through it all, I carried this stubborn streak. I'd rather live out of my car than call my parents for help. But after a breakup with a girlfriend I'd thought was my future, I got evicted from the apartment we shared. With no savings, I couch-hopped for a while, wearing out my welcome with friends. The night I finally opened the rental apps again, I was parked in a Walmart lot, wrapped in a hoodie, staring at the glow of my phone. That's when I saw the ad. It was posted by someone named Marissa Vale. The photos showed a clean, modern house in Bloomfield, a small city about 40 minutes from where I worked. Rent was cheap compared to anywhere else, $950 a month, utilities included. The description was short. 1 bedroom for rent in my 3-bedroom house. I work often, so the tenant will have privacy most of the time. No parties, no big gatherings, no smoking inside. Absolutely no use of the basement. Must be responsible and quiet. The absolutely no use of the basement part stood out, but I brushed it off as just a landlord thing. I shot her a message and within an hour she replied, "Marissa, can you come by tomorrow around 6? I'll be home then." Me, "Yeah, I'll be there." The next evening, I pulled up to her place. It was a 1-story ranch with pale blue siding, a neat lawn, and blinds drawn tight over every window. The porch light flicked on before I knocked, and when the door opened, Marissa stood there. She was in her late 20s, maybe early 30s. Sharp features, dyed jet black hair cut at her shoulders, dark eyeliner that made her pale eyes seem sharper. She didn't smile, just said, "You're here to see the room?" "Yeah." I nodded, trying not to sound nervous. Inside, the house was spotless. The air smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. She moved quietly, almost too quietly, her voice low when she spoke. "This is the common area," she said, gesturing at the open layout. Kitchen, living room, dining table all in one. No clutter, no signs of life really. The room she showed me was bigger than I expected. Already furnished with a bed, dresser, and small desk. "You'd have your own lock," she said, handing me the key. "Bathroom's down the hall. I don't really use it, I have the master. Rules are simple. Pay on time, no drama. And," she paused, "no basement, ever." I gave a half laugh. "You've mentioned that like 3 times. What's down there?" "Storage," she said flatly. "Old family stuff. It's not safe. The stairs are weak." Her tone shut me up. For $950 it was a steal. I told her, "I'm interested." She studied me for a moment, then stuck out her hand. Her grip was firm, nails painted black. "Good. Move in this weekend." By Sunday I was there. I only had a couple bags of clothes, some boxes, and my beat-up laptop. The room being furnished made things easier. Marissa mostly kept to herself. She'd disappear into her room or leave for hours at a time. I'd hear her car start at odd hours, midnight, 3 a.m. Sometimes not at all. The first week, it felt almost too perfect. I had peace. I could cook, watch TV, sleep without being judged. But it didn't take long before I started noticing things. For one, Marissa never said what she did for work. Whenever I asked casually, she'd brush it off. "I freelance, different stuff. I'm not around much." But her car was almost always in the driveway. At night, I'd hear movement outside my door, soft creaks, footsteps pacing the hall, doors opening and closing. Once, I swore I heard someone whispering in a low voice near my door. But when I opened it, the hall was empty. The weirdest moment came on a Tuesday night around 2 a.m. I'd gotten up for water and noticed the basement door was cracked open. A dim yellow light flickered from below. Curiosity got me. I walked closer, peered down. From the shadows, I heard a sharp metallic bang, followed by a dragging sound. My chest tightened. Then, movement. Marissa appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Her face tilted up, her eyes catching mine. "You shouldn't be looking," she said quietly. I stammered, I just needed water." "Then get water, close the door." Her tone wasn't loud, but it was sharp enough to freeze me. I shut the door and went back to my room, heart racing. A week later, I came home from work and noticed something off. My bedroom door was unlocked. I always locked it. Always. Inside, the closet was open, and my clothes, once neatly stacked, looked disturbed. My dresser drawers were a mess. My notebook was flipped to a page I hadn't left it on. I sat on the bed, numb. She had her own key. She had gone through my things. I knocked on her door. No answer. Her car was in the driveway. Later, I caught her leaving. "Hey, Marissa," I said, stepping in front of her. "Did you go in my room?" She looked at me blankly. No. The door was unlocked. My stuff was moved. "You have the only key," she said, then added, "I'm in a hurry. We'll talk later." And she walked past me. My skin crawled. The next night, after confirming her car was gone, I decided I had to know what was down there. The basement door groaned when I opened it. No switch at the top. I used my phone's flashlight. The steps were warped and creaky, and the carpet below looked old, curling at the edges. The smell hit me halfway down, damp, sour, like mildew mixed with something fouler. There was only one couch in the center, ugly and stained. Boxes stacked against the walls, and a door. In the far corner, half hidden behind a shelf, was a heavy wooden door. I tugged at the handle. It was locked. The smell was strongest there. My pulse raced. I pictured bodies, traps, something I didn't want to see. I bolted back upstairs, shutting the door harder than I meant to. I woke at 3 a.m. to a sound. A creak. The floor beside my bed. I turned, and Marissa was there leaning over me. I screamed, jerking back. She whispered, "Shh." Then, calmly, "Did you go into the basement?" My voice cracked. "No, I didn't. How did you even get in here? I locked the door." Her head tilted, a faint smile flickering. "Are you sure? Did you come into my room when I wasn't home?" I shot back, trembling. "No," she said flatly. Then she stood, moved to the doorway. She raised her empty hand in the dark, as if holding an invisible key. "You should find other living arrangements." And she closed the door. I started packing right then. I wasn't staying another minute. I knocked on her door. "Marissa, give me half my rent back. I've only been here 2 weeks." Silence. Then, slowly, the door opened, just enough for her pale arm to stick out. In her hand, 4 crisp $100 bills. I snatched them. She pulled her arm back and shut the door. I left, bags in hand, heart pounding. I slept in my car that night. The next day, against all pride, I went back to my parents. After explaining everything, they didn't fight me. They just let me in. I don't know what's in that basement. I don't want to know. But if you ever find yourself looking for a cheap rental online, remember this. Some people aren't landlords. They're collectors. And sometimes, they collect people. I never thought I'd look back on my junior year of college and feel a cold shiver run down my spine. If you asked me before that year what my biggest worries were, I probably would have said grades, making enough money to cover rent, or whether I'd ever land an internship in my field. But all of that feels trivial compared to what happened when I moved off campus and shared an apartment with the girl everyone called the bad girl next door. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania. The kind of place where you knew everybody's business, whether you wanted to or not. When I got accepted into Middleton University, a mid-sized private college in Ohio, it felt like my chance to get away and build my own identity. I was the first in my family to go to college, and my parents, who both worked long hours, my dad in a warehouse. Freshman and sophomore year I lived on campus in the dorms, but by junior year I was ready for my own space. Dorm life had gotten old. The shared bathrooms, the noise, the lack of privacy. So when the school partnered with an off-campus apartment complex called Brookwood Terrace, I signed up. They paired students with roommates based on availability. That's how I ended up with her. Her name was Sienna Carver, though most people just called her Sienna. She was 21, same as me, but everything about her was different. The first day I met her, she was leaning against the hood of a black Honda Civic, smoking a cigarette, wearing ripped jeans and a leather jacket despite the September heat. Her long black hair had streaks of crimson running through it, and her eyeliner was thick, smudged in a way that somehow looked intentional. "You must be Alex," she said, smirking as I hauled a box of clothes out of my car. Her voice was low, almost raspy. "Yeah," I said, trying to smile back. "You're Sienna?" "That's me. Welcome to Brookwood. Hope you're cool with noise." I laughed nervously. Depends on the noise." She grinned, flicked ash onto the pavement, and said, "Guess you'll find out." Something about her energy was magnetic and unsettling at the same time. Our apartment was a standard 2-bedroom, 1-bath setup. Beige walls, cheap carpeting, and that faint smell of stale air conditioning that never quite went away. My room faced the parking lot. Hers faced the wooded area behind the building. At first, things seemed fine. She was friendly enough, offered me a beer on the first night, joked about how boring the place was, asked me about my classes. She had this way of making you feel like you were in on some inside joke with her, even if you weren't. But there were quirks. Sienna never seemed to have a consistent schedule. Some nights she'd be gone until morning, other nights she'd be in her room for hours, whispering to herself. The first time I heard it, I assumed she was on the phone. But when I asked her later who she'd been talking to, she gave me a blank look and said, "I wasn't on the phone." I brushed it off. Everyone's got their weird habits, right? Still, the longer I lived there, the more I noticed. She'd wander into my room unannounced, plop down on my bed, and start asking deeply personal questions. "So, Alex," she said one night, twirling a strand of her hair, "why'd your last relationship end? You seem like the type who doesn't get over people easily." I paused, caught off guard. It just didn't work out. Different goals, I guess." She smirked. You don't have to lie. I can tell when people are lying." Another time, she picked up a photo of me and my little sister from my desk. "She's cute," Sienna said. "Bet you're really protective of her." "Yeah," I said, gently taking the photo back. "She's still in high school." Sienna just smiled. "Good. Don't let anyone mess with her. Some people are dangerous." Her eyes lingered on me when she said that, and I remember feeling a knot in my stomach. By October, the noises started. At first it was just muffled sounds coming from her room late at night, shuffling, faint talking, sometimes what sounded like laughter. I told myself it was the TV. But one night, lying awake at 2 a.m., I realized it wasn't. I crept down the short hallway and pressed my ear against her door. What I heard made my skin crawl. It was her voice, low and whispering, like she was carrying on a conversation with someone. Except, there was no one else there. No, he doesn't know yet, but soon he'll understand. I froze, my heart hammered in my chest. Then suddenly, silence. And then, Alex, my name, spoken in that same low whisper. I stumbled back from the door, nearly tripping over myself as I rushed back into my room and shut the door quietly. I crawled into bed, pulling the blanket over me like I was 10 years old again. Sleep didn't come easy. Over the next week, it got worse. One night I woke up to the sound of soft footsteps outside my door. I held my breath, straining to listen, whispering. Her whispering voice. I forced myself out of bed and pressed my ear to the door. "Alex." My chest tightened. Against my better judgment, I called out softly, "Sienna, you okay?" No answer, just silence. Then footsteps retreating down the hall. The next morning I confronted her in the kitchen. "Hey, do you know you walk around at night sometimes?" She looked up from her cereal, spoon halfway to her mouth. "What do you mean?" "Like, I hear you whispering outside my door. Last night you even said my name." Her expression was unreadable. Then she smiled faintly. "Oh, yeah, I sleepwalk sometimes. Don't worry about it." Her tone was casual. But something about the way her eyes lingered on me made me doubt her. I couldn't take it anymore. Curiosity and fear ate at me until one afternoon, when I knew she had class, I snuck into her room. The first thing I noticed was how neat it was. Too neat. The bed perfectly made. No clothes lying around. No clutter. It felt staged, like no one actually lived there. I searched quickly, dresser, nightstand, under the bed. Nothing. Then I noticed the closet. At the very back, behind a row of jackets, was a small wooden box tucked away on the floor. My hands shook as I pulled it out and opened it. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. My heart stopped. Most were of me, sleeping, lying on my side, mouth slightly open, blanket pulled up, some so close that I could see the pores on my face, others from odd angles, like she'd crouched beside my bed. Mixed in were photos of another guy I didn't recognize, same age, maybe another student. In some, he was also asleep. In others, he looked uncomfortable, like he didn't know he was being photographed. My stomach churned. I grabbed a handful of the photos and snapped a picture of the box with my phone. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. That night, I barely looked at Sienna when she came home. I locked my door, wedged a chair under the handle, and lay awake, heart pounding. The next morning, I packed a bag and went straight to the student housing office. I showed them the photos and explained everything. The woman behind the desk, Mrs. Langley, frowned as she looked through the evidence. "This is very serious. Thank you for bringing it to us. We'll handle it from here. In the meantime, we'll get you reassigned to a different unit." I nodded, relief flooding me. That night, I stayed with a friend. I never went back to Brookwood Terrace. Sienna texted me once. "Why'd you leave so suddenly? You could have at least said goodbye." I blocked her number. I never found out what happened to her. The university didn't tell me. All I know is that she was gone from Brookwood within a week. But I still think about those photos. The other guy. The way she whispered my name outside my door. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I swear I hear her voice again. "Alex." And every time, I lie frozen, staring into the dark, afraid to close my eyes. I was 23 when I first moved out of state for work. At the time, I didn't have much of a choice. My company had offered me a position in another branch, and even though I still technically worked with them now back in my hometown, it was one of those decisions that shaped a very unsettling chapter of my life. Back then, I was fresh out of college, eager to build something stable for myself, but I didn't have the money to splurge on a solo apartment. Rent was expensive, and my salary wasn't great starting out. So, like most people in their early 20s, I turned to the internet in search of a roommate. I made posts everywhere: Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, even my neighborhood subreddit. I just wanted something cheap, close to the office, and hopefully with someone normal enough to coexist with. That's when she appeared. Her name was Sabrina. She was the one who messaged me on Facebook after seeing my roommate post. Her profile looked, well, normal, in the sense that she had pictures with friends at bars, selfies with those glitter filters, and a few old high school photos. She looked my age, maybe even a year younger. Pretty, in that sharp-edged way, dyed black hair, hoop earrings, and a smirk in almost every picture. My parents weren't thrilled about the idea. My mom actually said, "A strange girl off the internet? Sounds like trouble waiting to happen." But I brushed it off. What choice did I have? Sabrina offered me a room in her house. According to her, she owned it outright after her grandmother passed away, and she was renting out one of the spare bedrooms to cover expenses. We FaceTimed before I made my decision. She gave me a virtual tour of the place, an older but decent single-story house in the middle of Riverton, about a 10-minute drive from where my new office would be. She seemed friendly enough, a little sarcastic, quick to joke. "Honestly, I don't care what you do," she told me on the call, leaning back against her bed frame with a cigarette in hand. "As long as you pay rent on time and don't bring home some freaky boyfriend who eats all my food." I laughed awkwardly, but inside I was relieved. I didn't sense anything off, at least not yet. A week later, I packed my car and drove down to Riverton. When I pulled up, Sabrina was already sitting on the porch in cut-off shorts and a tank top, smoking, her phone in her other hand. "You must be Alexis," she called, flicking her cigarette into the ashtray. "That's me," I said, stepping out of the car. She was shorter than I expected, maybe 5'2", but carried herself like she was 6 feet tall. confident, almost cocky. She helped me with some of the heavier bags, though she complained dramatically about the weight of my suitcase. Jesus, what the hell do you have in here? Bricks? Work clothes, I said, smiling. Well, you better not be boring. I don't need some saint for a roommate. Trust me, I've had that before. Miserable. I laughed, but there was a little sting in her words. She showed me my room. It was already furnished with a bed, a dresser, and a nightstand. My cousin was staying here for a bit but dipped. Sheets are clean, though. Well, I think. You can change them if you want. I nodded quickly. Yeah, I'll use my own. That first day was uneventful. I unpacked, replaced the bedding, and got used to the place. Sabrina lingered around, asking me questions in a half-interested way. Where I was from, why I took the job, whether I liked Riverton so far. At one point she said, "You seem sweet. Don't let people walk all over you here. Riverton will chew you up if you're not careful." I couldn't tell if she was joking or not. The next day she offered to drive me around town, just so you don't end up in the shitty part of Riverton. She pointed out grocery stores, bars, little restaurants. Don't go to Ray's Diner, she warned. Everyone in there is a creep, like I swear half of them have mugshots. I nodded, trying to keep up. Then she turned and said, "So, want to grab lunch?" I hesitated. "Oh, I'm not really hungry." "Come on, don't be lame. It'll be fun." I forced a smile. "I really can't." I promised myself I'd keep the first week clean. Just focus on work. She smirked, but her voice dropped half an octave. "You don't drink? Not even—" "Not on work nights," I said firmly. She stared at me for a beat too long, then laughed. "You're such a good girl." "Ugh. That's fine, I'll corrupt you later." I laughed nervously, not sure what to say. The rest of the drive was quieter. That week was my first at the new office, so I wasn't home much. But by Wednesday, I noticed something odd. I came back late, dropped my clothes into the hamper, and when I went to do laundry that night, the pile wasn't the way I remembered leaving it. Shirts folded differently, socks stuffed inside out, and one pair of underwear was missing. I tore apart my room looking for it, checked under the bed, inside the drawers, even inside my work bag. Nothing. I told myself maybe I misplaced it. Maybe I was overthinking. But a cold thought ran through me. Did Sabrina? No. I couldn't let myself believe that. Still, that night I sat awake, wishing I had a lock on my door. By Saturday, I went to Ace Hardware and bought one of those lockable doorknobs, installed it while Sabrina was out. I told myself I'd mention it later. That night, around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to pounding on my door. "Alexis!" Sabrina's voice sharp, angry. I froze, staring at the shadows on my ceiling. "You changed the door?" She barked. "Open up." I didn't move. I pretended to be asleep. My heart hammered so hard I thought she could hear it through the wood. Eventually, the pounding stopped. The next morning I had 10 texts from her. "We need to talk. Be home after work." I texted back. "Is this about the doorknob?" Her reply came fast. "Yeah." I apologized, tried to explain. "I just like having privacy. I'm a girl. You know, I need to feel safe in my own room." Her response chilled me. "No, put the old one back on. Tonight." I didn't understand why she cared so much, unless she had a reason to be in my room. My hands shook as I unscrewed the lock and put the old knob back on. A few days later, while Sabrina was gone, there was a knock at the front door. A girl around my age stood there. Blonde, pale, looking nervous. "Are you living here with Sabrina?" she asked. "Yeah." Her expression darkened. "Get out, I'm serious. Get out while you can. She's dangerous." My throat went dry. "Wait, what? What do you mean?" "She's got restraining orders against her. Multiple. She's obsessed with girls. She watches them, stalks them, manipulates them. The girl stopped, glanced over her shoulder. "I shouldn't even be here. I saw you moving in. I knew she'd find another one." I whispered, "Another one? Another girl to trap. Just Please, leave before it gets worse. And then she was gone. I packed in secret. Found a sublet across town. A studio, small, but safer. I told Sabrina I had to move because of family reasons. She stared at me, lips tight, then asked, "Did someone say something to you?" I lied quickly. "No. It's just family stuff. I need to go back for a bit." She didn't look convinced. That night, I woke up to something that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. Sabrina was sitting at the end of my bed. A dark silhouette at first, but then her voice. "Why are you leaving me?" I sat up, trembling. "You scared me." She leaned closer, pressing her hand over my mouth. "Shh. Don't listen to them. Don't believe them. I'm not dangerous. I just don't want you to leave me." I whimpered, "You're scaring me." And she said, in this almost tender tone, "I don't mean to." Her hand slid down my leg. I shot out of bed, bolted for the door. She screamed after me, "Stop, Alexis." I ran outside barefoot, phone in hand, and called the police while hiding behind a bush. When the officers came, Sabrina acted normal, calm, like nothing had happened. One officer pulled me aside and said quietly, "You're not the first girl who's called us about her." They escorted me inside to grab my belongings. Sabrina watched the whole time, smiling faintly, like she knew something I didn't. I moved into the studio the next day, and to this day, I've never taken another roommate unless it was someone I knew personally, because Sabrina taught me one thing. Sometimes, the real danger isn't a strange man in the dark. Sometimes, it's the girl who smiles too sweetly, smokes on her porch, and calls you roommate.